the light on a ball, but that's not what they're finding. You could actually There's actually video of the light retracting to itself as if a lamp being pulled over the boards in a dark room, on the floor. The light, you'll see it retracting, just kind of following the lamp, as opposed to this divider line just covering the entire floor at once. They're not seeing that divider line, and it's just making them really question, what are we living on? But anyways, I guess we'll find out in November or somewhere around there. Pretty cool though.
Fair enough.
It's going to be interesting, that's for sure, to see what they
What
found.
would convince you you're on a ball?
Nothing actually, and I've been honest with this
Nothing.
before. I no, it's asinine to try to say that water bends and sticks to a ball with gas and mass and fluids, and it's just all going through a vacuum.
There's no
It's
way
weird.
that could be something that you haven't seen yet, and you're wrong. If you're just 100% definitely right.
I'm 100% that this, in my own core belief, to my core, I believe that this earth is stationary and unmovable, just as the scriptures told me. But hey, it is what it is.
Okay.
That's my personal belief.
So nothing had changed your mind, basically, like
No,
something
no.
else. Like if
But
God
why-
came down and said, "I'm God," it's a globe. The guys.
No,
like,
Eggshell.
Then I would say,
Why
get
would he?
behind me, Satan.
Why would he change his mind? There is nothing in practical terms that leads us to believe we live on a spinning ball.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not saying would he.
Why
I'm
would
not saying
he?
why,
Why
I'm not
would
saying
no?
why
But
would he change his mind?
you're
Let
acting
me
like
clarify what I'm asking, Big Roots.
no, but you're acting no,
I'm
you're acting
asking-
like there's some actual evidence that
No,
we
I'm
are
not.
overlooking when in practical terms there is no globe evidence. You just have your spherical geometry in your model. Why would we change our
guess what
mind
I'm more
based on that?
asking- What I'm more asking is, do you think it's a good idea to be ready to change your mind? Do you reckon it's a good idea to be open? What would change it? I think it's a good idea to have quite a few things to set the bar low to change your mind. Do you disagree with that?
What would change your mind?
I changed my mind for a map that I could interrogate and test. Just measure distances at home, or test the idea of flight times, map it against places I've been.
But it doesn't raise a flag to you though, that so many times when we say we know it's a globe because of flight times, yet so many times those times are off, either earlier or before, for obviously for very variables that are many. But just the fact that if it's a globe and we're going just based off of that, but then that's
I go
not
off
necessarily,
a
you can't
mechanical
go by.
gyro compass and the stars. Like
Well,
the existence of a south
if you do it that way, then it's definitely flat, because
Neither prove a globe.
everything you're
Yeah.
presenting is
Sorry,
off of a
mate.
planar Earth.
Well, I can present to you. Can I just go through the geometry I wanted to say before?
Oh, sure.
So I'd say one pole being above us. How closely do you think somebody has looked up at the Polaris from? Like, do you think anybody stood on the North Pole? Do you think that's possible? A human stood on the North
I don't
Pole
know
and
if
looked
anyone's
up at
ever
Polaris
been.
dead overhead?
I don't know. You get stories that
Is
that's like
nobody talking?
Garden of Eden or something. I don't know.
Is my mic working?
Yeah, you're fine.
Do you think somebody's looked up at what's the closest, right? So if you live in London, you're like 66 degrees or something, so you can see it pretty well. Not 66, sorry, that's ridiculous. What are you? You're about the same as us, aren't you? London.
In Southern California. I don't even know let me check ours.
How do you not know it? 51 degrees. Yeah, so a bit further north. 51 north. So that means Polaris is at 51. What's the northernmost? So if you were standing on the pole, you would be at 90 degrees, definitionally on our system. So do you believe the North Pole is a place on Earth? There is a geographic North Pole that is pretty much bang under Polaris?
I'm sorry, I was trying to find my GPS.
No, if you use Stellarium, the North Pole isn't directly, but it's probably the closest large star to the North Pole.
Right. Yeah. It's about 0.7 degrees off. But yeah, do you think there is a place on Earth where well, like I'm just sort of saying, what's the closest you think somebody's come to looking up at it? If you don't agree that anybody's gone to the North Pole, have they gone within 10 nautical miles, 500 nautical miles, 5,000 nautical miles? Nobody's ever gone above the 60th parallel north. What is it? How close do you think somebody's
I'm
ever stood to the
33
North Pole?
degrees latitude.
There you go. You're about as
Illuminati
north as we are
confirmed.
south. Yeah, so you're going to have about the same weather as us, north and south. You know, similar kinds of things, right? Similar
Yeah,
length
we do see
days, just
Polaris.
equally opposite the other side of the year, really.
You can see Polaris.
You can see Polaris. Yeah. So Polaris should always be 33 degrees above the horizon in your sky. And that relationship is just, if you make that line infinite and then count the angles match out perfectly to nautical miles.
So let me ask you this then. If you were directly on the other side of me, like literally, 180 line, like you're right there.
Straight through the earth, you mean? Like our feet are pointing at one another?
Like you're okay. I'm standing looking at Polaris. You're standing looking at Polaris, and there's a straight line between us. That
Right.
infinite straight line we're talking about.
Sure.
If you get 33 degrees and I get 33 degrees, like that's off a straight line between us. No, that we're literally now not looking through a ball, be between us. We're looking more like a basketball court, and you're at one end and I'm at the other, and we're both looking at this thing in the sky. Why doesn't that make sense to Globers?
It does. It does make sense. I get the idea, but if the light is physical and fixed in place and I can see it where it actually is, then I can do the maths of the angle of that. And I know there is one place on the floor that is directly under that light, and that is its GP.
Right.
And that every other
We'll call that
distance
North Pole.
from that will be a different angle to it. But here's the crucial point. The graph, if you graph the distance to the angle in that situation, so it's at 90 degrees above me, every step I take in any direction is probably going to take about 5 degrees off, right? Because the light's going to drop quite quickly because I'm walking away from underneath it.
Okay, and same for me, right? For both of us.
Right,
Yeah.
so yeah, it'll drop quickly with my first step. But if I just start running now, it's going to go quickly down and then go and just keep getting closer and lower and lower and lower and smaller and smaller and smaller, crushing all of the proportions down at a slower and slower rate. So that if I've now 5 kilometers from it, because we're in a really big warehouse, let's say, and I keep running from there, it's like hundreds of meters to get it to go 1/100th of a degree down. Do you get what I mean?
Right.
Because I can never make that light set. It never crosses past the floor.
Okay.
So what I can do then is map out those angles I got, and what I will find is I made a right angle triangle, which is the GP is under the thing, and I'm trying to go, what is my linear distance to the GP on the floor?
Right.
And a trigonometric relationship will reveal itself, which is basically, that's sine, cosine, and tangent.
Right.
Like that we learned in, I never understood it. I just used to memorize the
rhymes. The SOHCAHTOA.
SOHCAHTOA, that's the fucking one. Exactly. So we know that that's a right angle triangle.
Right.
And we know if we're getting that, and we're not getting that. But what we are getting is that same idea when we're looking at this light, it's always every step away from that light in any direction. And then if there's another light above that, any step away or towards that light, any step towards or away basically from the poles is the same distance. So if I sail due south from Polaris, my first nautical mile, it'll drop a degree, and then thousands of nautical miles later, it'll keep dropping at 1 degree per 60 nautical miles till I get to the equator. Then Polaris, if you sped up my ship's travel and it was going due south, it would take ages for this to happen, but let's say we sped up a dead straight line into a 10-second video, you would see Polaris with the stars spinning around it every 12 hours go beep, bonk, and just set vertically into the ocean, just fall in a straight line out of the sky and go plop into the ocean. And then exactly as it hits the water, 180 degrees behind it, up pops this other one. And that one, the Southern Cross is pointing at. It's a really dim star in the middle, and exactly the same relationship continues as we go south. Where on a flat thing, those nautical miles should really start stretching out. They should start getting ludicrous now. But we now have a new pole star that we can sail towards, and always we notice that if you want to bring the pole up 1 degree, you just sail 60 nautical miles at it and pop, it's up.
But that again, that makes sense. Same thing as if I walk closer to a skyscraper in downtown LA, the closer I get, the higher it rises. So yeah, it's kind of
Can
the
you not see
same.
both of them though at the same time? Can you not see, like, if there's 3 stars, let's say there's 2 skyscrapers in the city that are
Mhm.
spinning. How can they be spinning east to west and all going the same direction? Because you can make 2 spin, but
You
they would
still
have to be like
Perspective.
cogs, because you've got these 2 central points around which everything
Okay.
spins. And I'm
Okay.
saying to you, they are diametrically opposed 180 degrees. Right? When you get to
Oh,
the
you're talking
equator,
about the. Oh, you're talking. We're going back to the poles. Then you're saying
Yeah.
there's these stars.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Yeah.
so
that's
I know the poles. The point I'm making is I know the poles must be 180 degrees opposed because I can measure that and I can
Well,
determine when they'll pop up. So I know where they are when I can't see them, because if I can always find one. And
But
if I
we
look at that one, I
find-
know that 180 degrees away from it is the other one. So
But we see
what
that-
that says is we
Mhm.
can't all be looking up in the same direction. Our ups must diverge in order for that to be possible.
But we see that phenomenon in crepuscular rays as
Yes.
well.
Well done. Who's speaking? Well done.
Yeah,
Some
Go-
idiot,
sorry.
probably.
Things to
No,
say.
but
It's
bro, I
not
was
correct,
I
though.
was hoping I didn't have to jump in and make this argument. So it's a perspective thing. But go ahead, bro, because you're clearly on the right
Sure.
track.
Show how it works. Get the crepuscular and make the argument. My argument is going to be
Well-
it is a point of light circling
Right.
a point.
Right. So when you're looking in one direction, you're going to see that point of light spreading, and then when you turn around, you're going to see that spread kind of converge because it's the way our eyes.
Anti-crepuscular.
Right. Exactly. It becomes then anti-crepuscular. So this phenomenon, again, optical, is what really can explain a lot as to why people are so baffled and confused, and
I think
also
if you feel you explained a lot there, I don't think it did. I
No
get the
worries.
idea, I think, which is there is a vanishing point when the sun is in the sky or just dipping down behind the sky. There is a vanishing point that is the direction of the sun, and equal and opposite to that, there are shrinking lines that go back to a point as well.
right.
Right, those
that
lines
does
seem like
happen
they're
as well.
shadows. They seem like they're, generally speaking, shadows cast by mountains. Bits that are lit up and bits that aren't, by shadows cast by mountains, right?
Well, not necessarily, because even
But are
if they
they?
were shadows,
Are they not
don't
shadows, though,
change
crepuscular
directions.
rays?
No. I'm just saying they're if that's again, they're all parallel. It's just a perspective thing.
But I'm
But
just asking, are
because
they
you're
shadows?
the
Is it the difference between light and shadow when it goes past a cloud or a mountain or
So,
something?
okay, so you're asking
still light.
if those rays.
Do you feel that's a strong argument, though? It's still light, so we see something that isn't points. They aren't circling around one another. They're the absence of light cast by a shadow, and you're saying that's the same as points of light going clockwise and counterclockwise above us.
So are you saying
Perspective.
So
shadows?
we know how far it is from above us, and it's going clockwise.
Go on,
or counterclockwise,
Apocryphon
while all
wants to
going the same
answer.
direction.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So okay. So shadows. You're saying that if let's say you take someone's shadow, are you saying it's going to angle and converge when it goes behind you, or is it going to keep that same line, that same direction?
I get a shadow, even if it was parallel coming in, would look like it's getting biggest at your point of view and smallest away from it. Because
So now you get it.
Point of view is you can see it like a sphere, and it takes up less of it further away. Where as it gets past you, it's everything.
Why does it have to be a sphere to do that?
Vision, it just is. It's just how it works. It's just
Is it because of
your
your
celestial sphere? It's your
exactly
personal
celestial sphere,
dome.
but you can also
This
do this
is
in gaming,
eggshells.
which is like it's your.
Yeah, this has been modelled on Walter Bislin's model, and if you look at
let's look at Walter Bislin's model.
And Walter Bislin's model will show you how all 3 continents in the south can all see the same star at different points on their horizon based on their personal atmospheric dome. We're looking at a celestial sphere from a personal atmospheric dome.
Okay. So personal atmospheric dome. Atmosphere to me is a mixture of gases. Are you talking about a mixture of gases?
No, a personal viewing dome. It's called the azimuthal it's called the azimuthal grid of vision.
Yeah, I've heard Whitsitt talking about it. He was 2 weeks away from coming back with the actual science and numbers on it.
Well, it's
about
not a
year
Whitsitt
ago.
thing. It's also
So
modelled in
that's
Walter
fine.
Bislin's model, and Walter Bislin was smart enough to recognise that the southern celestial pole argument could easily be modelled, and he did it on a flat plane. So
Okay, so
literally
that's
that model
fine. If you want
destroys your
to
point.
go for that model, let's do it. Can you see? Oh, hang on. Let's do this.
I'm not. Listen, eggshells.
So
I'm not
here I've got it
standing for
open.
everything in the model. What I'm saying is
Well,
there
I think
is
you
a
need to defend it
model.
a bit. I
No,
think you
but
need to defend it a bit.
you're
To
acting
call it,
like
I
there's
think it's
no.
reasonable that I can ask you a couple of questions. If you go, it's explained perfectly by Walter Bisland, and I go, oh, good, let's talk about it. I don't think
I
now
can
is the point where you
explain.
go, I'm not going to be able to explain it.
No. I can explain the perspective element, and I'm just saying that
Okay,
if
so
Walter
let's have a crack
Bislin
at
can
that.
model it, then you can understand it too.
Okay. Well, maybe we can get towards an understanding together. Would you agree that this line here, if you look at this red one or that one or the blue one, in fact, most of them I've come to this angle to make it clear that they are, but if you can look at it from multiple angles, and there are clearly very bent lines there, correct? That's just how this model works. This model works by having that a fixed point and then draws a dynamic bend through this grid of whatever
Sure.
up to the person. You agree that light is bending?
No, it's not that light is bending.
How do you
It's
describe
that
these lines? Are they straight? Are those lines
these
straight?
these are, so the lines are trying to represent where the stars actually are compared to where you would see them in your atmospheric dome. So even though these stars are in different places, they will appear in a completely different place in your atmospheric dome. That's all those lines are doing.
Right. So they're bent. It's bending the light from where the star is to make it appear that it's somewhere it isn't. It's refraction.
Well,
It's not refraction.
But at the same time, though,
Great. So it's not refraction. Great. We've nailed down. We're getting closer now. It's not refraction. What is it? What else have you excluded? Could it be magnetism?
No, it's
okay. Could it be?
Go ahead, Apocrion.
I'm sorry.
I know you want to get in.
I'm sorry. I'm cutting you off and stuff. I was just gonna throw in there, like why can't we look at things from a perspective of what if these celestial objects in the sky, wandering stars as well as stars, that are fixed in their positions. What if they are placed in something that is representing what contains us to have this gradient and pressure, and it is that there is water above, as what was once said and documented and recorded, that's what they were told that is by the creator of who made it.
Because water could refract, right? Water could bend that light. And the water would do that how? I think the water would have to know where you are, like it has to be affected by your consciousness or something like that, affected by whether your eyeballs are looking, like rendering in a computer game almost. I think it would then have to flex and become more dense in a select line, in a path to you. It would have to like tense that part of its jello or something, so that it bent the light in just the right way to make it appear like you're on a ball and you have a south celestial.
Well, no. It has nothing to do with. No, wait. See, you guys always jump to that. You guys always jump to that.
So
he's trying to make it ridiculous, and it's very simple.
It is ridiculous. It is.
It doesn't appear
it, so
to be
it's
a
not
ball.
less ridiculous. How's it doing this?
Not that it's
magnetism.
No.
Is it gas? Is it glass? How does the water flex? What height do you reckon the water is? Show me something for this.
But eggshells.
Plausible.
Okay, but eggshells. First of all, it doesn't mean that it has to be a globe that the way you perceive it to be, like where there's a bottom side and a top side and everyone's living antipolar to each other.
How does yours work? It doesn't need to. We don't need to talk about a globe while we're discussing this dome.
But the reason why is because
is the question.
Well, the reason why is because it goes back to perspective. Like the way we see is a quite of a ball around us, but
You're watching my
individually, though.
screen.
Like the way our eyes are looking, you can look completely down, completely up, completely left, completely right, and we kind of create that dome around us in this equidistance.
Yeah, there's a crucial difference. I agree.
Okay,
We do
go ahead.
create a dome. We do have a dome of vision around us. It's easiest to see yourself as a fixed point with no height, breadth, depth, and then equidistant out from that is like everything you see. And that's an arbitrarily large thing, and that's why we use it celestial sphere, but we also use it in loads of other things. This is not how we see. In terms of, you said this is how we see its perspective. I can draw you orthogonal views for perspective that are quite close. Never have I seen any perspective drawing showing wild bending lines for where
Why not?
something is and where it appears. So you need to something better than its perspective. How does the light do extreme bending?
Magic.
Magic, right? It's just got to be this weird magic ether, I don't know, which is fine. But you can't pretend this is a better answer than we've got a South
It
Celestial
only bends
Pole. You
around
have to
the
go,
globe,
okay, I
right?
get the South Celestial Pole is a better answer, but I think it could be this instead.
Did a
To
flat
go,
earther
I've
say
proven
magic?
it.
We finally got to the crux of it. When flat earthers can't explain it, it's magic.
Well, there's a lot of evidence for magic. I mean, Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, David Blaine, also Uri Geller, you know. So
That's true. We
Mhm.
have no evidence that nautical miles go out of whack as you go south of the equator. People do the Vendée Globe. But we do
Listen.
have evidence that David Blaine can move the Eiffel Tower.
Well, he did
Listen,
actually. There is
this
like
is
a
what
video
you
footage.
Globers do. This is what you Globers do when we provide you with an explanation. You
It's
How does that
lacking
work?
an
How
explanation.
does this work? How
You've
does
just
that
said
work?
the
No.
light
The
bends.
explanation we gave you, has been
How does the light bend?
modelled. Has been modelled. Now, if there is a firmament, if there is a waters above, these could be included into the reason why we see what we see. But for you to sit there and say this can't possibly work on a flat Earth
Just a
means you've
series of
made a
assumptions,
decision.
isn't it?
But that's just
You've
appeal
made
to
a decision
possibility.
on what everything is, what the stars are.
Yeah, it's a series of assumptions. Why should we believe any of them? It's a story.
Yeah, it's just like maybe the waters above fix this problem of bending light. You can't prove it doesn't. Like that's just literally an appeal to possibility. Maybe
No, you're
something
looking.
neither of us understand fixes the problem in my favor.
Well, you
You're
say
looking
the
at a
waters below
spherical
bend the
sky.
light, though, right?
It's a terrible argument.
Listen. You're looking at a spherical sky through a
Sure.
spherical eyeball with a
Sure.
spherical atmospheric dome. So there's a hell of a lot of
How does
light
the
bending
atmospheric
going
dome
on.
work? I'm just trying to find out about just the. Can somebody like I get that if you're not the man for it, I get it because I wouldn't defend this. But could somebody, if you're not going to, stand up and explain to me what this atmospheric dome is, how it follows me around? Let's say I'm standing next to somebody. We've got, I guess, roughly the same.
You've got the answer,
dome.
Egg. You've got the answer. It's magic. You
It's
know
magic.
why you? Yeah,
You wanna
just
know
let
how
it.
the
How does
sky
it
works,
work?
right?
Is it air? Is it water? How does the waters above? Like if I have
And you-
two people, how does it do that? How does it split the sky so two different people are seeing the same thing without
Eggshells. If we give you an
one
answer, your
Go there
next
and
question.
find out.
two at some point?
If we give you an answer, your next question would be who built the firmament, who created the waters above, who created
I'm just asking
the
you to
Earth.
support
You
your
would just
side.
you would just keep going, mate. That's all you would do.
Yeah,
I'm just asking you
imagine-
to just posit a thing that you know of that does exist that isn't magic that can do this. Just one thing. What bends the light?
What? Spherical eyeballs with a spherical celestial sphere. Ben Light.
Our eyes.
That
are
doesn't- Eyes. Okay, I'm writing it down.
Also,
Go
I
on.
think there might be like a fallacy this Globa
This
is
is
engaging
just
in.
a
You know,
series of
so
problems here.
we know that the brain causes consciousness. We cannot explain it, right? We cannot explain how the brain is doing that, but it's still doing it, right? Right? So our disability to explain how the brain is producing consciousness doesn't mean that it does not produce consciousness, right? You should be careful, man.
I'm not saying it's because he can't explain it.
It's a moot point
untrue.
then.
But
Then move on.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point. But I think if you're going, your South Celestial Pole isn't even exclusive because it could work with this other thing. I think it's reasonable then to go, here's how it works. Here's how you've never noticed
Let's
it.
assume
Here's
a
how
ball.
everybody's missed it. Not just it could work, but I'm not going to defend it.
It could work. It's
Spherical
been
eyeballs.
modeled.
It's
been
eyeballs.
modeled.
Okay.
So you've got a
eyeballs
model.
with the spherical
We've got a
celestial
model.
sphere.
You know,
Well,
it
our
doesn't.
model has the celestial sphere, and it says this works. Really simple proposition. Ptolemy came up with it before Jesus existed.
If the Earth was a globe.
Yep. He got it wrong in which one was turning, but his system was one of the best for generations and was way ahead of its time. And it's just basically we're on a sphere of pretty much the right radius. It was his system, and we must have two celestial poles. His is the one I'm going with.
So
Well,
why
the
don't we
next
just make up?
explanation is
Why
not
don't we just make
necessarily
up any
true.
radius? Why make up that radius? Like,
Because it works. That's you get that. That's
I
how many
get it,
nautical
man.
miles.
I
nautical miles,
understand,
you just
right?
define it as that how much of a turn you do. And if you do a full turn, you're back to where you started. That's how it just works.
I would assume that size
And
too to make it
no
work.
bending light. If you just do two spheres inside one another and then spin one of the spheres, you get everything you see. You get small pole stars that barely move, and you get Orion's belt spinning around, and they all do it at the same rate. And you can figure out your position. If you know the time on one, you know your position on the other. Great. It's a map and a clock. Wow.
Look, either
It
way,
works without any bending light.
let's just pull this back into perspective. Either way, there is an explanation for southern celestials. Yes, you might not.
There's
Pole.
not an explanation.
Yes, there is. There's a model, but it doesn't mean that we can answer all the questions.
Would be how.
Listen,
all you're
eggshells.
showing is this is what it looks like.
eggshells. Let
That's
me
not an
finish.
explanation. We agree
The
with
point
what it
is,
looks like. The
no,
question
I'm
is why.
going to mute you, mate, because the point is, you made a direct claim that there is absolutely no explanation for what we see in the south. You've been given another explanation, and at the end of the day, we didn't even need to go there, right? Because at the end of the day, we can't, just because we can't explain what is up in the stars and what could be causing refraction of light, doesn't mean that you haven't got an explanation where that basically has proven to you that this could work on a flat earth. So let's just put it to bed and all agree that although we don't know what's bending the light, we do have a model, and this could work on a flat earth. So let's get back to let's get
You're
back
saying
to
it could.
the
We don't
shape
know
of the
how.
earth.
We don't know how it could work.
It doesn't matter.
That's the point.
Mate. That's loopy. You've just denied me the right to speak and make my case anymore. Clearly,
No,
the
you're talking
question
through
is,
me.
because here's what that spherical atmospheric dome is doing. It is just conceding we see the stars as if they are pole stars dependent upon latitude. But if we do a coordinate transform,
eggshells, you don't have pole stars. Where's the southern celestial pole star?
well, Sigma Octantis is about to close to our Polaris
No,
sphere.
it's not a. But it's not. But it's not a pole. But it's not a pole star according to you. You said we have southern celestial or northern pole stars. We don't have pole stars, do we?
Yeah, it's Sigma Octantis, like roughly a pole star.
No, it's not roughly. Why do you have to caveat with saying roughly? Why can't you just say
Polaris
it is?
is also roughly pole star.
Yeah, I know. It's not. It also
Okay, so
wobbles.
they're both
But
roughly
listen,
pole stars.
well, we're not talking
they're
about
at the
roughly.
pole and
You're
they don't
actually
move
making
much.
it. You're actually making it sound like it's at a certain central point, and it's not.
It is.
On top of that,
everything else circles around
the
it.
celestial,
It
right?
moves
The
the least.
celestial sphere. Yeah, eggshells. The celestial sphere is not a globe model. Okay, it's
Yes, it
just
is.
mapping out the sky. No, it's not. It's mapping out
Yes,
the
it is.
sky.
It's two concentric spheres. 100% it is.
It's-
You've got right
No,
ascension and
it's not.
declination, which is the
Okay,
same
what's
thing
the
as Latin
radius?
long.
What's the radius? What's the radius of the celestial sphere?
Arbitrary size. You can call it infinite if you want. Some people do. Some people say arbitrary size.
Okay, so
just
if you
generally
have,
don't
if
put
you
a
have-
finite number on it. Is the
right?
thing.
If you
It's not
don't,
of a
if you
certain
can't put
distance.
if you can't put a finite number on it, then how is it a sphere?
Because it's equidistant from a single point. It's all of its infinity from this
Well,
point.
you're not.
Definitionally,
Yeah,
that is
but
a sphere.
you're
I don't know
not
if you know
getting
how
any
spheres
value.
work.
You're not getting any. You're not getting
Geometry.
You're not getting a numeric value from a celestial sphere that you don't know a radius to. So how do you know that it
I'll call
encumbers
it arbitrary if you want. I don't care
Right.
how you decide to construct it.
It doesn't matter.
The question
It doesn't
is,
matter,
does it
right?
work?
But how do you know that it encumbers another sphere? So you made an
just how
assumption
it
when you were
works. It's just
talking.
this
No, it's
system.
just not how it works. That's a pragmatic fallacy. You can't say that's how it works. That
No, it's
you
how
need
it's
to at
described. It's
least
defined that way.
well, you need to first show how the sphere of the celestial sphere is actually also having one other sphere inside of that one. You
Well, I
can't
need to
prove that.
forcibly teach you it? No, it's just facts. Find
No,
out these
not
facts. I'm not going to
forcibly.
forcibly teach you
That's
them
not, it's
against
not
your
a
will.
fact. It's not a fact. This is your assumption.
No, it
You're
is.
basing your assumption, right? That's what
Okay,
I'm
is the
talking about. Let's get
declination
to
of a star
the base to
equal to a
the base
latitude such
to
that you know which stars go overhead
yeah,
because they've got the same declination as your latitude? Yes.
yeah, but that has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe. That has
Yes, it
everything to
does.
do with people. No, it doesn't. That has
Because if the
everything to do
stars are
with
a
people
sphere and you
mapping.
can one-to-one map them to the
Why do you
ground, the
like to
ground's got to be a
interrupt
sphere
people
too.
when they're talking? Why do you like to interrupt though? I don't
I'm
understand
gonna
that.
mod.
So
I'm gonna mod.
what this? Thank you, Big Roots. What this has to do basically is with the celestial sphere. So longitude, latitude have nothing to do with the terrestrial sphere, which is what you're talking about, right? The terrestrial sphere is the globe per se. So we're not talking about that. We're talking about the celestial sphere, which
Yeah,
has
but
an
the
infinite
system is
radius.
one inside the other.
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you talk. Just don't overtalk me when I let you talk.
Well, just chipping in. It's one inside the other. You're fine. Yeah, it's two
No.
concentric spheres.
Yeah, that's great. That's your assumption. But how do you
Yeah.
make an assumption actually the value of your assumption? How can you verify that? I
How
need
do
to
I
know how you
verify the
verified
value
your
of my assumption? I
yeah,
can't
because
quite.
it's not verified. Sorry, go.
How do I verify the value of my assumption to who? Who's valuing
Yeah,
it? I value my assumption. It's mine.
you
To
you do. You and everybody who
Why?
thinks the Earth's a globe. The terrestrial sphere is not validated. So you're just making the
Do
assumption
you
that
want a
it
number?
is.
Is this a question? I cannot comprehend this question. I've obviously missed something.
Well, it's not that you can't comprehend it. It's
The
just that
value
it
of
doesn't.
my.
There's nothing that you could say that would be coherent to attribute a value that you're saying that the terrestrial sphere is equivalent to something that you get from the celestial sphere with longitude and latitude. So
It's like
what
one.
I'm
One is a sort
saying,
of It's like a clock map of one of the other. So a star's declination will be equal to your latitude, such that if you share that latitude with a star, it will go dead overhead once a day, thereabouts, like with bits of other stuff in there. And if you know when you are, you know where you are, because you can look up the stars and get the angles, and you do all of that calculation. All of that is derived from like. You can do it by hand. You can do it a bunch of ways, but the only way to make it work is a sphere within a sphere. And if you're saying we're just making an assumption about that, yeah, but it works. It works when we do it this way. When we try to do it with flat, we end up with bendy lines. Look at those bendy lines.
No. We're not talking about like you're trying to shoehorn some idea of a, I don't know, maybe some model of flat Earth, and we're not even talking about that. So reality itself is what we're basing everything on.
We were talking about the personal
looking at
atmospheric dome. That's how we got
well,
here.
we're not talking. Yeah, we're what we're saying though is how everything
someone would defend
everything.
it.
Yeah, how everything is viewed from our perspective, right? So if I'm viewing something, there is a dome of perspective that can't be negated by anyone because that's how we see. That is clearly understood. That is clearly hold on. That's clearly understood by our perspective. We can see that everything converges to the eye line. Anybody that understands perspective can see that value, right?
Agreed.
You can see that. I can see that. Everyone can. When you're in a hallway, it's demonstrated. The walls and the ceiling and the floor look like they converge to a point. They're not really converging. That's how our vision works. So when we're looking up, let's say you're in an open field and you're looking at the night sky, everything looks like it's a dome around you because everything's converging to your eye line. That's just how your vision works. So looking at the night sky as a dome of perspective, it would then be assumed that you're looking at a kind of a dome around you.
Right,
but what we're seeing is just
I can
based
see
on
that dome working just fine.
But
The challenge,
like,
challenge is why does the dome bend light? Because if something's got to not be where it appears to be, because the stars can't be up for different people. Otherwise, that means the ups aren't all parallel, right? So we have to get the stars to be parallel, but appear like they're not. So they have to be in the wrong position. That's how we got here. You must have just joined after that.
Yeah, I get it. But like,
how?
Well, I get it. What I'm saying, what I'm telling you, is that everybody from whatever perspective or whatever place you're on, right, geographic location, it doesn't matter. because everybody's seeing a different set of night sky, a night sky, like wherever part of the
Exactly.
earth you're from. So everybody's seeing that dome of perspective as far as their vision allows, right? So the horizon is the limitation of everyone's view. Everybody understands this surely, right? And
But I
beyond
don't
that,
understand what you're talking about now. How does this relate to
well,
whether the atmospheric
this,
dome bends light? Does it bend light?
okay,
How?
so we're not. You're talking about something else. I'm not mentioning an atmospheric dome. I'm saying
Well,
the
that's how we
dome
got
of
here. That's the
perspective.
discussion. That's what I've made
No,
the
no,
whole
I
board
know,
about.
but you're actually inserting something I didn't say. I never talked about
Well,
an
that's the
atmospheric
conversation we
dome.
had before you came in. We were on this. I'm making a board.
Right.
We're talking
But
about
that's
what
not
makes
what
the
I'm
dome.
saying. So you're
Right.
that's
It
not what I'm
seems that we're
telling you.
avoiding
So
talking about what could bend light.
eggshells.
That's what it's starting to sound
I
like.
never said atmospheric dome. You just gave me that, like as if I said it. I never said
Okay.
that. I'm
What is
I'm
it?
only talking about a dome of perspective. That's what I'm saying.
Dome perspective. Okay.
It's different. I don't know what somebody else was talking about. I'm only talking about how our vision works. That's it.
Okay. So how does our vision
All
work?
right.
How does this dome of perspective
Well,
work?
it converges everything to the eye line. So that's what I've been trying to tell you. So
Right,
if you're
converges to the eye
saying,
line. Okay.
listen, yeah. So listen. If you're talking about a celestial sphere, that works just fine. Everybody's perspective, dome of perspective, will see that the night sky looks like a dome. It's like basically a dome of stars that would cover you if you're in an open field with no light pollution. So that's how it's viewed by everyone, right?
Sure.
That's just fine. So the celestial
Yeah.
sphere is not only relegated to just the globe Earth. This is
Are those
actually something that
stars?
this is actually something that
if I pointed at
eggshells. This is actually something that everybody can see. So it's not just the value of saying celestial sphere is not only just for globe Earth. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. You're trying to make it sound like globe has locked down the celestial sphere, and no one else can actually say that that's how we see things. But I'm telling
No,
you,
I'm not
everybody
saying
sees this way.
what
Go
needs to
ahead
be
and go.
explained is the question I'm trying to ask. But it's going on for a while. I'm sorry. Which is just simply
Yeah, but you're
I
not
have
listening. Did you hear what I
two
said?
people on Earth.
If you now
If
hold
I
on a
have two
minute.
people
If you're
on
saying
Earth,
wait.
can I ask you a question?
If you're saying
you don't want to answer.
no, because no. I'm going to interrupt you because you just said you're going on and on like you just shut me down, like you're not listening to me. Did you hear anything I said?
Yes, I heard all of it.
What did I
I
say?
wrote it down. I'm taking
Well, I know,
notes.
but I
We've
need
got a
to
dome
know
of
if you're
perspective. It
listening.
converges to the eye line, and the stars look like a dome. And the globers don't get to claim the only one who's got the celestial dome.
Okay, thank you. Go, please proceed.
Okay, can I speak now, please?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure I'm not
asking
wasting my
really
breath.
simple question, super simple question. Two people, whether they be standing next to one another or hundreds of kilometers apart, if they're pointing at a star, is something that they're pointing at, I don't need to care whether it's a burning ball of whatever, I don't care about that. Are they pointing at a thing, an object, and are they pointing at the same object? And are they pointing correctly where the object is? So two people are looking at the Southern Cross, right? The southern tip of the Southern Cross. I think that one's called Acrux. Two humans on Earth are pointing at Acrux. Are they pointing in the same direction at something? Are one of them pointing in the wrong direction? Are they pointing at something that is where it appears to be for both people?
Are you done, or you still need more to
It's
that?
the same question like 5 times, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why, but all right. So if somebody's pointing at something, it would not, like you're saying object. It's still not known what they're pointing at as far as like physical or metaphysical. So you can't actually say I'm pointing at an object. It's not concrete.
Okay, fine.
Because nothing.
Object, are they pointing at the same thing?
I know. Well, hold on. I know. I'm just gonna. The reason why I'm doing this, it might be a bit pedantic, but the reason I'm actually doing this is so that people don't get confused by what I'm going to say. So it has to be laid out in a way that I'm kind of thorough about it, right? So when people are pointing at something in the night sky, it doesn't matter what, star or like you guys, wandering star or planet. We don't say that the thing that we're pointing at is something concrete and we know that it's there as an object, but it is something, right, that we're looking at. So with that being said, we can say that we're pointing to a star, but let's say person A is in Australia, person B is in, I don't know, Italy or something. We can't say that the people are going to be pointing at different angles. Let's say are going to be introduced because of where they're standing. Some person might not see it, like let's say in Iceland or something. So we're not saying that the two people that are pointing to, let's say, a specific star, like Sigma Octantis, and they're in different locations, are going to be pointing in the same direction because of the
Okay.
fact that they're going to be in different locations. Automatically,
So
that's going to
whatever
put
thing
everybody.
then is emitting
Yeah.
the light, and where they're pointing their fingers, there is a disconnect. There is something is wrong between them, right? It is
Well,
possible.
obviously.
Right. Okay. Great. So that's the bit I'm asking about. So that I'm calling that
Yeah.
Ben's light, but you don't have to call it that. What makes this thing that we won't call an object? What makes it be not where somebody's pointing? How does that happen?
Well, we have the medium of that's in between us and the thing that we're looking at. So we're gonna have a distortion of light. So for sure, light, the way it travels through the medium of air, is gonna cause a bit of disturbance depending on the temperature. Like whatever it is, it could be hot, it could be cold in between where you're standing and from where the thing is. So we don't know all the variables in between. However, we can see
don't know all of
the
that.
stars act differently in the different temperatures, right? Like when it's really cold out, you see the stars twinkling versus the night where it's not as, some stars won't twinkle like as much. But then you can see different phenomena take place, like everything that's hitting the horizon will look like it's enlarged, right? It'll have a bit of something like, and the coloration of it will be.
Blooms out.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, so like everything that hits the horizon, it doesn't matter if it's a star or not, things enlarge when they actually get towards the horizon. So we start seeing a type of phenomena that takes place due to the fact that we're looking through the thickest part of our, and colloquially I'll say this, the thickest part of our atmosphere.
Do you ever see it
So
do
when
anything
we-
like what we're looking for? Do you ever see the air do something like what we're looking for, which is essentially the main question I'm asking is about the South Pole, right? The South Pole star, that's
Yeah.
where we started. Would you ever see air or that disturbance of the medium that it's traveling through that we could say, well, here's an example of it looking a bit like that?
What do you mean, like the enlarged and the coloration change and all that stuff?
Yeah, well, I'm still.
An
I guess I'm
example?
still curious
Yeah.
about the mechanism. If we're saying it could be the air in between, to me, the only thing I can really think of that would do something in terms of make something appear in the wrong position is it could be funny temperature.
Oh,
To me, then we're having to
there's
move
a lot of
the stars very far. Right, that's
I mean that's
Walter Bislin's
no,
model
like-
to make this work. His stars are bent all the way around on themselves.
No, I don't know about that. I don't know. Walter Bislin introduced a lot of different things. I want to really talk about how we're seeing things, right? And so, if people are being honest, like all of us, we shouldn't have anything to be not honest about this, right? Because it has nothing to do with like proving the shape. But what we're seeing in the night sky has to do a lot with temperature. It does, because if we're changing temperature, like when it's a real hot day, just for example, right? We're looking at the sun. We get the atmospheric distortion happening, and then the sun looks like it's enlarged, or it might look like on drier climates, like it's in a tiny pinprick as it moves across the sky. So there's a lot of different type of things that we can see the sun looking like depending on the temperature. It changes, right? Like
Okay,
so with those
if
fluctuations.
If we're going to go with the idea of it being temperature, have we ever seen the temperature successfully adjust how the South Celestial Pole looks? If we're saying these effects are one of the times we see them happening most is when it's temperature, do we ever see like, wow, the Southern Cross looks weird because of temperature, or I guess anything with stars or light or stuff like that? Because I'm trying to get this idea of like, how do the stars circle a point in the sky? And something about this bending and this temperature needs to conspire to make it look like we've got a South Pole.
Well, it's not that nothing's conspiring. Obviously, we see the star rotations. However, there's I would say a bit of a something that you nobody can make an assumption on this. If you wanted to make a concentric circle, you'd have to actually view the thing actually do its entire path, which would be as a
Why?
circle, and nobody's ever witnessed that, because there's a lot of assumptions that are being made, like to assume that the star is actually going to make a full rotation all the way back around where it first
Hang on.
started.
What are
You
you
know what I
saying? So
mean?
the stars are always
Oh.
doing a section of a perfect circle that equates to 15 degrees per hour, 1 revolution every 24 hours. You can see them and you can travel across the Earth, and I could see them an hour before somebody else who saw them an hour before me,
Yeah.
who saw an hour before them, who saw an
Yeah.
hour before them. Different people seeing it. Is your argument really going to be that that when we're not looking at them, the stars aren't continuing the perfect circle we always see them doing when we
No,
can see
I
them?
think you're.
That's
Yeah, I think you've
special
basically.
pleading.
No. I think no. Well, here's what you don't realize, right? If you actually look at people that are cosmologists, people that study this, that you right now maybe don't have information on,
Right.
you can notice that there are certain time clocks, right? Like I think there's 100-year time clock, and then it expands out to a bigger clock, but a couple thousand years and so on. But that there has been shifts and anomalies that take place within the heavens, that where things aren't where they were before. Like, so what I'm telling you is that you're trying to make it seem like everything is perfectly in and of itself going in a cyclical pattern that comes back where it first started. But I'm telling you that even the cosmologists would agree with me, because they're the ones that notice that people that have been staring at the night sky, that stuff appears to be like it's coming back to its normal, where it was, but it doesn't really. It's still, there's variances, right? Because there's certain
Variances like what? I'm not following this at all, really.
They're not there. So I don't know if you have Stellarium or not, but if you
Yeah.
go back, like however you can actually go back in time with that and see everything.
Sure.
There, the rotation of the stars are on different time frames. Like I said, there's 100 years, and you go big up to like 1,000 years, and so like as you get bigger and bigger, there's like an overall clock that actually comes back. And I don't know if it's like, I'm gonna get this wrong, but it's like 28,000 years or something. Like afterwards, it's like that whole entire system comes back to its original state. So
I think I know
it
what you're
has
talking
like
about, yeah.
yeah.
It's like the
So this
idea
is
is
not-
the idea is we're meant to be turning on our axis once every 26 or something thousand years.
Yeah,
And,
there you go.
And part of like one of the bits of evidence for this that's put forward is that Ptolemy, when he made Almagest, he's this famous guy that was the geocentrist that came up with like
Yep.
a pretty good crack at the radius and the star celestial, like created pretty much what we use as celestial sphere today, and something quite close to Latin long for Earth. And I've lost it.
No. Listen, this is not something that we should dispute. Like, I don't think it should be something, like, because of the fact that all this is mapping out the night sky. And so whether or not you think the Earth is a globe or you're looking at a flat stationary plane, all people are doing are looking up and mapping out where these pattern of the stars or the movements and all that, and so where they end up.
This is where.
But what I'm
saying,
hold on. What I'm saying.
Let's focus on this bit then together, and that is, it sounds like you're saying we don't know where the stars are when we can't see them. I think that's what we could.
No. I didn't say that. I didn't
know where the stars are.
No. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. What I said is the rotations are not perfect. No, wrong again. I think you're trying to paint me in a light that I'm not, never said. So what I am saying though is when the stars are making their circular paths, right, and they're returning back to, let's say, the location where you think they ended up at, there is a small variance of it not returning back to its original state because of the fact that it's in a bigger clock. Do you understand?
Okay. I think I get it. So after it does this 26,000 year loop, it's not perfect. It doesn't match up perfectly. Yeah, that kind of makes sense to me. Like if they describe it as spinning top precession, then it's kind of wibbly wobbly, and it's never Yeah,
It's never. It's yeah. You get it.
repeats on
You get it.
itself.
You get it. You get it. Yeah, and this is the truth because it has nothing to do, like I said, with shape. Has everything to deal with what people see with the cyclical pattern or the the stars and the sun, moon, and everything. Like the heavens they're a great mystery, but what we can know is our observations of them, and we can. It's that time
So let's
clock.
look at those
is how we base-
observations then. Do you think that that there are stars that are pretty much antipodal to one another, like completely opposite direct line diameter through the ball, roughly?
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but that denotes shape. That invokes shape. That invokes a lot of look. When you talk about models, a scientific model will come to mind. But you're going to have
the
to
celestial
actually.
sphere. Yes, I'm aware that it's based on a sphere.
Yeah, no,
that's
but
why they call it
celestial
that. I'm
sphere-
saying, do you think within
Right.
that model, because you're agreeing with celestial sphere, are you not?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
There's
so
nothing
let's
wrong
just,
with it.
Like, right. So the celestial sphere defines it such that you know a star will be opposite another star. Do you agree with that?
Well, and when you say opposite, you're actually thinking of it
How the
being
celestial
on the
sphere
other
works.
side of a terrestrial sphere. You know what I mean?
No,
Like,
no,
let's say,
no. I'm
yeah,
ignoring the
antipodal-
surface we're standing on.
all right, fine. If we're ignoring the surface we're standing on, then we don't know. As far as like, well, we can tell where that star would be in relation to one another geographically. I think we know where we're at in relation to continents, right? There's this idea that people, and this is a big debate.
What?
Hold on, I'm
What are
gonna
you
lay
saying?
something
I don't
out for
get-
you, right? Just
The
relax.
question is, do we
Well,
know
they
where
stop-
all the stars are?
Yeah, wait a minute. From every location on Earth, you can map the night sky. But when it comes to you saying, okay, from where I'm at, because I know where these stars are, then I know in relation to where I'm at, the other continent is over here, right? Do you get it? But what's
Right.
happening is
Bring
that
us
there's
back to the. Do we know where
You
the
don't get
stars are?
yes, we know where they're at.
Okay,
We know where they're at
great.
because
so
geographically
we know that
they've
there are
been-
some stars.
been
then.
mapped
The
out.
celestial sphere describes it such that there are some stars that are pretty much antipodal to one another, like two different, star signs that people had if they were born 6 months apart. You can bet that those two star signs are roughly close to lined up opposite one another, even on the wrong months. Interestingly, but anyway, right?
Yeah, but
We know
you're
this is the
you're
case.
working. Yeah, you're working off this idea. Antipodal it invokes something, and when you say that,
but
you
it's a
can say,
celestial
"I know
sphere. It
that."
invokes the sphere, but
pattern-
we're on a
yeah.
sphere because the model is a
Yeah,
sphere.
yeah. But the pattern is what we're worried about, right? So if you're talking about the pattern
we're trying
of
to
the
just use a
cyclic-
model
listen,
that is a sphere, so antipodal
Things
makes
that
sense
are-
on a sphere.
things that are cyclical in nature they have repeating patterns, right? So it's going to
So?
happen that whatever you say is the star that you're seeing, you're going to see it again, in a different location, whatever.
That's not
Antipodal
even what I'm
denotes something
discussing.
from.
That's not even what I'm talking about. You're just talking about something else now. I'm just saying, frozen in time, an individual moment, I know where all the stars are. Right? That's I don't know. I can show you Stellarium right now. They're all fitted in that one. I
Yeah.
can find you every star's right at ascension and declination that will put it inside a sphere,
Sure.
such that we know exactly where it is on the sphere. And the answer was clearly right from the beginning. Yes, we know what stars are directly opposed to one another.
Yeah, but
The
because
problem
of the
is
fact
you
that
knew
listen, this is the
because you're
reason.
smart.
this
You're
is the
a very
reason
smart
why-
chap, Alpha, and you knew
Yeah,
what was
yeah,
coming
this is
next.
the reason
and you're
why.
trying to
This
stop
is
this
the
from
reason
happening.
why I'm telling you, dude. You
This
just
is what
relax.
you're trying
There's
to
a
stop
reason why I'm
happening.
telling you. No, because you're invoking sphere as in an actual sphere. What I told you from the beginning. What I told you from the beginning is that when
not
we view the
invoking
night
anything.
sky, it's a dude. Relax. You can relax for a little bit, right? You can do that. So when you look at the night sky, it looks like a dome of perspective. Everybody can see that from whatever location you're looking at. So if you're in Mexico, if you're in like Canada, it doesn't matter, because wherever the person is standing, their vision is seeing the night sky as a dome. But what happens is it's perspective. It's not actually a sphere that they're. It looks like half a sphere because they see the night sky. However, it is not an actual sphere because
Right, so the
there's no
celestial
shape.
sphere-
Hold on a minute. Wait 1 second.
Oh my god!
Because there's no way that somebody can tell you the radius of this sphere. So when you say antipodal to the celestial sphere, it denotes an actual sphere. But what we're seeing is a dome, a perspective, which makes it look like we're looking at half a dome, half a sphere, excuse me. But it's not actually that, because our perspective works such that when we look at something, everything's converging to the eye line. So it looks that way. However, is it that way or not? That's the question that
Sure, I'm
you're
trying
not
to answer,
asking.
but I just keep getting muted.
Yeah, but I didn't mute you. But here's the thing, though. If you are
Can I
realizing the veracity,
do it, or you're just
you
going to
just
mute
see
and
the
then keep
veracity
doing
of
this
what
again?
I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
You need to
saying
see what I'm saying.
it invokes a sphere because we see the sky as a dome that terminates at the horizon. I think that
Yeah.
you have an observer's grid of vision. I can turn them both on. Why don't we do that? I'll pop open Stellarium, and I'll show exactly what you're talking
That's fine.
about. What you're talking about is this grid, which is your azimuthal grid, right? Your grid of vision, and this grid, which is the celestial sphere, right? Equatorial grid, azimuthal grid. So this azimuthal grid is just going, here's what's dead overhead. Here's my GP, and here's the stars going past my GP. So that star is going to have some pretty much 33 degrees declination. There we go. Bang, 33 degrees. Why do I know that? Because it went right past my azimuth, and I'm at 33 degrees south. Right?
All right.
So if we're invoking a dome, you absolutely can have a dome that is azimuth is there, bang overhead is there, and then it goes down to the horizon. I'm not talking about that dome. You're getting the two domes confused. So if I turn off the azimuthal grid, we're left only with the one I am talking about. This one is, what's that? Southern Cross. This cross points at that central point, right? So if you line it up nicely and you get that central point, that's my latitude. And that should be 33 degrees in the sky, right? Its elevation right now should be bang on 33 degrees. Okay.
So what are you?
I mean, or BQ octantis.
Yeah, that's
so
fine.
The question is, the celestial sphere. Yes, we do know where stars are that we can't see because they are written into this grid system that is made with circles, right? Of same as latitude and longitude. I'm not talking about the surface of the Earth. I'm just saying in that sphere, are there stars like Canopus that are directly opposite other stars like Vega?
All right.
Does that happen?
All right, but you're misrepresenting what I'm telling you right now. You keep trying to say.
No question.
Yeah, listen. What I told you about the celestial sphere, it has to do with perspective. Number one, perspective is how vision works. So when you say, well, it's a dome, it's a sphere actually, because it works like a sphere, right? That's what you're telling me. It works like a sphere, so I can know that antipodal from this location. Yeah, I know that. But what I'm telling you is that when somebody's standing outside in whatever geographic location you're at, you see a dome of perspective. What you don't see is a sphere. So when everybody, wherever you are on a flat plane, like think about it like this. Everybody who's looking outside at night, right? No matter where you are geographically, and it's a flat plane, you see a dome of perspective. If the guy sees a dome of perspective on Canada, the guy over here in Mexico is seeing a dome of perspective in Chile. It doesn't matter where you're at. To an observer, it looks like a dome. And furthermore, you could map it out like if it was a giant ball, like a sphere. But that doesn't mean it is one. Do you understand? It doesn't mean it's one.
I'm just saying that you saying this does work on a flat is just like, it doesn't. You haven't even fully understood the difference that I'm pointing out between the azimuthal.
It does because I told you that everything that you see in the night sky is a dome of perspective, and it converges.
Are stars opposed to one another in the celestial sphere? Like, do you agree with the celestial sphere that we can map the stars?
The celestial sphere.
Sphere?
So here's the thing. In the celestial sphere, like as you say, it's represented like a sphere, right? Like a ball that's around. Like let's wherever you are. So it's going to be around you
in the middle of its. The 0 point in the middle of the sphere. Everything is equidistant from you.
Exactly. You are the center, right? Everywhere you are the center of it, right?
Yep. Yeah.
So you agree with me that way. That is the same thing that I would say.
The center or the center is the core of the Earth. It doesn't really matter. It becomes meaningless.
No. But I would just use it.
Just let me clarify. Just use it. if the distance away from you is infinite, then whether you're on the surface of the sphere or at the core, it is irrelevant. The number turns out to be the same anyway because it's like a triangle with an infinite side. It just makes the angle 0.
Yeah, I get it, but like that's
Right.
not the okay. So whatever. But
So
what
it
I'm
doesn't
saying is
matter.
wherever the person is, the observer, right? Wherever the observer is, they have like this idea that the dome. Basically, what I'm saying is kind of opposite to say that the celestial sphere. But what I'm saying is that what the observer sees is a dome of perspective because that's all. Listen, it's a flat plane, right? So if you're gonna say that somebody's seeing something that's coming up from the horizon, it's not coming arcing over them, as in they don't know if it's arcing over
So
them
what's doing
actually
that?
because our. Hold on a second, because the way I don't like when you interrupt me, eggshells. It's not. I don't think it's conducive to me actually telling you because you interrupt. So when a person is seen from the horizon, the star moving across the sky, it appears as if it's going up in their vision, over their head, and then back down again, right? In their vision. But perspective, as we know it, converges to the eye line. So that means that if we're seeing something at a distance, coming from the horizon, moving across our head and back over, like from east to west, per se, then we're going to see it like as if it's going in an arc. Is it really an arc? That's the question that you're not understanding. You don't
It
know
is.
that
Yes, it's in a
because
circle.
okay, so fine. You want to say it's a circle, but what I'm telling you is
I can
because of
measure
the way.
circle. I can tell
Because
you the
hold
size of
on,
the
dude. You
circle.
see, I don't think you'd like to just keep going though. What I'm trying to tell you, eggshells, is that when you see things moving from east to west, you're automatically thinking it's an arc, right? With no questions asked, you're already saying it's a celestial sphere, it's a ball. But what we're saying, flat Earth observers are looking at the night sky, see a dome of perspective. They understand it's a dome of perspective, and so everything that's converging to their eye line is moving away from them. And as it comes close to them, it looks like it's going up and over their head. It's very simple. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You don't need a ball for this. That's just the way our vision works. You're trying to turn it into a ball. And what I'm telling you is the celestial sphere is just a model. It's not reality. Reality is a dome of perspective because that's how our vision works. This is about the 5th time I said this. Hopefully you do understand. Stop turning it into a ball, even though it says celestial sphere. It's just a model, and it's supposed to work a specific way.
Does it
And that's
work?
all it does. It obviously because it goes to the person's wherever the person is geographically. It makes the person the center of that ball, that
Sure.
sphere.
And
However, like I
being the
said
center
before,
of that sphere, can I look in
yeah,
any direction?
like I said before,
Yep.
it doesn't mean it's a sphere though. It's just a model because we see a dome of perspective. So
Sure,
how
it's not.
can you?
I'm not
How
suggesting
can
there
you
is a real celestial sphere. I'm agreeing
Right.
with you,
Neither
right?
am I. Like that's not what I'm saying either.
It's
But
not a
it's just
physical thing that exists in reality. It is a conceptual thing that drawn around you. You can use that
Yes.
conception to map
That's correct.
where
That's
the
correct.
stars are, and where the stars are. Some of them are in that sphere that you're in the center of, under your feet.
Yeah. That's it.
So the system, what
It's
we're
just
agreeing so far is
yeah.
celestial
Yeah,
sphere
yeah.
works. It says that stars are under your feet, and then you reach the
Well,
conclusion,
no.
but they're not.
No.
Okay.
Listen.
Lead me there.
I
Show
think
me how you got there.
that's. Listen. I think that's where you're getting it incorrect. I'm not saying that the stars are under your feet. The model, however, would depict it that way.
The
So,
model
like
that
you
works,
said,
yeah.
but you agreed that it's not reality. We're both agreeing on that.
Yeah, we both agreed on that.
Right. So
This
therefore,
conception of
invoking that it
reality makes
right. So therefore,
when we can test the predictions, it does tell us where the stars are, and it also tells
So
us the
does-
stars are under our
dude.
feet, and we can't disprove
yeah,
that.
but so does a dome of perspective. It does the same thing. Doesn't
Dome of
anything.
perspective
It's not
says that
anything
stars are
different.
under my feet.
No, it says that you can make the predictions that you make. Exact same predictions of
No,
a
it doesn't.
cyclical nature.
It's just
Yes, it
avoiding
does.
making any predictions. You haven't made
No.
any predictions with the
Yes,
dome
it
of
does.
perspective.
Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Let me tell you why. Because
So where's the sun? Where is it when I
hold
can't
on
see
a
it?
minute. Here's what I'm gonna do, man. Because you don't stop. You need this. You actually do need to be muted, man. I don't know why. You don't know how to stop. So when people are looking at the night sky and see a dome of perspective, they've been doing that prior to this celestial sphere's existence. So before the modeling of the celestial sphere came about, people were already mapping out the night sky, and they were doing it accurately. So if that is the case, that means that prior to the celestial sphere's existence, people already understood that stars have a cyclical nature, and they would come back and repeat. So they didn't need a celestial sphere ball model that would put stuff under your feet, because all they needed to know is that when they observed the night sky, the same star would be in the same place, or wherever, we're talking about. Like, it doesn't matter what it is, but stuff had cyclical nature to it, so the night sky was able to be mapped that way, and there was no need for a celestial sphere at that time. So you understand now that you don't need a ball. This is what I've been trying to tell you, but you keep interrupting and inserting that you're invoking a ball. Well, it works, so there you go. No, it doesn't. No, there you go, nothing. Because before the celestial sphere's existence, they still had people looking at the night sky and making predictions from the postdictions of the cyclical nature of the heavens. So you're not understanding that point, and it's very, very important. You obfuscate to a ball because that's what you want it to be. And so because of the celestial sphere, you invoke a terrestrial one, and you want to end it there, and it's not going to happen. So you can't have your celestial sphere ball, because you understand it's also a concept. It's not reality. We both agreed on that. And this is where we are. And I'm explaining to you, yeah, it does work, but it doesn't denote reality. Because prior to its existence, they were already using just the cyclical nature of the heavens. And that's it. I'm gonna go and let you go because I already have to leave anyway. So
Who was doing it? You're saying people were doing it with before
the celestial sphere's existence. Yes.
Yeah, because Ptolemy is the one I knew of that first came up with it. Well, who was making good predictions pre-Ptolemy? Because wasn't Ptolemy like before Jesus? When was Ptolemy around?
Yeah, but you're not looking farther back in time. I think this is as far back as you go.
A good example
with your idea
of doing it well. Then
just listen. I can talk about it. I really am running out of time. But what I will tell you, I'm going to leave you with like some knowledge, whether you look into it or not.
Not going to leave me with evidence.
Yeah. So the thing is, though, you don't look into things, eggshells, because you like to hold on to your belief that the Earth is a globe. So Ptolemy's is good enough as it gets for you. But the rest of the people who actually want to know,
looked into any names you remember, because you have looked into them, right?
Yeah. So I'm just going to let you make assumptions because that's what you like doing anyway.
Yeah, I don't think you can name anybody.
And with what people say.
Ptolemy came up with a pretty good system for the celestial sphere.
Yeah.
It had a pole
Yeah,
star,
you go on.
It had stars that are directly opposed to one another, and I don't know why you can't admit that.
Well, what about the astrolabe?
Listen, I was gonna.
Many of them work on the same principle.
Hold on, he doesn't know how to stop. So hold on, Big Roots. I had to mute him. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I was gonna tell him that, Big Root. And also you can get into the sorrow cycle. There's a lot of things that were thousands, if not, what is it, 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. We can talk about the Babylonians, like ancient civilizations knew this before Ptolemy and all this, and he wants to just talk about, well, he's before Jesus. Like, dude, he doesn't. That's all he's clinging to because he wants to hold on to the idea that the Earth is a globe. So what he's doing is invoking celestial sphere so he can invoke his terrestrial sphere. He wants to make a pathway for it. I'm not letting him, and it's frustrating him. So he wants to make his claim. But you, as well as everybody in here, can go to Google and just type in, how long have people been mapping out the cyclical nature of the heavens? You're going to find out for yourself. I don't have to tell you this. And so, Big Roots, you already know this, right? Everybody, look, man, this isn't secret information. People have been looking at the night sky since as long as people have been alive. So what's the big hoopla here? Ptolemy's not the end all. Like, my goodness. Anyway. He didn't want to hear the rest
I think
of it.
he's left anyway.
Yeah, he got butthurt though, Big Roots. And I think the rest of it is, most of it is just because he wants to make a pathway with the celestial sphere into the terrestrial sphere, and then call it a day. It doesn't work that way, dude. You just can't run around making assumptions and saying, "Voila, the Earth is a globe." Like, that's silly.
Yeah. I'm glad you came in, to be honest. I was
Mm.
trying to say what couldn't do it as articulately as you did. But it
Yeah.
showed me that it didn't matter even if I did. He was never going to accept it. You know, he just wants to obsess that it's a complete sphere, so that must insinuate the globe, you know, and that's his approach.
Yeah, well, he's always trying to look for the next gimmick, the next thing. I've known Eggshells as long as he's been trying to do this. He loves to debate. He just wants to get into, like, he gets stuck in the muck and mire of like trying to get us, you know, all tangled up in what we're doing. And he's trying to get this little gotchas. Like, he wanted me to say antipodal so that we can say, oh well, it works, so therefore the Earth is a globe. Like, it doesn't. Listen, everybody who's prior to the celestial sphere's existence, like, as you know, astrolabes have been around way no longer than that, and people have been looking at the night sky as long as people have been, you know, on Earth recording history. So we know that prior to the celestial sphere's existence, there have been ancient civilizations who have recorded history of the cyclical nature of the heavens. So that's not a newsflash to anyone. It's just people want to be biased for the globe, so they want to construct their little arguments and make it sound like, well, it's only a globe because of Ptolemy. He was before Jesus. You know that, right? Like, dude, relax, man. Everybody knows that ancient civilizations.
I think it's just clearly stated that it's just objectively a globe because of the nature of the stars, undemonstrable on a flat surface.
No, that's wrong. And then you've been banned, dude. I don't know why you're even back. You need to stay gone, man. You're like a fucking. Are you
just afraid of the ass smacking I'm about to give you on this topic?
You're not gonna give no ass kicking, dude. You spin everybody's wheels to no end.
I'm gonna bend you over and I'm gonna spank your little tushy. It's gonna be all red and you won't be able to sit down.
I think that's enough of that guy. That we don't need that kind of energy.
Big Root, you know that Heretic spanked him ceaselessly. Like, it was disgusting. I would say go back to like about maybe, maybe it was 8 or 9 hours ago. I was listening to him. He got destroyed. Heretic just ran through him like 4 or 5 times, and it was crazy because he was grandstanding, and Heretic just whooped him like over and over again. Yeah, he didn't know.
That's the problem.
He was going on about Coriolis, and he didn't know. He didn't know dick about Coriolis, which was crazy because, you know, he sounds like he's some type of pseudo intellect, you know, and he's fucking, the guy he's just off his rocker, man. He's just trying to one up flat Earth, and he can't get a win, man. He's trying to get a W, but he's always getting fucking L's, dude.
I was going to say, there's quite a few people in here who had their asses handed to them, so now they're trying to find the lower level people or the less, less used to debating people, and they want to come with the same arguments that they got destroyed on yesterday. It's a bit psychotic. It's a bit crazy, really.
No, but he's really upset, dude. He needs a win. He needs to come. He can't take me. He can't take you. He can't take Heretic. So he's preying on the guys who have just come in flat Earth, and he wants to do that. He's on a power trip. That guy, man. I don't know. It's funny, but he fails to remember that we're the number one room here in politics. So I guess we got to remind him.
Exactly. We can't do the same thing every day. There's a whole queue of people that want to get in here and have a chat.
Yeah, man. I mean, we got new fresh faces every day. Just keep holding it down, Big Root. I gotta run. I gotta go to the store.
All right,
but I got tangled up with this. Yeah, you guys have a good day. I'm gonna talk to you. I'm gonna be on here, but I'm not gonna be talking. So.
All right, have a good one, mate.
You know, Big Roots, you're like an example of someone who'll tell me all day and all night about how intelligent they are, about how you destroy people in debates.
All right, that's the end of that. So, do we have any Globers that would like to discuss the shape of the Earth?
That was funny.
No, see, Jackal's problem is every time we've had a debate, I've literally had to put him right on several points. So then what he does is he then goes on to try and attack me personally. Well, you're not educated enough, and I bet you learnt this from a YouTube video, and I bet you don't know this. And then I go and explain the point in more detail. Then he gets butthurt and decides to attack me as a person. And that's what not. This is not about. If he had any arguments, he wouldn't give a shit about my personality, and he would defeat me with arguments. And it's not about me. I don't think I'm smart. I just know you don't have anything on this subject, Jackal. So if you want to try that again, you can, but lay off the personal jibes, mate, because I will just kick you today.
Oh dear.
Yep, you're on your last warning, Jackal.
He's like, I'll just stay on mute. He knows he'll strike himself out. Any Globers?
Yeah, I'd like to know how you know the Earth is flat, please.
Any Globers? Because we know that you're a flat earther. You just like to hang around and play a baller, a Glober.
I want to watch Bacon debate celestial navigation.
Oh God! And hear him say everything
Oh,
opposite
he's
of what
asking.
reality is. Hey, what's up, Bacon?
He's asking for Globers. I'm a flat earther now.
See, there you go. He
That
learned.
wasn't my. I mean, I still don't think celestial navigation supports my belief of flat Earth, and we can debate that, but I'm not debating as a Glober. Debating as a flat earther that recognizes celestial navigation is not on my side.
Stop trolling. Don't pretend to be a flat earther if you're not Bacon. We know who you are.
I wasn't.
let him be
I know you know me as a Glober because so far I've been a Glober, but the arguments here have been so convincing that
Bacon-
now I'm a flat earther.
Bacon, don't LARP, man. Just be real. That's like, come on. You're a cool dude. Don't
Let him
don't.
still, man.
Yeah, I mean, if that's one thing, you'd be honest about it. Be like, hey, I'm playing. I just want to play the role. You know, I'm going to do this, but you know, like actually say
I
like.
think that would go without saying.
Well,
which is why we just laughed at you.
Yeah, I suppose. Okay.
No,
The
but seriously,
second
like
he said,
even if I was to become a flat earther, like today, I wouldn't say celestial navigation supports it. Actually, I would say otherwise, given what I've learned so far and what I've tested so far. And that's the thing I would like you guys to like try to do the same. Put these things to the test, because you're under a mistake. Like even if the Earth is flat, every time you say celestial navigation supports it or try to argue that it's flat because of celestial navigation, you're making a mistake, and you won't see that until you try it, until you actually put your hands on it and see how it actually works, not just debate
Bacon,
diagrams and citations.
Nobody on the flat Earth side says celestial navigation proves a flat Earth. Everybody on the flat Earth says looking at the stars doesn't prove the shape of the ground.
Oh no, that's not true. I heard that from many people that celestial navigation only works on flat Earth or X, Y, and Z. You need the circles of equality to be in the same plane. Earth has to be a plane for that.
Yeah, you've probably been talking to Shane. You've probably been talking to Shane or someone.
Not really. Here, I hear this stuff here on this VC.
Well, do you know that you can do celestial navigation in the planetarium?
You can do celestial navigation on flat Earth. What's the problem?
Say that again?
Yeah, you can do celestial navigation on flat Earth.
Can you
You're
elaborate
trying
a
to
little
say
bit
it doesn't work on flat Earth.
Yeah, can you show? How about this? Can you show
No,
the flat Earth you're talking about? Maybe that's the
somehow
problem.
it does.
Your flat Earth is just not workable. You got some sort of pizza model or like a
No,
third disc from.
That's some argument. My
Okay,
argument is not-
how about what is your flat Earth? What does it look like?
I don't have a flat Earth.
Oh, I thought you were just doing it.
oh, he pulled the flat Earth card already.
Yeah,
he pulled
dude,
it out.
that's all it took.
I'm not saying I'm not a flat earther. I just don't have a flat
He
Earth
tapped
model.
out in 2 minutes, bro. Come on.
Wait, no. I'm still a flat earther here. I just don't have a
Okay,
model. I
what-
thought you guys knew that.
People have
model then?
models. Okay, people have models, but they don't use it to represent the Earth. That's called a reification.
All right, Bacon. Let's switch. Okay, I'll be a Glober. You be a flat earther. Can I see your model, Bacon?
Well,
So
I
first thing
don't
you
have one.
guys
That's the issue. But
No
my
map,
argument is
no
not.
model, no map, no flat Earth. You're like, dude, those are both reifications. Okay,
Well,
like
let
what the
me
fuck are you talking about?
My argument is not that I've tested slash navigation this specific map and it didn't work. Therefore, I'm going to throw off any possible flat Earth map.
How about this?
That's not my
Say
argument.
you went to a planetarium and did a junior explorer celestial navigation class with your Boy Scout club, and you see that a planetarium has a flat floor. The floor is flat. It's not curved. Okay, and you're like wondering, hey, if I can do it in the planetarium, how come it can't work if I just take the roof off?
What you would do in a planetarium to get the correct position is
No, remember you're a
wouldn't be
flat earther.
identical.
You're a flat earther now.
I am, but let me answer you anyway. If you're
I didn't ask you a question. I just wondered like how you're defending that it doesn't work on a flat Earth when you yourself did it. You did it on a flat Earth with your Boy Scout troop.
Yeah. Okay. As I was gonna say, like even if we're doing this on flat Earth, I could concede that slash navigation is taking place on a flat Earth. However, there's nothing about the process that supports it. Somehow, even on a flat Earth, the way we use the skies to get our position doesn't match a flat Earth. I mean, even giving you that possibility, but you have to acknowledge the fact that the way we get our position using slash navigation does not match a flat plane.
It sounds like you're turning into a Glober, dude. You're not really thinking clearly on this. You yourself did celestial navigation on the flat Earth, inside a flat Earth model, a planetarium. Well, you're a flat earther, so you have like a backstory that tells about how like you live through life and you just kind of accepted things as what they were, and
that's
then
not part of my backstory.
You started critically thinking. I mean, you got to make the whole character arc. You got bullied. You first were a flat earther. You said a few things and got bullied really bad, and you said this isn't really right. You know,
you're diverging too much.
Well, you need a story of why, because people always want to know like why do you believe the Earth is flat? Like what the fuck did you get?
Sex argument.
Did you get brain damage? Did you like drink bleach? Did your mom drop you on your head? Did you graduate? Did you finish grade school?
Wait, are you being a Glober right now?
This is just diverging too much from the point.
Someone mute him. Anyway. He's not answering questions. Someone mute him.
Seriously?
This is the Glober style right there.
That's straight up. I mean, that'd be really good if you could actually do it, like maintain character, like like a role play, and just what it's like to be in some sort of like rat's nest and have to like say, "Hey guys, the Earth is flat," and then they're like,
"Wait a second."
You know, someone call, take his kids from him. Are you married? Do you have any kids? Are there kids in the house?
That's child abuse.
If you talk about flat Earth in front of a child, that's horrible.
Does my mic work?
Yeah, dude. No one listens to flat earthers, so don't even talk. We'll just overtalk you. You got nothing to say anyway. You believe the Earth is flat. What the fuck's wrong with you?
You're an idiot.
You overtalk Globers and flat earthers now.
Yeah. Oh, you're both now, huh? Okay, so
he's a glad earther.
Yeah.
Or a flobe earther.
A flobe, yeah. There we go. If water flows, but it's also a lobe, like your earlobe.
Right.
I think I'm breaking character. Then you're pretty much strawmanning what my argument is here.
Dude, what do you think it's like, dude? Like, dude, Wixit tried. Yeah. Okay. How about this? What do you think it's like being a flat earther? Okay. God, it was so easy. Look at he barely. I don't know.
Wow, he left.
Yeah. How long was? I'll have to send him a message later that it was
Dude,
all. It was.
He couldn't hang for 3 minutes being a flat earther, letting Globers just pounce on him. Dude,
that was mild. That was mild too.
I know, right? We have to have thick skin with these Globers around. They're evil. That's funny.
That was actually kind of fun. I never talked to someone that way before, you know. And I mean, it wasn't real, you know. I didn't mean anything I said. It was just part of the event.
That's funny. You're like, it feels good to be an asshole. I think I found myself.
This one time we're planning to do like a Steel Man thing where a couple of people play Flat Earthers and other people play Globe. Now it's gonna be, hey, I'll be Globe, but I'll be like the backup, the supporting guy. And all I'm gonna do is take Louis Farrakhan quotes, and instead of replacing white people and Jews, I was gonna say Flat Earthers.
Oh wow. Dang, that's
Because
funny.
they tell you that you get globalists in here who tell you Flat Earthers are to blame for everything. Like really, like Flat Earthers are to blame why they don't have a hover car right now, like a flying car.
Well,
if
yeah.
you just believe in gravity enough, you could get your hover skateboard.
You know what I thought was really funny when Alpha Veritas did the impersonation of Michio Kaku? We lied to you. It pushes you down.
Right.
Yeah, what's good about Michio Kaku, you can talk to him. All you gotta do is like $10 for 6 months or something like that. They have a huge deal going on this thing called Masterclass, where Chris Hadfield and a couple other boneheads are going to teach you how to find fossilized flowers on Mars. And Michio Kaku is one of the instructors. So you're going to have a block of instruction, and you'll be able to say, "Hey, what the fuck did you mean by like gravity pushes you down? What does that? Where does that come from? You know, and just keep talking till they put you in detention or something."
Right.
He comes around with a ruler and slaps your hand.
Huh. Have you ever been to school like that? You raised in a Catholic church or something?
Well, Crip
I
was
think
born before schools.
Maybe his shtick was he's an unsure earther.
This is the second time I've heard him say and he was deadly serious. So I'm wondering
Bacon?
whether is there a bit of seriousness there, or is he just trolling?
I honestly don't know, but I know he's been in the discussion long enough to like have heard why his globe view is not a good view to take, especially using the stuff that he's doing.
Well, he went up against Nathan Oakley when the AMA thing, and he basically conceded. So since then, I've not heard him. He's had this narrative that he's a flat earther now.
Dude, globalists don't flip. What they do is they just bow out of the conversation and you never hear from them again.
Yeah, that's kind of a too big of a pill to swallow it after fighting for it, defending it for so long.
What they do, they might not really say, okay, well, I guess it's kind of a belief system, but it's a justified belief, and I'm okay with flat earthers now. That's kind of what they do. They move on to other topics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what I got a really good meme for that. Oh, go ahead, Apoc, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say like when it comes to like celestial navigation, when it comes to like surveyor equipment, things that, you know, tools are being used and you can verify things when they're not being abused, I think you can prove the planicity. And when you're doing the math and you're creating triangles and stuff, that I think that is more than enough self-evident. It's only because there's such a rhetoric behind it and it says you're doing this and doing that and doing this all based upon a ball. I think that's what they can't get over. And then they can't grasp our reality because they're holding on to the falsehood, to the model. It's just interesting. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I found the screenshot of a video
well
game.
said.
They say, okay, now, okay, they're like, fine, fuck it, yours flat. Now what? I'm like, now choose your award. System Shock or Flame War? Which one? Okay.
Yeah, you're a funny guy.
That's funny.
I try. And that's what I'm saying. That's, if you're not having fun, why the fuck bother? Okay, like, you know.
More.
So which one do you want? So now the Earth is flat. So now you get to choose your reward.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard earlier, but I was like saying the most simplest things, and they're like, "Dude, that's stupid," and it's like, it's only stupid to you because it destroys your falsehood. It has to be stupid. It can't make sense. It has to be dumb.
But they're not following the path of human history. Then because the flat Earth came first, flat Earth geocentric came first, and over time they said, these answers were right for the wrong reasons. So if it's stupid, all they did was cut the heels off from under their own model, and they burned the fucking church.
Right.
Or they started with stupid, and they're still in stupid.
Right.
Stupid in, stupid out.
Or denial. It's denial, bro. Come on. You know it's denial.
Last night was good with Crack and Elijah. They pretty much cleared the whole room out. Like all the GF6 left. They couldn't handle it.
All the GF chicks. That's fun. That's hilarious.
Clan GF6.
Well, girl for chicks. GF chicks.
You were there, Dr. Fon. You heard them. They were fucking. They couldn't fucking test them.
Yeah, Crackvillain came back hot, man. He was boiling.
He had a lot to say. He's been holding it in.
Yeah, he was right. He's like, hey, my job's fixed. I can start talking. We're some globalists. I got flat smacks and fools.
He did, man.
Yeah, it was actually good to hear his voice, man. I actually forgot about him. When I heard him, I was like, I know that voice.
Yeah, I know nothing, because this is where, like, a couple years ago, we had the channel here. And then it got shut down. And, like, me, him, and, a couple other people would come here and make guest rooms, Father's guest rooms. And then, I saw he got mod, and then I stopped coming around here. And then next thing I know, it's like, hey, we got a guest room again. I was like, where's Crack? And no one knew.
Damn.
Because he was really big on this server, even, like, before. Like, he was kind of like a big... He had a lot of different political opinions and stuff, and he's really into, England politics.
Yeah, so he's a cool dude. Known him for a minute. It's crazy too to hear like voices that like for instance, I haven't heard Lemon in a long time, but I always wonder what happened to him.
Well, he was on another like a geocentric globe server.
Really?
And yeah,
he's still around?
No, but then he disappeared from there too. So I think he's gone. Like I have to look. I used to be in a group chat with him in off the sea, because sometimes they'll say like account deleted.
Yeah.
You mean Lemonbird?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to Lemonbird too. There are a lot of OG flat earthers from the 24/7 server that have disappeared.
No, his account's still active. I just checked the group chat, so it's not. It doesn't say user deleted.
You should just drop him a message.
Yeah,
like,
I have a couple times over.
And he just doesn't reply.
No.
Hey, well, hopefully he's alive, man. I mean that happens. People like I think I told you last time. Remember Don? Like he died.
Yeah, he passed.
Back.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah. There's a lot of. Go ahead.
What about Chemo? Does anyone know where Chemo is?
Yeah, he doesn't like Discord anymore, and he's on TikTok. He's got really works on his TikTok account.
Do you know his page?
No, I'm not sure.
It'd be hard to find it. It's not under Chemo.
Yeah, it's definitely not Chemo. I did look for him actually.
Well, I think he goes by like Under No Pressure.
Let's see.
I mean, that's a really like when I talked to him about that, and he's like, because it's really powerful. Because when you speak from a flat earther point of view, you're under no pressure because you're speaking exactly how you perceive the Earth.
Right.
And how can you be wrong unless all your senses are wrong? And sometimes the globalists will derp that. They'll be like, "Well, your senses are always wrong; they're not accurate." Like, how did you survive evolution if your senses evolved to be wrong? Like. Like,
Right.
how did you cross the street without getting hit by a car? How did you brush your teeth without like choking on the toothbrush? How did you do How did you do these things if you don't know anything? Because all your senses that gather information from the world are
Right.
wrong.
Yeah. Yep.
That route. They said, I guess they could be wrong.
Pretty crazy. Yeah, this whole time you're just wrong, bro. You're just wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, I sent the Lemon Bird a message too. Like 3 of them. I sent the message and pinged it and unpinned it, so there should be like 3 notifications. People like,
Yeah.
what does fool want? Shit.
I used to I actually used to like when he used to go into rooms and he just like kind of powers through over people trying to correct him, but he just keeps going and going and going, like talking like absolutely, and then he'll just stop, and then everyone's like, "Fuck, you said like 17 different things right now."
Yeah, like he'll just leave the room. Like just
Yeah,
he'll be talking, all of a sudden he's just gone.
and then
And
just
people
gone.
still go on. They go, dude, Lemon Bird's been gone for like 5 minutes.
I know, right? And they're like arguing with him still, trying to go like rebut all his points he made, but he already left. Like he already dropped out. He just like he pretty much mic dropped and walked away. And then everyone's like arguing with him, like, "Oh, but you can't do this. You can't say this." And you're all. It's funny, dude. He was
He
a
did
cool
a
guy.
server hop. Like he would go to the next server then.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of cool G's. Like it's funny too because just the other day I was talking to, I mean, you remember Sin Cleanser, and
Oh yeah.
and he was super drunk. He was super faded, and he was just talking about like how there were so many like old name OGs, like OGs, like that. Like what happened to him? Like I guess he was kind of like missing Don and stuff. So he's like, what happened to those guys though? Like that we used to talk to, and like way back. And then he was like, he's like, and I'm like, dude, I wasn't even a Apocryphon back then. Like that was back when I changed my I re-downloaded Discord because I got away from Discord for about a year and a half. And then I couldn't remember, like when I re-downloaded, I couldn't remember like what email I set it up. So I had to choose a new name. But then he was like, "Yeah, that's right, huh?" He's like, "Damn, it was a long time ago." But there's a lot of old dudes, man, that been around this circuit for a long time. Still grinding.
I like the one point he made with when he was talking about Columbus coming across the ocean and how he was doing all this stuff, but that the point was that America wasn't even discovered yet.
Yeah, because using ships disappear bottom up, that gives you a really small world. That's the evidence that Columbus presented to the Queen of England or Italy and Spain. Said, look at all this math I got. The ship's disappearing bottom up means there's a hump of water between me and the ship. And using, trigonometry, you've got a small world. You can sail west and connect to the east because it's just one ocean. The same ocean they have to their east is the same ocean we have to our west. And Italy were like, oh, no, this doesn't, they said, we're not going to fund this. This is, your math could be wrong. This is, the earth is flat, So then he went to Spain and they're like, yeah, but bring 3 ships. Because if one falls over the edge, the other 2 can turn around. And also they want, lots of loot, lots of booty, like spices and
Give me
stuff.
that booty, yeah.
And that's why people in American Native Americans, and they're called Indians, still to this day, because he thought he landed in India, and he was so uneducated that he never met India or didn't really know anything about India that he thought this was India. And then later on, he figured out, oh, this isn't India. This is a new world. And then he didn't really know how to get back. Because one time, I think, he dipped under. Oh, I don't know. I'm not the whole lore, but there's more than one voyage, and a lot of them ended in disaster. So they thought this was a sort of supernatural journey that they were doing. And then
They
people
should
are,
have,
oh, go ahead.
they should have smelled the Indians from afar.
You're a troll, dude.
Yeah, that's one of those jokes where I can't tell if trolling or just stupid.
Come on, I thought it was pretty funny.
No, I'm just joking, Oliver. You're good.
I thought it because I had to say it. I was thinking, I'm like, didn't he smell the Indians? Because it was a very old subject. So if you look into the 18th century, there's a lot of reports of the white men from Saxon England saying we could have smelled them from a mile away.
Wow. That's racist. That reminds me of the meme with the little black kid going, "That's racist."
It was the same thing in Australia when Captain Cook came here. He says we smelt them before we saw them. It's one of his famous sayings.
Wow.
There's this clip from the Rings of Power I've been trying to get, where it's like that the elf girl, Galadriel, whatever. They're sailing from the island that they were at to Middle Earth, and like the deck crew guy, he said, "Hey, we should be seeing land any minute." And she's like, "I've seen land for 2 hours already." Because Middle Earth is flat, so her vision was better. Elf vision could see further, so she could see the land. There's not a
Right.
curve. There's not curve blocking.
Right. I get it. Because they have better vision, so they
Yeah.
could see further. Yeah. Makes sense. This trip out still, though, to be honest. How are people still stuck on it? How do they not know the truth? But more crazy is like, how did we, like, how did, I'm glad I broke free of the lies, but man, how,
Mine
guess
was
you're
straight up jingoism.
just
I was
born
like,
into it.
no, I was like, America's fucking great, man. Look at, I just love this country. I mean, I grew up in a real conservative, Catholic sort of conservative family, and
Mhm.
I was like, this is great. Look at we got a flag on the moon. We're like land of milk and honey. What a God bless America. I'm lucky to be born here.
In the song.
Yeah, every day. Like I pledge
Right.
allegiance to the flag.
Right.
One nation under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. I think I butchered.
Nationalism.
I butchered that, right?
No,
I think it's that, right?
Right. Yeah.
Oh no, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible.
I thought you
for
just do the
liberty.
short version. You're just like saying the last part of it. I don't know. You're trying to break down the thing. The school start? What's going on right now?
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. How many people still have that memorized? It was burned into
Right.
your head. America
have
is
memorized.
under God. It's God first, then America.
Yeah.
So you'd ask the atheist, hey, are they in on it? If God isn't real, is all the federal government in on it? Why did Eisenhower change the national anthem? Not national anthem, the motto. It used to be "Eu pluribus unum," out of many, one, and now we have "In God We Trust." Government is straight up telling you since Eisenhower, do not trust anything we do. Only trust God. That's it.
What God are they serving?
Now that's the question. Yeah. What supernatural figure causes them to do the shit that they do, knowing what they think they know?
Right? Like, dude, the stuff they do.
That's why Edgar Mitchell's quote was so powerful. The federal government has been replaced by shape-shifting reptiles from outer space. In case people don't know, Edgar Mitchell is Apollo 14, the pilot for the Apollo 14. So you try to say, he's a wacko conspiracy theorist. Okay, so part of your lore includes,
Right. One of your own, folks. One of your own. Anybody here believes in NASA and I mean, I guess Mars landings and stuff? Any
Only
Globers in here
one.
that believe in that?
Yeah, bro, I believe they sent remote control robots to Mars.
Yeah. How'd that go?
Yeah, I sent a remote control robot to Mars myself. It's actually pretty good.
I
It's
went to
still working?
Mars. I went to Mars in the moon, and you know it's true because Russia would have told on me if it didn't happen.
Yeah,
Very
exactly.
true.
Yeah, I mean, if you spoke to Crete about 3 days ago, he was actually on camera showing us Mars.
Yeah, I think that's Radwin, right? Who used to go on camera and he had like the ISS in the background, like the green screen.
Oh, nice.
I
It
think
was
it was Radwin. It might have been someone else though.
it was
Oh,
as believable as the ISS itself.
Oh yeah, he could change it. Like he could make it. He could pan like he had some sort of controls where he could like look like he's moving forward, and it would move forward too and move
that's
back,
hilarious. That's hilarious.
and then he could like rotate it to make it seem like he's upside down, And
hmm
I'm pretty sure that was Radwin. There might have been someone else though.
I honestly want to say too. I think didn't Craig do that to FTFE? Didn't he put like he was on the moon or something as a screen behind him? I forgot who did it, or he put that he was like in like a Star Wars. I forgot what he did. One of these goons put like a green screen background from the
Like he's in
camera.
Star Wars, more like that. Like he's on
Yeah, yeah, like
Asgard.
the Death Star or something like that. I
Yeah.
forgot, or the Millennium Falcon maybe. I forgot what he did. But he had like a green screen. He was just messing around with it, I guess. And he was telling people like, "No, I'm here right now. I'm in the space station, or I'm here in Millennium Falcon." I forgot. It's quite
Yeah,
a
see
while
the
ago.
path to space, the path like a person's career choices in a path would be a tightrope walk, and even if you make it, you're not even guaranteed a slot. But yet these guys instantly disqualify. They're already disqualified. So why are you so worried about space if you're disqualified from ever having anything to do with it? It's like a really great quote from the movie Gattaca. It's like the closest you'll get to a spaceship is if you're cleaning it. Like one of those grounded ones are in a museum.
Right. Like yeah, exactly. Like
You're dusting you're power washing the bird shit off that one. That's the closest you'll ever get. And when you
Right.
come in here and freak out over flat Earth, it just demonstrates the point.
Right. I used to love going to the LA Science Museum. They have one of the rockets there. I forgot which one. I think they actually have 2 or 3 of them, like right there. You could go up to them and look at them, and maybe they're models of them now that I think about it, because they were big as a child, but they're probably not that big. But they used to have a space shuttle there. Like they literally brought in one of the was it Endeavor or whatever? I forgot which one it was. But as a kid, man, I used to love that place, man. It was like hands-on scientific stuff, like, and then you grow up and learn, like, yeah, not too much at it at all, not too much about it at all. It was such a deprived. It's actually a deprived science museum. Like they should put more money into it. But as a kid, it's like, whoa, this is awesome. But then you get older, you're like, this is not cool at all. Like, what did I see in this? They could have so much more in that science museum. As much money as this state makes, they should put so much more money into it and do real things like real science. I don't know. Dumbass. Fulcrum pendulum. There's a lot of stuff that supports the globe model, the heliocentric model. Obviously, they push that hard.
Yeah, at the Smithsonian, they had the largest Foucault's pendulum ever made, and they tore it down and put in some sort of national pride, like flag exhibit, like the change of the U.S. flag over the years.
Wow. I wonder why.
Because yeah, it was just bunk, man. People look at it like, well, you're making the string move back and forth. Why are you taking up this much space for for something so stupid.
Yeah, something so nonsensical.
Like
Dude,
they've
I just went to a museum with a full call pendulum in my town just recently, dude, and these people stare at it and they think that it's because of the earth spinning or whatever, and you challenge them, and it's easy to flat smack around a full call pendulum. So I encourage all of you to do it, dude. It's hilarious.
Funny. There's one at the Griffith Observatory, and I've said this story before on Discord. I took my kid. I remember taking my kids. I was with their mom, and it was not moving. And the little tour guide, she's like, "Oh yeah, right now it's off." But like she didn't know what to say, and then we were like, "Wait, what? Like, isn't it supposed to be moving regardless of because we're spinning all the time, right? It should be moving constantly. I don't know, like, where's the logic in that?" She's like, "Yeah, it for maintenance, it can be turned off."
Growing up, you realize that we were all gaslit as children, thinking all these things were incredible and amazing.
Right.
It's like once you grow up, you realize that just any car on the road is mechanically more impressive than any of these space experts that we saw growing up.
Yeah, because I'll tell you what, that lawn chair with an umbrella that they called the moon rover is fucking stupid, or the lunar rover. 2 lawn chairs and a fucking umbrella. Like, dude, that thing cost how much? Like,
Yeah, dude, just your local mechanic has more mechanically impressive work and buildings than these so-called robo experts that are sending shit into space. Have you seen the manufacturing mechanical stability of this equipment? It's horrible.
yeah. Didn't just recently, like a couple weeks ago, one of those dudes dropped like one of their I don't know what it was exactly. What was the purpose of it? But it fell over and it cost like tens of millions of dollars because he damaged it.
I
I
know a
forgot.
bloke down the road that'll build it for 50K. No,
Dude.
seriously, it's like if you saw that video of the NASA rocket that went to the moon, like I would not trust that to drive from my house to the local grocery store. That shit looks dangerous, dude. I don't think it's even legal. That thing would never be road legal, let alone space legal.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I think a high school class probably built it.
The thing too is that when after World War II, right, everyone wanted a Jeep. I mean, the farm I grew up in Arkansas, we had a Jeep. It was pretty cool. It like just drove around and they did stuff, on the farm.
Yeah.
And sometimes we'd take it into town to get gas or to do something. Everyone wanted one. Literally everybody said they couldn't make them fast enough to fill orders of all the people who wanted Jeeps.
Mm.
Okay, so after the lunar mission, not one person wanted an electrical car, electrical dune buggy. Not one person. Not one person like, that's really cool. I want to build one here, and then have fun with it. Like as a 4-wheeler or something like that.
Right.
Not one person. There wasn't a single person who said, "Hey, can I get the plans for that? I want to mass produce those. There's going to be a fucking market thing for that."
Right.
Not one person. There wasn't one single person who's like, you know what? My gas dune buggy is kind of heavy. Like let's see how this dune buggy works. Let me give it a shot. Let's compare dune buggies. No, no one cared. Not one person even gave a shit.
Wow. Were you born in Arkansas or you just
Yeah.
lived?
Yeah, I was
really?
born. Yeah.
My girl's out there. That's where I was living for like 9 months. I was out there. Good stuff. Dude, it's a beautiful state, man. I'm gonna go back once I'm done here.
Yeah, then when my dad passed, I was a teenager, and then we moved up to Minnesota with my mom's sister.
Sorry to hear that.
Oh, I mean, no, it's fine. There's natural causes, and this is a long time ago now.
Oh, okay. Cool. No, I don't know where you lived exactly, but where she lives, it's like fucking so beautiful, dude. There's like she's in the middle of a forest and 7 acres, bro, and it's just fucking like super beautiful. Awesome there.
Yeah, like think of like childhood stuff. I went back there not too long ago, and there was a railroad that was kind of behind or close to where we lived, and we would walk on it. Walk on the railroad. And this is before the Homeland Security, where they chase kids away with like stormtroopers, like someone's on the railroad. You could just walk on the railroad. No one gave a shit. But there was this bridge, and we were like halfway across, and and the train was coming, and I was too little. I was like 7 something at the time, like. And my brother, he's way older. I'm like the youngest of 4, and my sister is 7 years older than me. The next one. So my brother was like, he could make it across no problem. Like he's an adult, he just run across. But I was having a hard time getting across. So he's like, he jumps down to the bottom and says, "Jump, I'll catch you." And I was like, remembering as a kid that was the fucking Grand Canyon. I'm not going to survive that, That's
Right.
too high. That's too high. I can't jump that, And I went back as a kid, and it's maybe like 8 feet, like, like that's how far the jump was. I'm like, just how you remember things, I would have
Right.
gone to my childhood home, but it's been torn down. But people talk about too, like going back and seeing like your childhood home and the childhood stuff, and everything's so small. It's so small.
Right. Dude, that's so true, dude. Like you're like, I could have swore it was a longer walk than this.
Oh yeah, like you're like there. It's like, dude, but this is. I felt like this was an adventure. This is like Lord of the Rings, going to walking to my junior high class or whatever, my grade school. It's like
It's just like 2
that
blocks.
was like that was like 2 blocks.
Yeah, dude, for sure.
Look, Britnat's getting worked up.
Oh, he's like, unmute me.
Oh, did you hear me cough?
Yeah, say bingo.
No, I'm not doing that again. Me last time.
Don't hurt his feelings. He is sensitive.
He was
No,
kinda
it's
left.
not about hurting feelings. It's about if you play a stupid game, what do
You
you
get
win?
stupid prizes.
There we go.
Yeah, but when you play games with retarded people, you have to pretend it's not stupid.
Oh wow.
That sounds a
Yeah,
little
but-
sassy right now, Oliver. I'm not
but
gonna-
you know how you play games with children and you let them win? That's what you gotta do.
So speak for yourself. I always win, no matter who it is.
I bet.
You won the retard prize. You won the biggest autist prize. Good job, Yui.
I'll tell you what.
You just crush them. Yeah, you play a kid in some game like Candyland. You just crush them, and you're like, "Get good, noob."
Hate no survivors. Yeah.
You're like, you just got fucked. You're like, your whole life you're gonna get screwed over. It sucks. You're going to fucking lose.
You think life is hard? This is what's gonna be like.
Oh man, funny. I could see like a comedy skit like that on fucking College Humor or something.
So how about Britt? Bring up a topic. What's new on your flat Earth today?
Well, nothing new under the sun, but there is a topic we could do. There's a topic we could do today. Let's see who we got in here. I reckon Subdued should debate, say Oliver on the container. Let's say that.
Sure, I'll entertain this. Tell me about the container.
Go on, Subdued.
Well, it's
He's
contained.
pretending like he's not here.
Just tell them to take a breath and then close their mouth and just stop breathing. Contained. Containment. Container. And if I stab you, all the air is going to come out. That was vicious.
Do you think the Earth has a container, Mr. Subdued?
What was it about play stupid games?
We're about to play this game, and you can pick any side, and I'll show you why you're wrong. Did the guy leave?
Oh no. Did he?
Oh, we've got a few people I don't like. Dry Waves, you there? Who's Dry Waves?
Wait, which position am I taking you? For or against the
You're going to
container?
take whatever the opposite is of whatever one of these people think. I don't know who it is. It'll be anyone. Donato, you a Glober or Flat Earther? Looks like a Flat Earther with the PFP, but
You never know.
Tora, anyone want to take on Oliver on either Flat or Globe Earth?
Let's get Rich Evans to do it.
None of them.
I'll take any gas containment experts or non-gas containment experts. Whoever you are, I'll take it on.
Come on,
not-
Rich.
It's incredibly
Open up the
versatile.
atheist agnostic mic. That.
Oh, okay, thanks for nominating yourself, Tora. Do you think there's a container around the Earth?
It's either that or it's around the whole universe, right?
That's the correct answer.
Sounds like a scapegoat answer. So are we contained? Does gas pressure as a container?
I'd argue even to have a vacuum, you would need a container.
Do you think gas pressure requires a container?
Yeah, definitely.
Why do you think so?
Because I haven't seen it demonstrated without a container.
Have you seen how gas pressure has existed without a visible or physical container? I mean, in the atmosphere that extends into space, we don't see a visible container. It exerts pressure on the Earth's surface. We don't have a visible barrier.
I'd argue that would be, something you couldn't declare because it's not something that you've verified.
If we say gas pressure is based on the collisions of gas molecules with the surfaces and each other, right? Collisions occur in like an open environment. They don't need to be physically contained. Would you like me to
but
explain?
you wouldn't have any pressure if the gas molecules just collide into each other and then bounce away for an eternal amount away from each other. You would still end up with no pressure. So.
Well, yeah, pressure is a result of constant motion. So what you just said is the pressure is due to constant motion. I agree with you, right? Pressure is a result of constant motion, collisions of gas molecules. Even in an open environment, gas molecules continue to move and collide. It creates pressure on the surfaces. I mean, in the case of the Earth's atmosphere, the force of gravity keeps the gases close to the Earth's surface. It creates an atmospheric pressure without any need for a visible container.
Well, it seems like a big beg in the question since the atmosphere is what's in contention here. So you're using the atmosphere as your proof of gas pressure without containment when that's in contention.
Well, I just showed you that in nature, a natural phenomena such as atmospheric pressure exists.
Yeah, what is that atmosphere contain is? So your claim is the atmosphere is not being contained then?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a claim. I'm showing you that. 1 second, let me sneeze. Never mind, I lost it. Okay, what I'm telling you is that we can observe examples of gas pressure existing without a visible or physical container. I mean, Earth's
By
atmosphere
begging the question.
It's not begging the question. I showed you if we look at the concept of the gas pressure, and you said this yourself, based on collisions of gas molecules with surfacing each other, right? Collisions occur in open environment, not in a contained environment.
So in a contained environment, the gas molecules aren't hitting each other?
We don't have a contained environment. It's an
How do you know that?
Because we're observing open atmosphere.
How do you know that?
Can you show me a physical container?
No, but I can show it's the direct antecedent to gas pressure.
So you can show me a physical container, and I can show you the atmospheric pressure exists without a container. So who's begging the question now?
On Earth,
I'll tell you what, you're begging the question still, because the atmosphere is in contention, and you're claiming that it's
Who's yapping in the
without
background?
any way of verifying that the atmosphere is contained. And as a matter of fact, you would claim it is contained, right?
No, of
Everything in
course
the
not. I
universe
just
is
showed you.
contained.
Okay, I'm going to repeat myself
On
again.
Earth,
We
molecules in
agree.
the thick air are constantly bumping into each other, spreading pressure
Is that
and
a
heat
freaking
in all
robot?
directions.
Yeah, it's like when you ask Google a question and it speaks back to you.
Donato, is that you? Or you're a robot?
AI. Maybe it's an AI. I don't know.
You have 3 seconds to respond, Donato. Are you a robot or are you real?
Obviously, it's punching in computer
You're
stuff.
catching a disconnect. Anyways, as you mentioned at the beginning, right? The way that gas molecules operate is based off collisions and
Oh, hello.
what do you want?
Nothing.
Okay, don't play robots, please. As I was saying, the way that we look, or at least the concept of gas pressure is based on and exists, is by the collision of gas molecules with constant motion, and we don't have a physical container because we can't observe one or see one. Right? If you can show me a visible barrier or even test a physical container, then maybe we can agree that I'm the one begging the question, not you. But currently, we can show you that in an open atmospheric pressure exists. Earth's atmosphere extends without a visible barrier. It exerts pressure on Earth's surface, right? Because of this, the concept of collisions of gas molecules with the surfaces in each other, and they occur in an open environment, and we haven't observed a physical container. Therefore, no physical container.
No. That wouldn't be correct. Just because you haven't observed something doesn't mean you
Show
can
me the
discount it.
container.
Huh?
Show me this container.
Well, we would have to establish if we can have gas pressure in the first place without a container. Like
It
in the
already
lab.
exists,
In a
and
lab
there's no
setting.
container.
So if we can show that first, that we can have gas pressure without containment in a lab setting, I can give you the atmosphere being uncontained. But as for now, we cannot give you that. Sorry.
What are you talking about, dude? You didn't answer my question. I mean, a clear concept of how we can have gas pressure without a container is literally the Earth itself, the Earth's atmosphere. As I said, concept of gas pressure, constant motion, collision of gas molecules, the force of gravity playing a significant role in confining the gases to the planet's surface. It's creating some sort of natural container, not a physical one. The containment that we have is atmospheric pressure. There's no physical visible barrier.
Okay, when we've discovered all these things about gas with the different pressures, with the way that the atoms are colliding, creating this pressure, how did we test that? Did
How
we
did we
have to
test
put it
what?
in a container first in order to test that?
Sorry, repeat that question.
In order to test that, in order to find out that these gas molecules are bouncing off each other and also the walls of the container, did we have to first put the gas in a container to find that out? Or are we just going outside and we can determine that the gas molecules are bumping into each other, creating what the sea level pressure is? Is that what you're saying?
Are you asking me how we observe gas molecules colliding?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, with equipment, dude. Like particle detectors, spectrometers, cameras. All of these things can indirectly observe and measure collisions and interactions between gas molecules. We analyze their behavior under different conditions.
Okay,
I mean,
and are
even
any of those
scientists,
conditions without containment?
of course, we have simulations.
Simulations? What?
Mm-hmm.
Simulations like in a computer? So the computer's the container?
No, dude. So the way we test and measure them, so first of all, any experiment has to be done in a controlled environment, because if we don't control the environment, we will never observe it. It will take years and years and years, right? And we cannot do that, right? So the fact that we need to control the environment is quite difficult, because we try to observe it without a true traditional physical container. The atmosphere that we have itself, which is the gravity, acts as a natural container. So we have to control the environment to avoid that natural container. That's why we contain it again.
So you can eliminate that container gravity in your controlled experiment?
Well, natural environments like the Earth's atmosphere provide a context where the behavior of gas molecules can be studied without a traditional physical container. So, if I go back, like in fields of physics and chemistry, one of the main methods that we use is particle detectors and sensors in controlled environments. In like a laboratory, right? Would you consider a laboratory a controlled environment?
Yeah, correct. What's the gas inside when we're doing these things?
What do you mean?
Where's the gas? Are they just in a laboratory and then just looking at the ceiling and there's gas particles between them and the ceiling and those are the particles they're looking at? Or are they filling a cylinder with gas and then looking
Well,
upon its reactions?
the most accurate, the way we do it today is the study of nature and gas molecule collisions with mathematical modules and simulations. It's the way that we study and predict the behavior of gas molecules and their collisions. The simulations are like the most valuable insights we have into the dynamics of gas molecules and the way they interact under different conditions.
Okay, in a simulation, you're saying? So in a mathematical model in
I'm
the
confused.
computer?
Are you trying to argue how we know about gas molecules? Is that what you're telling me? Like, what are you
Well,
trying to compare?
I would suggest in order to discover this information that was already put forth in front of
Are
us,
you
obviously.
disagreeing? Are you disagreeing that gas molecules collide? Is that what you're telling me?
Are you deluded, mate? I'm British.
Like, what do you have in contention right now?
My contention is in order to study the gas molecules in the first place, they had to put them into a container.
Okay, so they weren't contained, and we contained them. Is that what you're telling me?
No. You cannot have it without the
Well, you just told me
container in
we
the
have to
first
put
place.
them in the container. So we took them from a non-contained environment to a contained environment. So you're proving
Where
my
is the
point.
non-contained environment that you're begging the question on?
It's not begging the question. I told you the Earth's atmosphere. It's a
Earth's
natural
atmosphere,
container.
you told me, is contained by gravity. So it's not that
That's
you're
a
pulling
natural
it from a
container, not a physical.
non-contained environment. You said it yourself. It's a
Listen,
contained environment.
a natural environment, not a physical barrier that you claim to be signed by.
A
Can you show me?
containment, a container. You said that we need a container, and you said that we're going to pull
Listen,
the air
dude.
from an uncontained area. Where are we going to get the air from an uncontained area if all the air is contained on Earth?
Okay, when you talk about containers, you're talking about a physical container, correct?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, like an
There is
air
no
bubble in
unique.
water, there
Do we
could
have
be
a
an air
physical
bubble in
container or
water,
not?
correct? An air bubble in water, and all the water surrounding the air bubble is containing the air.
Okay, we're gonna stop side skirting. Simple questions. Do we have a physical container?
Well, would you call that water? Yeah, physical container for sure.
Show me the container.
Why would I have to show you the container if you can't
Because you
show
made a
me
claim
gas
that there
pressure
is a
without a
container.
container?
I told you, Earth's atmosphere, that's gas pressure without a container. Or a
That's
physical one.
begging the question.
How is that begging the question, dude? You know what begging the
Because it's
question
what's
is?
in contention in the argument
What's in contention is what type
is
of container
atmospheric
it is.
pressure. Atmospheric
No.
pressure being contained or not is the debate. Okay? You cannot now use atmospheric pressure as your example of non containment. That's what's in contention here.
I think you're misunderstanding me. Atmospheric pressure is the container. It's not a physical container, dude. It's like a
Okay.
form of container. So
Okay, well,
when
let's
I
break
speak
it
of
down then.
when I speak of
Atmos,
atmospheric pressure,
air.
hold on. When I speak of I don't want this atmos nonsense. When I speak of atmospheric pressure, that refers to the concept of gases that make up the atmosphere. It refers to the concept of the force of gravity acts as the mechanism that keeps the gases close to Earth's surface. You can play the wordplay all you want, atmo, air. You can play that game all you want. But all I'm saying when I speak of atmospheric pressure is the container or the quote unquote container we have that makes up the gases that make up the atmosphere. The force of gravity acts as the mechanism that keeps the gases close to the surface. It confines them to a certain height and creating pressure. The weight of the air above exerts pressure on the air below. It creates a gradient of pressure with higher pressure at lower altitudes and lower pressure at higher altitudes. It's called the pressure gradient, dude.
Okay, I agree. So you're saying gas pressure is the container for gas pressure.
What?
Yeah, that's exactly what you just said. The atmospheric gradient of pressure is the container for the gas pressure in the first place.
The weight of the air above exerts pressure on the air below. That's the gradient of
Exactly. The
pressure
weight
we
of
have.
gas above weighs down the gas below, so the gas holds in the gas. That's what you're saying to me.
Are you listening or are you just talking?
Yeah, no, I'm listening 100%.
Okay,
You're
let
telling
me
me
just
that
simplify
gas is
this.
holding gas, and then there's something called gravity that's been reified into this equation as well. If the debate is on is atmospheric pressure contained or not, you're not going to be able to beg the question with that kind of
Well,
idea.
you keep saying you're begging the question. I feel like it's a dishonest way to continue. Let me try to rephrase this. Would you agree that the force of gravity on Earth creates a pressure gradient in the atmosphere, with higher pressure at the lower altitudes and lower pressure at the higher altitudes? You can say no to that.
What is it? What creates that?
The force of gravity on Earth creates a pressure gradient in the atmosphere. You know how we said higher pressure at lower altitudes and lower pressure at higher altitudes? You would disagree with that?
I'm not sure if gravity is a force.
What is it then?
Well, I mean, Newton said it was a force, but Einstein said it wasn't a force, so I don't know if anyone really understands what exactly it is.
What if I said things go down? Would you agree with that?
No, gases don't.
Okay. What if I told you that the word gravity can be replaced with any other word to describe the concept we have?
The concept of what?
The concept that the gases are held in place.
Can you explain that? Go ahead and give a reason behind that. Like, what is gravity? What molecules are bouncing off gravity? And what are the molecules of gravity?
Yeah, so when it comes to gravity, or if we can just, replace the word with some other word, it's a sort of a container for gases in the Earth's atmosphere.
So they're obviously material. Gravity is material. So like you have
Who
a
said that?
gravitron interacting with the oxygen molecule.
Can you pick up a gas for me real quick?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, send me a photo of that gas you got there.
You want me to grab a propane tank and send it over to you?
Yes, show me. No. Pick up a gas right now and show me too.
Yeah. In order to do that, I have to pick up the container it's contained in as well.
Okay, can you show me a photo of this physical container you have real quick?
A propane canister?
Oh no, the Earth container. Can you show me a physical container?
Oh no, I don't have a picture of it.
Is there any pictures of it?
No, I don't believe so.
How high is the container?
I don't know.
Does it exist?
Yeah, in order for the atmospheric pressure to exist.
Okay. Would you agree that any sort of container can exist and it doesn't necessarily have to be physical?
When you say physical, you mean like it could be supernatural?
As in something that we can't touch?
Well, like wind I can't touch, but it's physical, right?
As in something that's blocking us with a barrier, like something you cannot cross?
Like physical, like what properties do you think? Like glass, like you're saying, or something? Is that what you're
Like a
trying to get at?
barrier? Like an obstacle? Something that prevents access or movement? Some sort of barrier?
Is it possible to have a barrier that's permeable? Like I gave my
Is
example
the
of a water.
is the container you have in your explanation physical and a barrier, or is it something we don't understand? Can we okay? Let me see. Can we cross it or not?
I don't believe we have. I don't believe anyone has. I don't know.
So you don't think
There's
we can
been no
cross the
records
physical
of
barrier?
anyone hitting a container that I know of.
So if no one has hit a container, therefore it's either too high or it doesn't exist physically. Would you
Yeah,
agree
correct.
that's one
That's okay.
explanation?
So yeah, it could be too high, right?
So one
I
explanation
don't
would be
know
the
if
barrier
that
is
sounds
too
like a
high.
false dichotomy. Actually,
Well, there's only
there's
two options,
probably
right?
more options than only those two options.
Well, there can be because either one is too high or two is not physically barrier, right? It's not something restricting access. So either we haven't gone high enough to hit the barrier, or two, it's not something physical that restricts movement.
Okay,
Would you agree with
I
those
can
2
agree
points?
with that.
Okay, so would it be fair to say, since we haven't, one, been high enough to either hit it or not hit it, or two, we've either hit it and not been restricted, therefore we can pass it, and three, therefore it's not something physically containing us, or we just haven't hit it yet. Would that be fair to say?
Sure.
Okay. I'm happy with that conclusion.
Me too. Good debate, sir.
Well, that didn't go anywhere, did it? I am.
Well, the conclusion is simple, right? Either it's too high or we can cross it. Either way, the barrier still doesn't, appear to be there.
How high have you gone? I am.
About 120, 130,000 feet.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't expect it that low. I mean, what is that? Like, what are we talking about here in miles? 120,000 feet? Was that
About
like
four
20?
times. About four
What?
times as high as planes travel.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But like, if I wanted to drive from like my house to the other side of Florida, it's further than that.
Yeah, but we're going up, not sideways. Earth is a
Yeah,
lot
yeah,
bigger.
but if you really think about it in like the big scheme of things, I'd rather you go like a distance from like New York to California, but up. You know, it'd be really silly to just go up like, you know, from here, from like, from like Long Island, the tip of Long Island to Manhattan and be like, I don't see any container up here. When
Yeah, but the
that's just
container is
silly.
up, not sideways, right?
What's that?
The container is supposedly up, not sideways, right?
Yeah, no, it's up, but it can be pretty high up considering how large like one continent is, and then you're going up like a very minuscule amount in comparison to the size of the Earth.
How big's the Earth?
I have no idea. I've drove across America and it took like 3 days. So, I mean, I'd expect you to get in like a balloon that goes like 60 miles an hour and keep going up for 3 days.
You think balloons only go 60 miles an hour?
No, I'm saying that's something I'm posing to you. Just keep the balloon at a constant 60 miles an hour. Keep going up for 3 days and let me know what you find out.
We have people that have done that. Not for 3 days, though.
Well, what would that be? 60 times 72.
I don't freaking know, but we've got hot air balloons that have gone up to like 120,000 feet.
Yeah, it'd be like
Maybe
3,000 miles, something like
Yeah,
that.
I'm talking about like 4,000 miles here.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
And that might just be the first container, and there could be like a series of containers, like in the system up there that's completely unknown. Like, like a super fluid, like Get talks about. I think, or it's one of the two, helium-4.
Yeah, we don't really know shit about shit, do we?
Yeah,
Dude,
I'm saying like how high? You said you're 18,000 feet before, or how high did you say?
I'm saying we have like balloons and drones that have been like 120, 130,000 feet. But like you can't really see shit. I mean, 120, 130,000 feet, the Earth is as flat as it gets, right?
Yeah, so if you're at that height, how do you know what's 1 foot higher?
You don't. We don't know
Yeah.
shit about shit. We're like robots.
It is crazy though, like your car will do 3,000 miles in like 3 months, still be in your driveway, and like we don't go up that high. It's weird.
You baited me into an endless debate.
Well, I thought you guys got to a conclusion. It's a physical container that's out of reach.
Well, it's either that or it's not like physically restricting movement.
Or it restricts like matter, but not
Movement.
energy.
Yeah. Who knows, bro? We don't know.
So it
As
ended with a meth field symposium about the sky.
It just ends up being people are lying to us that we don't know shit. That's what it ends up to.
No, it doesn't have to be that. It doesn't have to be that.
But
No,
it is that, right?
It's up to you pointing to the sky and saying magic.
Yeah, literally. It might as well be. Because
No,
everyone
I
has
mean,
information.
they don't even claim to leave low Earth orbit, which is the same problem that
200.
I was talking about.
That's
You know,
200 miles.
Yeah, it's not enough miles, dude. It's not enough miles. You gotta go more miles.
That's what this one guy called Leonidas. He's dead set that the ISS is about 8,000 miles away. He said that's almost 3 times where you claim your dome is. I go, dude, you need to look this up, okay? If you think the ISS is 8,000 miles off the surface of the Earth, dude, something happened somewhere down that your pipeline of learning about this topic. I'm not sure what. Okay, I'm not trying to troubleshoot this, but yeah, look that up again.
Have you ever noticed that the ISS has the most predominant curve we've ever seen in our lives? Like, it's so perfectly round on the ISS, and every single photo we have is different to each other. Like, have you seen the Red Bull commercial? That thing is a soccer ball. And we look at other photos, we can barely see any curve. It's like, can they get their photos correct at least?
Well, the curve is in the lens. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, at least make the curve look the same across the photos if you're going to try and fake the photos. I mean, even the scientists can't agree on the curve.
Hey, Oliver, could you show me a flat?
Can I show you a flat? You want to see my hand or something?
No, someone told me that a flat is a shape, and I'm just curious that maybe you could do it because
Flat. I haven't built a flat before.
Yeah, what does a flat look like? Like, what's the mathematical formula for a flat?
Something 2D, I guess.
Well, yeah, like all the shapes, like circle and triangle and rectangle.
Anything that has length and width, right?
Yeah, so a flat is just like a rectangle then?
I mean, it can be. If you look at a paper that's rectangular, I think that.
No, but I was told that the Earth was a flat.
The Earth is like a 2D paper.
Well, no, because the shape is the Earth. The shape of the Earth is a flat.
I don't know. That's probably too advanced for us.
Yeah, what does that look
We'll
like?
catch up.
I'm looking at like all the different shapes, and I don't see flat.
I think we'll catch one eventually.
You know what I'm talking about? Like you got circle, rectangle, square.
Yeah, but I think the issue, Kurt, is we're not advanced enough for the flat just yet.
The flat will come later?
I think the flat's like a DLC. We'll get there eventually.
Because like oval, octane, pentagon, hexagon, square, octagon.
I think we just haven't discovered the flatness yet. I think it might be a new shape that distorts space and time.
Hey, the octagon, that's where they do MMA.
But is the octagon flat?
Yeah, the octagon. Maybe that's why. Eddie Bravo, he's like, hey, here's your flat. Come get some.
Eddie Bravo, the go for real.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite episodes of Joe Rogan, where it's like Alex Jones was about to step up and square up another flat to a prize fighter, an MMA prize fighter, because he loves NASA so much.
Yeah, dude, Eddie Bravo would. I mean, this guy created his own BJJ style, right? This guy's the guy.
Yeah.
He's the guy when it comes to fighting, right? He's that guy.
Yeah, he combined like striking techniques with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
You know, this is the guy when it comes to fighting.
Like he redefined the sport, and Alex Jones is going to be like, "I'll fight you over flat Earth." He's like, "Are you sure, dude? I mean, I've I'm like a top, right? I'm like one of the top fighters in the world.
Yeah, like this guy will tear every single limb in your body off. Like by the time you even realize what happened, your shoulders dislocated, your knees are dislocated. It's there's no point, right?
Be interesting too, like if ever went down between Alex Jones and Eddie Bravo. I bet some of the globalists would actually be kind of happy to see because they really don't like Alex Jones either. And
Well,
I'm
Alex
like,
Jones will
well,
be in a
shit, stop
hospital
using
bed.
his logic.
Alex Jones will be in a hospital bed within 30 seconds of touching Eddie Bravo. What the hell? Where did I put my cup?
Did you sit on it?
I'm so confused. My mug was right there. Where did it go? Oh, I put it on the floor. I'm crazy.
Gravity is pushing you down.
I'm about to push you down the staircase soon.
You hear the victimhood mentality Globers have to take?
Was someone spiraling in text chat? I'm tabbed out right now, so
let's have a look.
You feel like a victim, Jekyll, because gravity is always pulling you down?
No, it's pushing me down.
Would gravity save you if I pushed you, Yui?
I feel like that's going to be part of the reason why I'll die.
Oh, so your best friend Gravity is gonna be the end of you. That's sad. I'm sorry, bro.
Gravity is pushing you down.
Gravity kills.
Hey, can we boycott Gravity since it's killing so many people?
It's like in California, they tried to ban water like at least twice, maybe more. You know, like
Right, if you live long enough to see the Mars missions, will you come and move to Mars with me?
The Mars missions?
Yeah, like when we eventually build colonies on Mars.
Can we get to the moon first before we go to Mars?
Yeah, what colony are you going to have on the moon?
Oh, I just want to see the moon first.
I don't want to live there.
Yeah, but isn't the moon so much closer to than Mars? Like,
Well,
we're
the
not.
Is that
beaches are
like
way
is that like
nicer.
supposed to be a matter of convenience? So like if I want to, I don't know, go to London, I can fly from the moon much quicker.
You know, no, but they say don't run before you can walk, right? We running before we walking if we go to Mars for the moon.
Yeah, but you're saying that as like distance is the major issue here. It might not be distance. It might be things like pragmatism.
well, Britt,
It's
what
easier
if
to build.
okay, the body you're in right now is designed to live in this environment. So what if you had to give up your body like a transhuman thing and go into a body that was, genetically engineered to survive on Mars? Would you do it?
If I could tell them what body I want to be in, then yeah.
He wants a bigger.
No, they would have to design a body that's going to function in that environment. What do you think that would look like?
I mean, wouldn't everyone want to redesign the way they look like? I mean, if they say I have to have like prosthetic limbs, but I get a bigger cock and I'm taller, would that really be that bad?
No, I'd want to do something wacky, like ask them to design my body so it's identical to Crit.
I personally would say I wouldn't want to change anything, not even a centimeter of it.
Because there's a movie where Europa, the moon. I think it's God. I'm fucking this up. I think it's Saturn. Okay, so there's a movie where they genetically modify people to live on one of those moons.
I don't want to be modified. I think God created me perfect. I mean, not perfect in the way that I have no. I think perfection would make people look very boring. So certain imperfections are very important, I would say.
So you're not born perfect. Okay,
No,
Okay,
I was saying it in a way that the one who made
it's
me
Jupiter.
within his framework, I think he would say it's perfect, right? Like the imperfection make it. I don't know how to dude.
A human, Clay.
I
You
don't know what
got
you're
it.
saying either, to be honest.
Clay, you're perfectly human. You're made from the dust. Okay, so now Europa report. This is the name of the movie, 2013. An international crew of astronauts undertake privately fund mission for a search on life on Jupiter. Oh wait, no, that's a different. Never mind, not that movie. That's a different one. That's like a found footage thing.
You
Is
know what's
Jupiter
really
a
sad?
gas
Right?
giant?
If the
Yeah,
Earth
but
is a
the
sphere,
moons. Okay,
if
it's called Titan. So there you go. So Titan, a military family, partakes in groundbreaking genetic evolution experiment to explore space.
you know what will be really sad, right? If the Earth is a sphere, right, and we're all correct.
No, the Earth is a flat. That's what I was
Yeah, but
told.
if the Earth was a sphere, right?
But a flat. But how can it be a sphere if it's a flat?
Yeah, yeah. Well, obviously it's flat, but if it was right, and the Globers were right, it's going to be so tragic to think that when people are going to far-flung places to go build colonies, that they'll look back on the 24/7 YouTube channel and see people wasting their time.
Is that what you tell yourself when you go to sleep at night? Like that like 60 years ago is gonna happen again?
No, what
Like
you're looking
people are
at, that
walking on the
people
moon?
who. That's why I said earlier, people who do that are going to do those things. Aren't going to be wasting time wondering, is somebody wrong on the internet? Okay, the people who are all worked up about someone being wrong on the internet are kind of like the bottom of the barrel. These are like the people on the lowest rung of human evolution. The people at the top, what you think are exploring space for a betterment to humanity, they're not worried about people being wrong on the internet. That's like, they don't even know that exists. Like if you said, "Hey, do you know there's people online who argue about who's more wrong?" They'd be like, "You're playing a gag on me. Where's the candid camera?" That doesn't exist. People aren't like that. They're in these really ivory towers. They're completely encased and
I
enveloped.
agree. But I'm not talking about like now. I'm talking about like, I don't know, 500 years in the future. Let's say the globe was real, and then we had like this massive colony on Mars that you can get onto, like getting on the tube, and you can just go to the trip to the moon, and go to like a Macy's or something over there because you want to go a nice day out. You might, like, if that was commonplace, then the common person might go, I wonder what they were thinking about 500, the flat Earth, right? But they'll have access to the internet, so they could watch this Hi, future. Hi. They could look at us talking right now about the Earth being flat, right? Wouldn't that be crazy?
Yeah, what you fucked up there is that who the guy in the wheelchair, Hawkins, Stephen, no, Christopher, whatever, shit, who is it? Someone help me. The astrophysics from England that they think is smart. Stephen Hawkins. Stephen Hawkins did this. He actually did a video of that. He wanted to throw a surprise party for time travelers. So if you ever feel like you're stupid, just remember that there are stupider people who would do something like try to talk to people from the future or throw a surprise party for time travelers.
Yeah.
So never go. You can go a little Brit, but never go full Brit.
I'm just saying that. I mean, if it was a globe, the future people are going to be laughing at this VC, aren't they?
They're laughing at what? What would they be laughing at?
I mean, also equally, if it was future flatness, right? They're going to be laughing at the globers, right? So, but I think the idea of like people going for a trip on the moon, watching old YouTube videos from 500 years ago about how the Earth is flat, and stumbling upon this call would be pretty funny.
Funny hee hee or funny ha ha?
Funny ho ho.
But you have to make sure you stop at 2 holes. Don't go ho ho ho.
Yeah, exactly. Because we're immortalized now. We're online. The videos are out there, and they're going to remain out there long after we're dead, right? So the future will know, and they will look back at this.
Yeah, that's why when people used to rip on me on another server where I'd make Flat Earth memes, and they're like, all he does is meme. I'm like, dude, these are like my cave paintings. I want to make sure that when people see this from the future, they know exactly what happened here.
Does it give any of you an existential crisis that if the Earth is a globe, people 500 years later will be laughing at you guys at all?
I think 100 years later, they'll still be promising that they're going to build a space hotel in 5 years.
Well, that's why I said if the Earth is a globe, because then at least we have some leeway to say that that's an actual eventuality, right?
I don't know, man. I think you just know. Oh shit. Well, guess we were wrong after all. Let's move on with life.
All right, so what's the next topic?
What was the news today, Crit?
One of Saturn's smallest moons has a secret ocean. A deep ocean exists beneath the icy, cratered surface of Saturn's moon Mimas, according to new analysis of data from NASA's Cassini mission.
Man, thank you. That was so edifying. If I didn't know that, I don't know what I'd do.
What would you have to do to verify that?
Like, can they show the data? Like, right now, put it in the Freedom of Information Act. Let's see it. Let me see the data. Nope. Why? National security. So some random underground ocean on some random rock that's around some other random ball of gas is national security. Yeah, man. Well, fuck. See, that's the worst part of NASA, how there's no accountability. They're completely immune to all these programs that are meant to hold government to account for government misconduct. There's no protection if you're a whistleblower. They won't honor a Freedom of Information Act. It's like, come on already. Like, how many, like, man behind the curtains warning sign? Like, pay no attention. Just read the press releases that the media will print word for word, and that's it. If you guys remember, this was the same moon some years back. They say that as a Death Star. I kind of missed it. Like a couple years ago, there was like the battle royale. Who's gonna get more moons, Jupiter or Saturn? It's like every day, new moon found in Jupiter. Yay! Saturn discovers 2 new moons. Yay! I just be like, what's the final answer? How come you guys aren't out there? You worry about flat Earth. There's moons to discover around Saturn and Jupiter. What are you waiting for? Bust out your telescope and start discovering moons.
NASA is basically protected by all the goodwill that it has built up for itself.
It's a way what they do is government spending. They make everything a sacred cow. Somebody out there really is a huge fanboy or fan person of NASA. So they don't want to cut it. Because if they cut that, they'll be like, why are you cutting NASA? How about you cut defense? And then someone else, the defense they threaten to cut is like the one base in the middle of Iowa that makes all the primers or something, like they compartmentalize like everything, every military spending project is spread across all of America. So you can't cut anything. Because you say, hey, I'm going to cut this new jet. Well, the wings are built in Wisconsin. The ejection seats built in Florida. The landing gears built in Minnesota. The circuitry, the wiring, everything that's built in Colorado. So all these people are like, fuck no, I want my federal money. I want federal money coming in to manufacturing because it comes into my state. They pay state taxes, they pay federal, or they pay local taxes. So they say, no, I want this new bridge to nowhere. So people like cut NASA. People like, cut defense. It's supposed to be like a debate that never ends. What do you cut? Everybody doesn't want. Everyone wants to cut, but no one wants their shit to get cut.
Why so serious?
Yeah, they got it worked out. I mean, they planned that shit good. They did all the research and used MK Ultra and behavioral models, and they know exactly how to keep increased spending, and people will clap they'll applaud the increase of spending while they know that the federal government is unsustainable. This level of spending is unsustainable. It's not possible. Mathematically, the house of cards will fall. It does. NASA's going to be one of the first things to go. You saw that when they shut the government down. They show you what agencies stay open and what ones stay closed. NASA's the top of the list. Closed. They even put on they only monitor their website anymore. I used to have a screenshot of their website. You'll do the government shutdown, the website's not being monitored. We're shutting it down. Closed until funding. So it shows you how, it's not a necessary government function because they only can keep things open that are necessary to continue the fund or continue for the government to operate. I think of the word for that. If something's necessary,
It probably used to be more necessary back in the day, but they've lied so much that they've created basically a hole that's too deep to dig out of.
Oh, essential. It's called essential. I don't know why I couldn't. Sometimes just brain farting simple words here. So NASA is 100% non-essential. The only people working at NASA who are essential are like the gate guards. And we'll toss them a bag lunch every 6 hours or something. Just add them to the Meals on Wheels, roster. Another program that won't shut down if government shuts down. See, it's always too like the foreigners are the ones who are really into NASA. I go, how about you put your money where your mouth is? You love NASA? Write a check.
Why is your voice so nasally?
Use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for. And then when you get there, right?
When you get there.
Drive. Oh, go ahead, Brett. Finish it.
No, I don't know what the ending was going to be there. I was kind of like misled a little bit.
Okay. Then you drive on to whatever point you think you're going to make, which will be no point whatsoever.
Okay, I'll remember that part. Okay. Drive on to any point you think you're going to make. No, say it one more time.
Which will be no point whatsoever.
Which will be no point whatsoever, yes.
Yeah, it's just basically a squawk. Like, he got upset that I was ripping on NASA, and he squawked. Birds that are just born, just like screeching for their mom and dad to feed them.
Gravity pushes you down.
We lied to you.
We lied to you. What a voice, honestly.
Like the big buzzkill. He knows, hey, everybody, right now I got something to say. You're like, what is that, Michio Makaku? We lied to you.
I kind of think he's channeling Mr. Zulu just a little bit.
Sounds like the most monotone voice, but in a weird way, it has some sort of tone to it.
It's got like croissants, like it just shatters. It's so like this sort of monotone, kind of like robotic, sort of like depressed view of the world. But it's so powerful, it just resonates and just shatters globalist worldviews. Because one of their shticks is they don't know why they would lie. Like, why did Michio Makaku lie? He said, because you're too stupid to understand gravity, so we lied to you. We told you different story because you're too dumb to get the real shtick. Told you the real stuff, we'd be making claims you could easily debunk.
Didn't Michio Kaku bring up like Kabbalah and his studies on Kabbalistic texts relating to the Big Bang and cosmology in general.
Yeah, I think there's something. I remember hearing something about that. Yeah, that he added some spirituality, sort of like
Yeah.
new age. Like whatever.
I'm positive I saw Michio Kaku on like a documentary about aliens. So I'm really like not sure about him. Like aliens in Egypt, that kind of thing.
Do you guys
Yeah,
remember
he's
the dude
strange.
Chronic? He was like supposedly an astrophysicist or something like that, like going for his doctorate. He said that Michio Kaku wasn't a real scientist. And you're like, why? Why isn't he a real scientist? He's like, because it's been about like 20 years since he wrote a peer-reviewed paper. And you're like, okay, how many peer-reviewed papers have you written? None. Okay, but you're a scientist. He's like, yeah, I'm a scientist. And I'm like, but you have you ever written a peer-reviewed paper? So it's been all your years since you've written a peer-reviewed paper. Like none.
There's one documentary of Michio Kaku, and I'm sure we've all seen it. Anyone who's a nerd has seen the lightsaber one, right? And it's such a good documentary, except for the end, because at the end, like what they actually produce is not a lightsaber. You know what I mean? Like it's just a horrible ending.
You know, it'd be cool if they had an ending with Brian Cox doing like a boy band sing like music video.
Let's see what you like about Brian Cox. He did. Brian Cox is one of the best of them all. I think he's an actual particle physicist. Like he's
an actual
real.
boy band singer.
Yeah, and he actually teaches at a university.
And he's a boy band. He's in a boy band.
Yeah.
And his website is called Children of Apollo. Like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck? What exactly is a child of Apollo?
The stars are billions and billions of light years away, and that is fantastic. If you think about the flat Earth, it's really not possible in our reality, and that's because the sun travels around Earth billions and billions and billions of light years away. Obviously, what I said there was incorrect, but I'm just trying to channel my Brian Cox right now. I remember ages ago there was a guy who came in this VC and he sounded exactly like Neil deGrasse Tyson. It was so funny. I don't know if any of you remember that, but it was quite funny.
Yeah, there's a guy who I haven't seen him around very much, but he sounds just like Don Patet. I mean, like not exactly, but like really close. And he's not using a voice changer or anything.
Yeah, the guy who sounds like Neil deGrasse Tyson is someone I know. He's been in our home server too. Twadwazzle, T-Dub, did his intake to process him in and talk to him for like 4 or 5 hours.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I keep trying to get him to come back, and he's on the fence. He's a Glober who's really flat curious.
Yeah, the Don Patek guy is Cliffly or C, or I don't know how you pronounce that. CJ Fly. That's probably better. Let's see what server is he on? He's on the Asylum in Mass Media. You get notifications like, do I really want to waste a click? Britt, I'm gonna need you to disengage right now.
With who? Sorry.
I said you're gonna need to disengage right now. You got to disengage.
With who?
Yeah,
The guy in the text chat.
This ain't going anywhere. Oh, I know you're talking to someone in text chat.
I was
I'll do the
confused.
I'll give throwback from the other day when you were talking to I think it was Gippy Git, right?
Oh yeah.
And you're
I
like,
just want him,
what?
like, I just want him for once. Like, I don't mind what it is. He could tell me, I don't know, the sky is blue. I just want him to source one thing, and it's like at all, anything. You know, source for me that toasters cook food. That's my challenge. So, dude, if you look at the side chat right now, right, when I said you have to pick between directions and the sun hauling ass, that's what I meant, because what Redwin posted, you'd have to throw that away, right? If you started to say that there was no such thing as the southern extremities, you wouldn't be able to say what east, west, or north or south are.
You talking to me?
Yes, because you were arguing with me about it earlier.
I just had to walk all the way across the shop, dude.
Oh, right.
What?
You know what? Earlier, when I said that, if you suggest that Australia and other southern places aren't on the extremities of the known world, then you're going to find yourself not having any idea of direction. Look at the side chat of what Redwin posted. That's what I meant. Like, you'll have noted north, south, east, or west, because directions kind of like imply that you're moving in a circular path, at least, right, around the world.
This is an argument from incredulity.
Incredulity? Why am I being incredulous? How am I being incredulous?
You don't understand what's going on that map?
I see it as a demonstration for how you can have a flat Earth and sense a direction.
And do you think that map has ever been used ever once, or no? That's just a cool thing for flat earthers to hang on their wall.
I'm sure it has been used. Why? What's up with it?
Okay, so if it's been used, then what kind of problems are you bringing to it?
Oh, right. You're misunderstanding. I'm saying that map, right, is the best possible map that I could think of, right, for a flat Earth, because it explains at least directions, right? You go east, west in a circle, and north is in the middle, and south is at the extremities, right? What I was saying was that if you're going to agree to that, you're going to have contradictions with other observations, right?
Can you give an example?
Yeah, okay. So if the sun was moving down around a circular path around the world, so the two tropics is often claimed, when it travels around the outer tropic, it will have to haul ass or move away, right? Moves away, say like magnification makes it look larger. Now, as far as I could tell, there are only two possibilities, right? So if you assume that the sun is physical. If you think it's something else, I mean, I don't think anyone's going to buy into that. And so then the problem with magnifying this sun that's very far away now is that light will travel differently and you'll have different shadows. And the southern extremities are in the north, and that doesn't happen. So it just doesn't match any observation.
But you do agree, like, there's times of the years that in the north they see the sun never go below the horizon, and then there's times in the south that they claim that as well. And then, so like, when you're saying basically when the sun is on the Tropic of Cancer, you don't understand how the light spreading is working. Is that correct?
No, that's not it. What I'm saying is that
Tropic of Capricorn, sorry.
On the southern route, because it has to cover more distance, it has to haul ass, right? It has to move really quickly over the sky. And obviously we don't see that happen. So what's the solution to that? As far as I can tell, there's one solution. And that's move the sun further away so it can travel more distance in less time and even magnify it so it looks the same size. I'd give you that.
Yeah, well, that's what we noticed, right? The sun definitely looks further away
in the south
when it's winter for the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about in the southern hemisphere. When the sun is traversing the southern hemisphere, it has to travel a longer distance, and it's obviously not going faster there. I mean, Australians aren't having very quick days where the sun's hauling ass over the sky. What they do have, you could argue, is maybe the sun moves away, like from the Earth, right? Like,
yeah, they have a quicker twilight period. Correct.
No, we're talking
yeah,
yeah, that's not the point though. We're talking, when I say hauling ass, I'm talking about many times the distance the sun has to travel. Not just like an hour, right? Many times the distance. And the sun would have to move very quickly to have the same 24-hour period around the world. And every single person would be having very short daytimes because the sun would have to, cover much more distance in less time, right?
It's how the clock hand works, though, right? The inner part of the clock hand versus the outer part of a clock hand.
Yeah, but the outer part would be moving faster.
They're still traveling at 15 degrees per hour, right?
If you want to say that, but then it would take look. If you want to say that the sun is just doing the same speed, then obviously
it's a different speed. You're asking for like linear when normally it's like taken into account as an angular, right? It's a 15 degrees per hour, right? Like the clock hand, the inside of it is spinning slower than the outside of it. That's correct. What mechanism is causing the outside of that clock hand to spin faster than the inside of the clock hand?
Would you agree that the sun, when it makes a revolution around the outer extremities, would have to go quicker, right, to get to a full revolution?
Correct, just like a clock hand, yeah.
Yeah, and so if you're in Australia on the ground, the sun would have to haul ass over your sky, right?
Correct, to the point that you would notice a shorter twilight period in the southern summer compared to the
talking
northern.
about a very, very different time, not like just not an hour, right? We're talking like
No, you're missing it, dude. Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer. Do you know how far apart those two are?
Oh my god.
I'm more suggesting that the days would be 3 times shorter, right? At least.
Fucking noobs. Jesus Christ.
3 times?
At least, yeah. At least.
Fucking noobs. Don't know what they're talking about.
So if it has to go 3 times quicker, then you're going to run into the issue.
Okay, I see what you're saying. If we're using the scale of the Gleasons, you're saying, I get it now. Okay.
Yeah, any regular scale of knowing how large Australia is or the distance between
No, I didn't make any claims, dude. He's making them.
So if you move the sun further away, then you can magnify it so it looks the same size, but then you have issues with shadows on the ground because if you move light further away from the surface, it's going to create a different sort of shadow on that surface, right?
This is all
Different
based off a false premise. You understand that, right? Like you're
What's the
you're
false premise?
attributing the Gleason's map to being an accurate rendition of the continental layout and the grid, the latitude.
Yeah, I'm saying that that map that was shown by Redwin does okay in saying directions are this way and that way. But when you apply another observation to it, just one other observation, it just fails, right?
Yeah, we have that same problem with your map too, right? Because like we look
Yo,
at the
bro,
path of totality from the eclipse being above the Tropic of like Capricorn, right?
you hear me
So
trying
then
to
your
interrupt you?
map has
I
to be
think
like, oh
like
no, it's
this is what makes
actually
me feel
tilted.
like we just have like two trolls just talking to each other. Because I know for fuck's sake y'all can hear me, right?
Well, you're
Or
very
is it
quiet,
just,
so
or
I
is
don't
it,
know
or
why.
is it just,
I don't know why,
or is it just
Elijah,
two
you've come
trolls in
in
here?
with an attitude, but you do sound
Or
very
is it
quiet.
just two trolls in here and there's no real moderation? Like,
You're just
what's
you're just
happening?
talking really quietly, and you think you're entitled to speak, but that's fine.
So Crit's not here. Super Monkey, you're
Are
not
you just
here.
crying? Are you crying for like a mod or something?
Quiet Noobs, you're not here. Morvis, no one.
Yeah, keep crying.
Wait, what just happened?
He's calling us trolls because his mic's so quiet we couldn't hear him while we were talking to each other.
It's funny because you hear me now.
Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I didn't hear you, Elijah.
Super interesting that you can hear me now.
Yeah, why don't you listen to yourself in the recording and see how quiet you were in the background?
You're very
Doesn't matter how quiet I am. You can hear
Well, we
me
can't see
talking.
what you're. If we can't hear what you're saying, why would we stop a conversation just for you?
Because you hear me trying to interrupt.
Yeah, but you're not someone who ever adds anything, so it would be a waste of time.
I've got to put my phone right up to my ear to hear you, Elijah.
So let me ask you a question. Do you know me?
You're Elijah, yeah.
Do you know me though?
Yeah, I know who you are. I've
Okay,
listened to
that's
you.
my argument.
What's your argument? I heard you once recite the Black Swan and do a logical fallacy. That was pretty
What's
interesting.
the argument then? Because
What
if you
for,
don't know it, you don't know me. Because that's the only way you can know me. Because other than my friends and family, the way that people online know me is by my argumentation. So if
yeah,
you don't
your
know
bad
my
argumentation.
you
Yes,
don't know me.
I've heard your arguments before. One
Okay,
argument
so
you did
repeat
was
the logical syllogism then.
okay. So you said if the Earth was a sphere of 3959, then you should see no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height. You don't see you
No,
see further
that's
than that
kind of not
distance.
correct. But I mean, can we be a little pedantic? See
No, I've
what?
heard you recite the Black Swan and do a
So
logical
can we be
fallacy
a little
before.
pedantic for the sake of the audience that you're trying to shit on my name in front of?
Yes,
Okay,
I've seen you do logical fallacies. Yes.
see what? How can a logical syllogism be a fallacy simultaneously?
Well, because you like
how?
let's test it. Right, let's test it.
How? Not
You
let's
can
test
you
it.
tell me?
Just say the logical syllogism in the way that I have stated it,
All
not
right,
how
okay. I'll
you
repeat it. I'll
summarize
repeat it
it.
verbatim. I'll repeat it verbatim.
I'll stop you if you don't. Go on.
1 second. Let's pull it up.
Mm-hmm.
If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Continue.
We see further, or like it's not that, we see further than that.
No, that's not it. That's not it, Bucko. Because I'm pretty sure that Q doesn't sound like that.
Yeah, we do not see a radius, a distance of.
Say
Well, it's
it
something.
the
It's
way
I got
it's
look.
fucking
The
written.
version I'm reading is not the verbatim script. It's like there's missing a
All
part.
right. So I mean, words are fucking important.
Yeah. Okay.
Like,
The
you're being
point is,
vague
the
about the
point
one
is,
thing
Elijah,
that you should be saying.
yeah. The point is, I've heard you recite QE's argument, and you
It doesn't
switched the
matter what you
P's.
listen. Can you say it right now correctly? Because you keep saying something is incorrect that you haven't stated correctly yet.
You're doing an on the spot fallacy. But I
I'm
have
not
heard.
doing on the
Have you
spot
heard you recite
fallacy. It's
QE's
not a
argument?
fallacy if you're saying, "Hey, I'm doing X, Y, Z," and I'm like, "Oh, really? How so? Quote me." And you can't quote me. That's you just failing to quote me.
Right. Okay. I'll get the exact quote then. But this is a
You've been
on
saying
the
that for
spot
the last
fallacy.
5 minutes. Fourth time
Wait,
the charm
there's
with
no.
that.
It's not online anywhere, really, is it? So you have to kind of like hunt for it.
I mean, how retarded do you have to be to have heard everyone parrot the same argument and still not know it?
Because I don't know how they frame the not qubit, but it's not really
Because
the
you
relevant.
don't fucking understand. Because if you did, you'd be able to tell me the logical syllogism in the way
No,
that it's been laid
that's an
out
on the spot
since
fallacy.
2020.
That's an on the spot fallacy.
If you were paying attention, you would be able to put into the logical syllogism the argument that we've been talking about since
No,
2020.
you're doing it
I'm
on the
not
spot
putting
fallacy again.
you on the spot. You're telling me an argument that I'm making is fallacious, but you don't know the argument to tell me that it's fallacious. That's
Can
not an on the
someone?
spot fallacy. That's you being a moron.
No, it's on the spot fallacy because you're saying
No,
just because
you're
I
a
can't
moron
recite.
because you can't
Hold
tell
on,
me
no,
something is wrong that I'm
Elijah. I
doing
need
and
to
you don't
teach you the
understand.
logical fallacy, right? It's an on the spot fallacy because if you say I don't exactly remember, I can't
I'm not
exactly recite the
asking you anything.
information.
I'm not
I
asking you
can't
about
exactly recite the
anything. I'm not
information
asking
off the
you
top of
about
my head.
anything.
Therefore, I'm
I'm
wrong.
not asking you about something random. I'm asking you about the items that you have mentioned. Okay? You have decided to say that I commit logical fallacies, and I'm like, well, what's my argument? My argument happens to be a logical syllogism, but you don't know it. That's not me putting you on the spot. That's you being full of shit.
Well, I do know the argument. I just can't recite it off the
No,
top
you
of my
just
head.
didn't. You just didn't.
Yeah,
Specifically
well,
because you're
look.
telling me I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah,
You
I
can't tell me
can't
you know
recite
the
it off the top of
argument.
my head.
You can't tell me I'm putting you on the spot for not knowing the argument. That's a law
Yeah.
of non-contradiction fallacy.
No. I'm trying to recite it to you as best as I can remember it, word for word, right?
Yeah, dick brain.
And
Dick
you're
brain.
missing the
Go on and
point
speak to the other
because you're
trolls
rambling about
because I'm
this because you
washing dishes
don't
and I'm
want to
about to
talk
make
about the
breakfast.
fallacy you
So
committed,
go on and
right?
speak to the other troll that's pretending to know something or whatever.
A
Okay?
second.
Because I've already got my fill of the idiots in the room. So you guys do
Yeah,
what you
look,
want.
I know you don't want to talk about the fallacy you committed, but I'll tell the room, right?
Right, because if it was up to me,
if your
if it was up to
position,
me, you'd be put on mute
so
and you'd be tasked to
Elijah
get
once
a clip of me committing the fallacy. You didn't even give me what fallacy.
recited the Black
You would have
Swan.
to quote me verbatim. You can't even quote the logical syllogism. So how the
Yeah, but
fuck are you
everyone
going
knows
to
what the
quote
Black
me?
Swan is. Maybe no
So
one can
how
remember the
on
exact
earth are you
wording,
going
but
to quote me?
Elijah, everyone knows the Black
If you
Swan.
can't quote the logical syllogism, don't say you know the Black Swan because you didn't quote it. So how are you going to say that you're going to quote something and you don't know it? So
I know it's a modus tollens.
how are you going
I
to
know.
call me out for a
Right.
logical
Okay. Let's
fallacy?
just skip to the point.
How are
Elijah,
you gonna?
what's
I'm
the
asking a
conclusion
question.
of the Black
I'm
Swan?
asking a question. How are you going to
What's the
quote me
conclusion?
for a logical fallacy if you can't put my words into the fallacy that I've
Yeah.
structured into the fallacy?
Let me give you a test, Elijah. What's the conclusion of the Black Swan?
So I already asked you a question. Obviously, it doesn't
What
make
is the
sense for
conclusion?
someone
Just
to
tell me that it says one
claim.
line. One line.
Obviously, it doesn't make sense to claim that someone is committing a fallacy, but
Well,
can't
then
actually
look, we can
formulate.
resolve it right now if
Why
you
are
tell me
you
what the
talking when I'm
conclusion is of the
talking,
Black
bro?
Swan.
I thought you said I was low. So are you
You
trying
are
to be a
low.
tyrant now? Are you trying to make it so that other people don't hear me? Because when I'm responding to you, you're deciding to talk on the back of me ending my statements, which is the
Well,
conclusion for every time. What are you doing?
we can resolve that right now if you just tell me what the
No,
conclusion of the
we
Black Swan
already
is.
tried to resolve it.
Yeah, this will be
You don't know
resolved right
what you're
now if you tell me
talking
what the
about.
conclusion is.
You don't know what you're talking about. That's the conclusion. Sat here and said that
Okay.
I committed a fallacy, and now you're trying to fish for a fallacy I didn't commit. Why are you asking me anything?
Well,
You
I
said
don't
I
know why you're
committed a
shy to just
fallacy
answer what the
because,
conclusion of the Black Swan is.
for example, when I tell you you committed a fallacy, it's specifically the law of non-contradiction fallacy in which you say I committed a fallacy, and then I ask you which one was it. Give me the words that are in the structure of the fallacy I committed, and you can't quote me. So that's me literally calling you out for the structure of your
Got a point
logical
there.
fallacy, but you have dick when it comes to proving to everyone that I've committed a logical fallacy.
Well, this is kind of
So
proving it right now because I'm asking you what the conclusion of the Black Swan is, and you're not answering it. What's the conclusion? Because the last time I heard you recite the Black Swan, you concluded the Earth is not a sphere. Is that correct? Elijah? And for those of you in the room, the reason why he can't make that conclusion is because the P statement does not suggest the Earth is not a sphere. So he can't then say the Earth is not a sphere. That's the only thing I was going to say. And Elijah didn't notice that he committed a fallacy, that's all.
Yeah, you're stupid. So his statement is the P statement doesn't prove that it's not X, right? However, no, it just is with the premise that you would see X, not that X doesn't exist. He doesn't even fucking know what he's talking about. But when a moderator is
You
in
just said a
here,
bunch of
and I
words
can,
salad.
this is what I'm saying. When a moderator is in here and can actually
Yeah,
moderate the discussion,
Elijah, there's nothing
then
going. There's no need for a moderator. You guys are going back and forth. It's not toxic. It's not a freak out. He's got a
no,
different take than you've got, and you guys are hashing it out.
no, Crit, no, because every time I tried to speak, he cut me off. So if I'm going to have the argument, it can't be with someone cutting me off because I'm going to be getting citations. I'm going to be backing what I'm saying. And I can't have some idiot who doesn't know what he's talking about changing the narrative every 2 minutes.
Elijah, you started this conversation interrupting me and Torah, if you recall.
Yeah, because you were making claims.
Nothing to do with you. You made it about
Okay.
you.
Okay, but you were making claims still. I don't care what I made it about. The point is, I interrupted because you were making claims that you couldn't substantiate. Sitting there trying to ask the other guy to affirm the claim that you were making, which he is too stupid to understand.
You're saying Torah is too stupid to understand observations.
That's not what I just said. You see what I'm
I
saying?
literally called him out for that. Saying
No.
it was based off a false premise.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for you, that's not what I was paying attention to. He made a claim and he laid it on your table as if you were presenting it. And you didn't say, no, that's not my claim. You said a whole bunch of other shit.
I didn't say it was Torah's claim. I said that is the best conceptualization of a directional map for the flat Earth, actually. But
Oh, I don't agree
me
with
and
that.
Torah I was just explaining to
But
Torah
yeah,
why I think it's problematic, in other
I don't
words.
agree with that.
Did they take out super reactions?
Where, on Discord?
Yeah.
I don't
Because
know.
your claim is that if you put a second observer, then that's where everything goes wrong. Well, I mean, why would you be doing that? Again, that's not what practical reason, other than proving an argument within itself, could you be doing that? Because I know when it comes to, I don't know, navigation,
Well, it all goes back to
why
the
would that
idea
be
that I
relevant?
can't conceive of an idea of a flat Earth that has directions
Well, we're
without
not asking
extremities.
for conception. We're just talking about what happens and what we practically do. So I get maybe that's the problem. Because I'm not here giving concepts to people. Not here giving people my religious assertions.
I wouldn't say religion involves making observations about the natural
No,
world.
my statement was perfect the way it was. I'm not here giving people my religious assertions.
Yeah, like observations. They're very religious, aren't they?
Why would you say that?
So that entire conversation was based on just observation.
Okay, but why would you say that observation is religious? I don't get it.
Because you're saying that I'm talking about something religious. I'm talking about observations.
What observation? You can't observe something from being two different people, can you? Like, so when you're
Um,
observing something, you're one person. If you're taking a measurement, You're taking a measurement as that person from that singular point. Okay. So I'm trying to understand where you're coming from when you say you've made an observation, but you got two people within your singular argument.
The observation of the sun. Now, I would accept if someone said the Gleason's map doesn't do a very good job at explaining the sun's passes through the
Oh, see,
sky.
that's the problem. See, because ain't nobody here trying to explain it. I'm not trying to explain what. Who's here trying to explain that? Like, I can only explain what it does and what it's utilized for, and it's angular measurements. I
You
don't
should
have to
also
explain.
recognize where it.
I
Yeah.
don't have to explain anything beyond that.
You could also
Oh,
recognize where it falls short in observation.
what your claim? Your claim in the
Yeah.
midst of you trying to get an explanation for something that again no one else in here is looking for.
Well, I mean, as long as you're willing to accept it fails that observation, then sure, I don't mind.
What your claim? Your claim fails your observation? I don't get it because it has nothing to do with me. Any of the claims I'm making.
Well, that's what we were talking about when you interjected, so I assume that was the issue you had.
Yeah, because I said, dude, is that your claim? Talking to the other guy because you put it on him.
No.
And he didn't tell you no. That's not my claim.
He
I'm
was
not.
asking
No,
me how it fails in other
instead, he
observations,
was
and I
trying to
explained to
explain to you fucking reality. Last time I checked, reality is something you experience. Last time I checked.
Is it just what you experience?
Last time I checked, reality is something that you experience. That I guess you
Okay.
can describe, but you can't explain something you don't experience.
Do you think
Well,
there's any a priori knowledge
so define a priori knowledge as
before
opposed to a
experience?
posteriori knowledge.
Before experience?
So not before experience, second hand knowledge,
No,
aka someone
before
told you
experience.
something.
It means before experience.
No, so why don't you go ahead and put a citation in the chat for the definition that supports what you're saying?
Oh, goodness me. All right, okay, one sec.
All right, good. Just a simple definition again. You know the difference between a definition and an explanation, right?
Yeah. Okay. Here's your Merriam-Webster definition, if you would like. The first line is relating to or derived by reasoning from self-evident propositions, and if you scroll down, it says a priori and a posteriori are terms that are used especially in logic and philosophy. A priori is Latin a priori, which means literally from what is earlier, meaning earlier than experience.
Give me a second. It says deductive relating to or derived by reasoning from self-evident propositions.
Yeah, and if you scroll down, it says it's
So why do I
Latin
have to?
a
Why do I
priori,
have to
which
scroll? Why do I need to scroll down?
because it gives you a etymological explanation. It means from what is earlier, meaning earlier than experience.
But that
A
would be
posteriori
into
is after
contradiction.
experience.
I don't get that. Maybe there's something that you're
You said it.
saying that I'm not understanding because look, as an adjective, right? It says relating to or derived by reason from self-evident propositions. Look, so check this out. If you haven't experienced something that is self-evidently true, like I walk up to a tree and go, yeah, that's a tree, I've experienced it. If that's not the case, how could it also mean without having that experience, as well as having that experience. How? Because if it's prior to you having the experience, then how the fuck isn't that a contradiction?
Sorry, you think a priori depends in any sort of way on having an experience?
I'm asking you, which one is it? Is it having an
It
experience or
doesn't.
not having an experience?
It's before experience. You have self-evident propositions. So, for instance, all unmarried men are bachelors. You don't need to experience an unmarried man to know that. It's self-evident.
Oh, right.
It's
Being without
analytic.
number two, I get it. Okay. Being without examination or analysis. So presumptive, formed or conceived beforehand. Okay, like, imagining.
I'm not
So
imagining it.
as opposed to a posteriori, which would be straight up knowing something because you've experienced it then, right?
Well, I mean, a priori could be not like you would know that all unmarried men are
So
bachelors
so why so
without
so
meeting one.
why'd you bring this up again then? When we're talking about actually experience, direct experience and firsthand
Well,
knowledge.
you said something along the lines of the only things we know are just things that we experience, and I thought, well, that sounds
Well,
like you
that
have
would
some
be a
conclusion.
posteriori knowledge, wouldn't it? Like
Yeah, it would be
so
a
so
posteriori.
so a priori knowledge is not something that we know, but something that we believe. There's obviously a distinction for a reason, right? It can't be both that they're both experienced.
Do you know all unmarried men are bachelors, or
I'm
do you
just
just
saying
believe
it
that?
can't both be that they're both experienced in
Or
the
no,
same
but
way. There has to
you
be a
know
distinction,
all
right?
unmarried men are bachelors without
Well,
experience.
without going back into the examples again, the bottom line is one definition is for things that you know, and the other definition is for things that you don't know in the way that we mean know in the first instance.
I
So
don't
I can
think
say,
that's
well,
correct.
I know that someone is a good person because I've read about things that they've done. But I don't know. I don't actually know. So it's not know in the sense of this is an objective statement about something that I know. When I say I know, I actually mean that I believe.
No,
So in this conversation, I'm talking about things that I know.
no,
So
I
when I
think you've
say know,
misunderstood
I'm
what a
talking
priori
about
means.
experience.
Yes, but you can know things before experience.
No. You can know things that perhaps may be true because someone told you, but again, the difference between the two is that one is you know because you've proven or it is self-evident, and the other one is, well, I believe it based on information and reasoning.
I don't think people just believe that all unmarried men are bachelors. I think
Look,
they know that.
bro, yes or no? What I just said, true or
No,
false?
false.
So what's false about so one is about direct experience, another is not. True or false?
That's true.
Okay, so why would you tell the people I just said that just in different words and you said no? Why?
I don't think that's what you said.
That is what I said. That's
It
why I said
sounded
it a
like you
different way because I'm like
implied.
I know he can't be misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Well, it sounded like you implied that the one which is just a belief is the a priori one.
Okay. Well,
That would
again,
be incorrect.
if one has to do with experiencing something directly, and then one doesn't. You can't say you know something you haven't experienced.
You don't need to experience an unmarried man to know they're a bachelor.
Yeah, but you fucking have though experienced, and first of all, that's a dumb. That's. I mean, sure, like if we were talking about a philosophy class, and you were gonna put this, okay, this person is married, this person is not married. I mean, it's silly. It's silly talk. We're talking about things that you know and things that you heard. So things that you heard are not things that you know, they're things that you heard.
Elijah, I really do recommend researching a priori knowledge.
Again, things that you heard are not things that you know.
Okay, if you say so.
When it comes to this example about married bachelors, it has nothing to do with objective measurements and what we're talking about now. That's why it's a dumb example, at least for the sake of this conversation. I get what you're trying to say, but it doesn't apply to this conversation. Well, back to the real point, you made a claim that you tried to lay on the other guy's table.
Yeah, I've got to go for a conference in a second, so I'm done now.
All right, then. You gotta stop letting these guys fool y'all with 2015 arguments, man. Like that's the shit that really bothers me.
Yeah, I mean, if they're kind of newish to the conversation, they're going through the same process. They're just a few, steps behind. Britt's come a long way in the last couple of weeks. Like, he went down the troll pipeline and pulled himself out.
I love you, Crit.
I know. I love you too.
He seems a little mad at me for some reason. I don't know why.
No, I'm not. You just look. You're one of the people I like the most, right? And you just found yourself in the crosshairs when I was already arguing with someone. You know, it's nothing specific to you.
Collateral
Yeah, dude,
damage.
don't you got a conference
Yeah,
to go
collateral.
to? Don't you have a conference or something to go to? Why are you
Yeah,
still here?
it's in 12 minutes. It's not right now
All right, so why'd you stop our conversation?
because I didn't want to leave up to the last minute and then suddenly go right bye.
Well, I mean, shit. Well then go somewhere else because maybe I wanted to follow up with something, or maybe I just wanted to talk shit about what just happened. You're kind of getting in the way of that.
Well, you can follow up if you want, but I won't be able to say much in response.
Yeah.
Maybe
So
Elijah.
back to this argument where you're trying to say, well,
Okay, how about this? How about both of you, like, Britt, you say one more thing, and Elijah, you get the last word, and we can leave it at that. How's that sound?
Sounds good. My last word is a priori knowledge is knowledge, and you can just derive that from analytical truths. There we go.
All right, go ahead, Elijah.
I mean, that's pretty obvious because you have a priori knowledge or data and a posteriori knowledge or data. So that's not what's in contention. I don't know why you said it that way.
All right, so now, Britt, get your goat smell and ask to that meeting.
All right, okay. I'll see you guys later.
I think Elijah needs
He
to
doesn't
learn.
even understand what the contention is.
Elijah, maybe you need to learn English.
Like it's like they think knowledge.
I didn't get
You,
anything from you, Elijah. You were so confusing. Can you speak English? Because guy was speaking English. Only you doesn't speak English.
mm,
You need to
I
check your English. Because to know what is knowledge and what is belief, it's nuclear science. You need to study at least 20 years of nuclear science to know the difference.
Yeah, that was who? God, who was that said that? Oh no, it was Oh shit, it's gonna kill him because he hasn't been around for quite some time.
So aren't we going to talk about Brett?
All right,
He's a
so let's
good
go
guy.
ahead. Let's go ahead and read this to get it clear for the audience real quick. So, two types of knowledge, justification, or argument. Now, he tried to position himself or his last statement as like maybe me not understanding that a priori information is not knowledge. Like, it's okay. All I'm saying is it depends on what you mean by knowledge. Like, to know something. Did you actually physically experience it, or did you come across some information to you that makes sense? I made that pretty clear in the beginning. So here you read a priori from the earlier and a posteriori from the later are Latin phrases used in philosophy to distinguish types of knowledge, justification, or argument by their reliance on experience. A priori knowledge is independent from any experience. Any experience. Independent from any experience. It's just straight up um it's just straight up logic and reason.
It's Peter.
Look, the examples include mathematics. We already know. What's mathematics? What do we call mathematics again?
A language?
Another word. Hmm.
Empirical?
It's the opposite of empirical.
I was about to say abstract.
Abstract. There you go. Thank you, man. Thank you. Abstract, as opposed to actual. So again, this is really an argument about someone saying, well, things that are abstract can be real. Why are you saying that they're not knowledge? And I'm like, man, I'm not arguing that. I just want you to prove your bullshit. And if you can't, cool. But you can't prove it with the abstract alone, by itself. Which is why I told them you created an argument within an argument that had nothing to do with anything practical. Because who on earth is like when he says this doesn't work, when he's talking about adding a second observer, I said, yeah, it's your claim that it doesn't work based on your argument because no one in the world is trying to come up with a set of behaviors. Like no one's actually doing what he's doing to confirm that his argument is true or not, if that makes sense. Like when we're doing celestial navigation, when we're taking measurements, we're not like, okay, now let's put a second observer and then let's see what's going. No one's doing that. You know what they're doing? They're building mapping systems so that they can fucking go from point A to point B. None of that has to do with imagining whether or not there's a second observer, right or wrong. So I don't understand why we let these clowns do this shit. The Gleason's map doesn't work. Work for what? For proving an argument. Why would you use a model to prove something? Isn't that a reification fallacy? Let's move past that. How about let's not? Angles of the sun. The assumption that, how about that's begging the question? Oh, let's move past that. How about let's not? How about the conversation is over because you tried to begin it with a logical fallacy? How the fuck is he going to call me out for logical fallacies that I haven't committed? How the fuck is the conclusion in the Black Swan a logical fallacy? How?
Well, for a long time, religions have made it the standard that you can accept dreams as parts of reality, as empirical evidence. They conflate what's in scripture as facts and truth. So the people have been brainwashed in their thinking.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as much as as long as I've been in this argument, it wasn't until like yesterday, the day after yesterday, that I'm looking at these diagrams with navigation. I'm like, man, I'm confused because I'm not really seeing what they're like. I'm seeing what they're illustrating, but I'm like trying to figure out. Like, I know it's illustrating. Like, it's supposed to represent a globe, and it's like when I'm looking at all the values, I'm like, but this isn't telling that story, but it looks like it. So I'm like, what am I missing? And then I'm like, holy shit! Every time you look at like one of those diagrams with the circle that or and in some cases they just put the globe right there, and it's like, well, it has to do with that somehow until you realize everything they're talking about is a plane with a celestial sphere over it, and you're looking at the aerial view of it, and I'm like, holy shit! As many times as I looked at these diagrams, I never saw it that way. And I'm like, fucking hold on people's minds and how they think are so strong. Even I'm still coming out of it.
I think you might. Hey, is Rich Evans you around? Can you talk? See you doing a lot of stuff in text chat. Elijah, hot mic.
My bad.
I like to use that joke too. Cut the shit where he Newton got hit by an apple and then saw stars. Like mild traumatic brain injury.
I think a highlighter would help make sense of the data. If we could highlight the little white lies or the unverified bits that are within the model.
You guys want to see a quick video?
Yeah, man, fire it up.
All right. Let me share my screen. This will be good because I'm about to make some breakfast. It's only like what? It's not that long, though. Share screen. Start now. Let me close out my porn for y'all enter. All right.
Filthy degenerate.
Save to watch later. All right. Oh, look, it's already pulled up here. How many minutes is it? It's 12 minutes, but we're not even gonna. I haven't even seen this whole thing yet because I didn't. I'm going to, but I didn't need to. Check this out. And let me know, can you guys see this in full screen when I do this?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Now, I want one thing I want you guys to note that we're talking about celestial navigation, right? So okay, for example, I talk about celestial navigation.
Uh-oh.
What this
Oh, hold
what
on, y'all. The disc is tipping. My side of the disc is tipping. Whoa!
well, anyway,
All right, man. My disc is tipping over. Oh, shit.
Okay, bro, we're watching
It's
the vid. Bro, I invite you to watch the video that we're all watching. You didn't need to interrupt. All right, just relax. You will survive someone disagreeing with your worldview.
So
yeah, well, I might not survive.
What I want you guys to realize is when we talk about it, we don't add to it, we don't take away from it. What this guy is talking about is exactly what we talk about. Every time we bring up navigation, though, somebody like the guy before introduces a second observer for some reason. Now, what I want you to point out to me in this guy's example of finding declination and zenith, where the fuck a second observer would be. Since they talk about a second observer so much, right? That makes sense?
Yep.
Okay.
The hot mic again, Elijah.
My bad.
Are you guys talking about anything important?
Yeah, there's a video playing.
Is it important? Rich Evans is a bitch. Rich Evans is muted because he's a bitch.
Okay, dude, we're not going to take cross-channel drama, okay? Just watch the video. Or be quiet.
So, we got quite a few people in here. Any globies want to talk about Earth?
What's that?
I'm just putting out an invite to any globies to bring their evidence. Let's talk about Earth.
Yeah. So notice as the guy is talking, he keeps mentioning Z as the observer, right? You see this?
Yeah, man.
Right. So it's interesting because when I've seen this in the past and when other people see this in the past, what does that look like to you? Whether you know what any of these letters are representing, you just look at that and you go, yeah, that's the ball, right? Like somewhere in your mind, like if this is all confusing, you're like, well, that's the ball or something, right? Right or wrong?
Yeah, no, I agree.
However, Z is the observer, and everything around him is what he's observing.
It's like your field of view.
Exactly. So it's like it makes this 2D graphic representation mean something entirely different than what we've looked at it as. So I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep playing it. We don't have to play too much more if you guys don't want, but give me a second. So you hear what he just said? Because from a vertical perspective, from zenith, every point straight in the direction of the rational horizon is 90 degrees, like he just said, which makes this circle a what? The
Flat
plane of
plane?
the observer. Right. Don't get much more simpler than that. All these observations happening on a what?
Yeah, flat plane.
Oh, hmm. Where am I mistaken? Someone let me know. Oh, my bad. I'm not the one presenting. It's this guy in this video. That's pretty much all I wanted to show you. If you guys want to watch the video, I'll share it in the chat.
No, and usually when you're out at sea, you got a horizon all the way around, so it's 90 degrees all the way around you, right?
Yep. Does anybody have any other commentary on it? Oh, so I guess my main point was number one, the subtraction from the 90 degrees, because obviously we're dealing with angles, and it most definitely does have something to do with the surface. Now, on top of that, did you guys hear anything about a second observer, or at least a portion of the video that you saw? What, y'all can't hear me? Maybe it's because the water was on. Hey, did you guys hear anything? What the guy was describing as it relates to celestial navigation about a second observer? Hey, you got that's interesting. That's really interesting. Well, you can't hide forever. You're gonna get embarrassed at some point, now or later. It's only gonna get worse for you. This is what happens when you believe a lie and you don't let it go. Tends to make things very uncomfortable. The only time they get traction is when they've gotten us to accept a claim of our own that we never made in the first place. Oh, they will talk with you all day long because they know ultimately you're wrong. Your head is not in the right space. If you just start pointing out shit that's just true, point blank, all of a sudden they got to go places. They got conferences that they have to be in. They can't find any literature on things that they're saying. They'll get it somewhere, sometime later. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sure you will. Sure you will. The truth can't be beat, folks. You ain't got to be fancy. You ain't got to know. I need to be taking my own advice, but yeah, you ain't got to make it fancy. You ain't got to do a little monkey dance. All you got to do is tell the truth. Isn't it interesting how they've weaponized the idea that people don't know things? So you don't know. No, I fucking don't. No, I don't know. What's the problem? Does that mean that your assertion is true? Well, I mean, I can investigate your claim without knowing all there is to know about everything. All I need to do is take the elements of your argument, and it just needs to be validatable. Because a 5-year-old can do that. If I give you an argument that you can't validate for yourself, what good is that to you? Next thing you know, someone's asking you for validation. Well, Eli told me. What good is that? Yes, yes. Everything is ready then. Everything is ready? Pretty much.
You make a very good point. I was thinking the same thing.
Step right up, kids. Bring your globe. First shot is free.
Who thinks they're living on a globe? But,
Hey, is the Earth flat?
there we go.
Hey, how the fuck is the Earth flat?
Fuck me.
You guys know what God is? I wonder what a spaceship is. Whoever believes the Earth is flat, you need to take some more acid.
I like your name, anyways.
How would look like the surface on the flat Earth?
Take a lot of acid and go to the mental institution, and then I'm sure the flat Earth will be fucking real.
Just spew whatever you like, dude.
Oh, I'm
How would
going.
look like the flat surface on the flat
Oh,
Earth?
hoppa duka deacon.
Oh,
You okay
yeah,
over there?
You're not gonna last long here, brother.
Oh, I already know.
Try better.
Oh yeah, try better. Dink a donkey, dink dong. My
No,
turban
it's
is upside down.
very skirting you geometry because accent is not so perfect English. Is that correct?
That's a fake ass accent if I ever heard one.
I don't know. This guy's a fucking inbred.
Yeah, that fucking guy speaking only 3 languages. I'm sorry because I don't speak English in the proper way, but geometry is the same in every
It's
language.
because the Earth is flat. It's because the Earth is flat, dude. That's why you can't speak English.
On
The
the sea
fuck?
level, it's very difficult to recognize. It's curving, you know.
The Earth is flat like the front of your
curving.
lobe.
It's
Yeah,
curving.
how about
It's
reality?
curving.
Let's troll
I wonder why a
reality.
plane has to fucking go up when it
Oh,
fucking
the fucking
accelerates.
Suez Canal
Holy
doesn't.
fuck! I wonder.
Oh,
I wonder what the fuck
doesn't.
gravity. What the fuck is gravity, ding dong?
Magnets,
Want
how
to
do they work?
Bolivia doesn't want to
Hey, what
There's
is
no
what is
such thing.
gravity? Oh, there's no such. Hey, what's gravity?
Which
You
countries
don't
doesn't
know
want
that
to serve?
plane doesn't actually fly around Earth. It's always doing a little bit of self-correction by going left a little bit.
Yeah,
Oh,
it just
really?
it just stays on the ground actually.
And how do you know that Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
How
Planes
do I
are
know
actually
Earth is a
just
globe?
they take Microsoft Flight Simulator and they make everybody think they're
I mean,
flying.
it's. I think it's called I finished kindergarten.
And how do you know that Earth is a globe?
Let me tell you
How
something.
do you know that Earth is a globe?
How do you know that you know
Holy
and
shit!
aren't just believing?
I wonder what happens when you pour water out of a cup. I wonder.
Laugh is not the answer, man. With the
Wait,
laughing, you
Hey,
cannot.
Lockie, how do you know that you believe that you know and not believe?
How do I know that I believe that water is 6 level? Because I observe the water and water doesn't curve.
Oh,
That's
you
how I
use a
know.
water level? Nice.
Water
Oh,
seeks
this guy
lava.
definitely
All
bends
right,
over.
guys.
Yeah.
All right. All right. All right.
How
All
you
right.
can
Okay. So we've got.
Okay, here comes your
Hold
leader.
on.
Oh,
All right.
here
Botnet.
comes the flat Earth virgin.
We've got Botnet.
Here he
Botnet.
comes.
Botnet. Clearly
Yeah.
a
If
very
you mute me, you
intelligent guy.
literally,
He believes that the Earth is a spinning ball. Botnet. Give us. The Earth is a spinning ball.
yeah, it is. Tell
Yeah.
me,
Give us your top
tell me
three
how it's,
proofs.
tell me why it's flat, Mr.
No.
Leader.
Give us your top 3 proofs that it's a spinning ball.
Bro, you got all these guys in your cult. Tell me how it's a fucking.
Come on. You must be confident, bro. You've just been talking shit.
Do you know
Come
what?
on.
Do you know what a plane
You
is?
must have
What's
all
a
the
plane?
evidence.
What's a plane?
No.
cannot
You
the water.
are giving us the evidence that the
Hey,
Earth
what
is
is
a ball that
gravity?
spins.
Oh, so what's the evidence that it's flat then, dildo?
Oh, what is gravity? Can you tell us? Can you tell us what is gravity?
Hey, what's gravity, jack off?
Gravity is when you
Dude,
shake
you
What
don't
is
want to
gravity?
have
Can
this
you tell us?
conversation. Why don't you just
Oh,
leave
they're
now, man?
trolling.
Instead of
Yeah,
fucking
they're
getting
trolling.
kicked out.
So you don't know. You don't know why the Earth's a spinning ball.
Oh, so you don't know either.
Oh, we
I'm not the
know.
one
There is
making the
flat
claim.
surface.
You are.
Okay, so tell me how it's flat. I want to hear. I genuinely want to hear how you can. prove
Okay,
it's
so
flat
are
Earth.
you okay? So before we move
Yeah,
on,
look at the name of the server. Are you Helen
you're
Keller?
agreeing. So before we move on, you're agreeing you don't have any evidence that the Earth's a spinning ball.
Okay, so where's your evidence?
Okay, so you agree there's no evidence the Earth's being a spinning ball.
Where is your evidence?
That's
in
an
fucking
agreement.
Neotropia.
Too young, dude.
That's another one. Okay, so Botnet, you don't know why you think Earth's a spinning ball. That's fine. What about VII? You join the chat.
What's up?
What's up, bro? You think the Earth's a spinning ball? Yeah.
Why don't you try a 7 on for size?
A
No, I think
ball?
it's flat, like my girlfriend's ass.
It
Oh
appears to
wow!
be
Damn, you
an oblate
globies are
sphere.
on form today. Come on,
An oblate sphere.
an oblate sphere. Okay, what
Mhm.
makes you think that?
Observational evidence.
Observation of what?
So, I mean, we could talk. I'm sure you've talked a million times about the way that the ancient Greeks and other peoples figured it out by measuring shadows at different locations, right?
You think you can measure a shadow and prove that the Earth's a ball?
So you can calculate within a certain margin of error the rough curvature of the Earth by measuring at the same time of day the shadow of two equally tall objects at a sufficient distance from each other. So I think it was, they did one was at the top of the Nile and one was down at Cairo. I have to look up the details again.
That story always.
I'm
seems
sure
to
you've talked
change.
about this before with other
Yeah,
people.
yeah,
right?
we've spoken about it many times. Did you know that it's based on that calculation is based on the assumption of a globe, not the measurement of one, and that you can assume a flat surface and get the same results? Did you know that?
If it was a flat surface, then why would the results be the same then?
Well, because the assumptions made is either you've got a curved surface with an infinitely far sun that puts out parallel light rays, or you presume a flat surface with divergent sun rays from the sun, and you'd get the same results. Because basically, all he's doing,
It assumes infinitely far.
all he's
Where do
doing
you
is
think it's
basically like having a light source directly above something won't cast a shadow, but when you move a distance away from that light source, you will cast a shadow. Like if you're standing underneath a street light directly, that won't cast a shadow on you, but if you move like 20 feet to the side, you will cast a shadow from that street light, not because you've went over any curve. That's the assumption. So yeah, even on the globe side, I mean, you can listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson explain this and say, well, it doesn't actually prove a globe because it would work on flat as well. So yeah.
So what is then accounting for the observation of the lengths of the shadows?
Did you not hear what he just said to you, dude, about standing underneath a streetlight?
Yeah, because
I
when you move
understand
away
that.
from a light source, you'll cast a shadow, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. That happens on a flat surface.
Yes,
So it doesn't
no.
prove a globe, but it doesn't prove flat or globe, really. It doesn't prove either of them.
Okay.
Depends what you assume.
I'll
So
have to check that out again then.
yeah. Anything else? What other proofs of a globe do we have? Anything else you can think of? Did he dip? No? Still here?
Do you
All right.
think you owned him or
So you know it's a globe because some guy 2,000 years ago measured shadows. That's about it.
epistemic? You're a non-factor here. Let's let Cyclone do the talking.
Oh, Red Clay, come back to
What's
cry
up,
again.
Cyclone?
Come on, bro. What's up, bro? You got
Dude,
something for us
it's not
today,
my
Red
fault
Clay?
that You're just a
There
denier.
is no tomorrow.
I'm just
All right.
here to entertain you.
Okay. Well, we're trying to speak to what's his name?
7.
7? Is that what you're going by? 7 star?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. So, what else makes you think that the Earth could be a ball that spins?
I mean, there's a preponderance of them. How about the seasons?
What about them?
What about the seasons? Well,
What
the
about
seasons are consistent with a globe tilted on its axis that's orbiting something such as the sun.
They're not.
Are they not? How are they not then?
How would you have if the sun is on the one side during daytime? 6 months later, it wouldn't be. It would be on the opposite side. So and we would always have 12 hours of daylight everywhere. Obviously.
What do you mean? 12 hours of daylight if what?
I'm not sure who that is that's talking.
Yeah, I can't see the name. I don't know who it is.
Johannes.
Oh, Johannes. Okay. Well, basically, I would just say for seasons, yeah, that's the sun moving, not the Earth. Same
The
with
sun
day and night.
What do you mean by moving? Moving farther and closer, or what do you mean? Something else?
Between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn.
And what kind of movement? I don't know your exact model. Like, do you think that the
Well, I don't really
orbits
have
the Earth?
I don't really have a model. I just know or observe that the sun is moving.
So, do you mean that you think the sun is orbiting the Earth, or what do you mean by the movement?
Yeah, so we see the sun taking a repeated cycle above us, and repeats its patterns throughout the year. Moves in the north and then moves to the south, resulting in the seasonal difference between the north and the south. But I mean, the globe argument is obviously that it's not the sun that's moving that's leading to our observance of the sun moving, it's the ground moving, but they can't provide any measurements for that. So all we observe is the sun moving.
Rotation. You're talking about rotation when you say that, about what they say. When you
Yeah,
say
yeah. So they're saying the sun is the ground is, or the earth is spinning, so it looks like the sun is moving east to west through the sky, but all you're observing is that the sun is moving, really.
But you would have to acknowledge that the average temperature of a given season is still consistent with a globe that is rotating on an axis tilted not in perfect line with where the sun is. And then in, for example, in the northern hemisphere in winter, because we'd be
Well,
tilted
but you could model it as
away
anything,
from the
right?
sun. We would
Yeah,
have
you could model it as anything.
fewer hours of daylight, and we would have less direct sun rays at those times of the year.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could model it however you like based on the observation, but the observation is only the sun is moving, not us. So if you wanted to make the argument that it's us moving, and thus that's the reason we have seasons, then you'd need to prove first that we're moving, right? To then be able to say, well, the reason we have seasons is because we are moving in the way I describe. So do you know of anyone who's measured the Earth to be spinning?
Measured the Earth to be spinning?
Yeah.
I would have to look that up.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, I would say no one's measured that. I mean, they'll tell you can spin a pendulum, you can, I don't know, do some silly things, but no one's measuring the ground spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. So you can't even really get to the argument of it's due to us spinning that we have the seasons, because you need to prove that we're spinning first.
I didn't say, what do you mean? Rotation is not really a cause of the seasons. I didn't say that.
No. I mean, just the sun's movement in general. I mean,
you mean rotation accounting? You mean rotation accounting for the apparent movement of the sun?
Any motion, yeah. Either way, whether you're talking about seasons or day and night, it's all resting on the assumption that the Earth is the thing really moving that's causing those differences. But if you can't prove that the Earth is moving to begin with, then those arguments don't really have any merit or foundation.
Well, the Earth. When you say, I'm not sure if you're mixing up your words. Moving and spinning are two different things, right? When you say those words.
No. Spinning would be moving.
So you're saying, okay, you're using that in place of spinning, spinning would, according to someone who
you can have your axial rotation. You can have your axial
Mhm.
rotation. You can have your orbital motion, whichever. None's been measured. It doesn't matter, right? That's the point.
They're okay, but those things are consistent with, things that we've done, what we do. I mean, we go places, and we need to. If those things were inaccurate, we wouldn't get to other places we need to go.
Yeah, but what we got to think? What do we actually measure to get to find out when it's daytime and nighttime, and what do we measure? What do we look at?
Well, we label day and night that's a label for times
Yeah.
of the presence or absence of light, right? Simply speaking,
Right. So what is missing when it's night?
sunlight.
The sun. Yeah, it's not like a trick question, right? The sun. And like what changes its elevation angle during different seasons? The sun, right? Like that's what we call the seasons, right? When the sun is
It
at different
appears
places.
at different elevation angles. Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. Cool.
But
Yeah, so-
that on its own, I guess, doesn't tell you why it's changing its elevation angle, right? We would need something else to help us there.
Surface?
Sorry?
Yeah, well, I mean, I would say that you can't really. I mean, you're going to struggle if you want to start saying exactly why we observe the sun the way it is, because you can't really define what the sun is, or how far away it is, or what medium it's in, and thus what mediums you are going to be observing it through. Can't really make any solid claims to that because you can't really test it.
You mean we can't?
Yeah.
We don't know how far the sun is away, or you think
Yeah.
you have a distance, or I don't know what your I don't know what your answer to
no
the question is. So
Yeah, no one does.
So
In
let me
my
ask you this then, without knowing, I'm just
I only
thinking about
pointed
it.
yeah,
If
I only
I
pointed out
if
real
I
quick.
know the
sorry,
sorry, can I engage with Cyclone?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if I have a telescope, let's forget about the sun for a minute. Let's just talk about a terrestrial object. And if I know the magnification of this telescope, you know, the thickness and the curvature of the glass inside of it, I know what it does, right? Can I determine the distance to, let's say, a lighthouse some way down the distance or not?
I would probably say accurately no, because you're also going to be dealing with factors like the atmo that you're looking through and how that's going to distort the image that you're viewing.
What was that word? I missed it.
Like you're looking through the atmosphere, as it would be
Oh,
called,
the
even though
atmo.
that's an oxymoron, right? So you're looking through however many miles of air, which is going to, cause distortion, magnification, whatever other effects. So no, I wouldn't say you could just look through a telescope and without really knowing any other information other than its lens properties that you could accurately define a distance to it.
So how can I
if you've got
determine?
something?
If not
Sorry,
a
what?
telescope, is there another way I can figure out the distance to an object just by looking at it? Is there a tool I can use or anything else?
There are techniques you can use requiring reference objects, as in the case with photogrammetry.
What is photogrammetry?
It's how you can study the size and distance and nature of objects from a photograph.
Use just in a photograph you can figure out the
Yeah,
distance.
think
to
about
and size of
high
object?
altitude aerial imagery.
Okay. Well then, is that your primary objection, the atmosphere interference, or like what?
There's a
for a
lot
telescope. Sorry, I'm addressing
a lot of
Cyclone.
corrections are in place.
So
And
then,
you need reference objects.
if you have a telescope in the vacuum of space and you're trying to look at distant objects, is there still any kind of problem like that?
You don't have reference objects. You have assumptions. For example, the assumption that Venus is the same size as Earth, which assumes that Earth is a planet too, and then watching it
Venus is
go
close
across
to
the
the same
sun.
size. It's not exactly the same size.
Well,
I think it's slightly larger. I forget.
No,
Yeah, the point is these are
slightly
unfounded claims.
smaller. I'll
Maybe
just
slightly
check.
smaller. I forget.
I'll just check.
The point is these are assumptions.
How did they get to
These
the
are
same
assumptions.
What do you
These
mean?
are calculations. It's
The
not
size of Venus is an assumption?
It's calculated. It's not assumed.
Why would they
Well,
assume
how do you
that?
think
And
they
why would they
measured
do
it?
that? It doesn't make any sense.
It wasn't measured. It's calculated. There's
You
a
should ask them.
Calculated.
Yeah, then it's assumed that it's correct.
Venus is a
No,
bit
it's not
smaller.
assumed.
Well,
Dude, stop saying it's not assumed. It's assumed.
Stop saying it is assumed. It's calculated.
So what
Yeah, what they
okay, so
There's a
yeah, what they
difference.
calculate was
what measurement
was a maybe distance, a maybe size, and a maybe
I
tangent
know you
over the
think the
sun.
only useful tool is a ruler, but fortunately, science allows us to calculate, which
Come on, Red Clay.
builds
Let's
on
be
larger
real.
Science doesn't work with calculations. Science work with
Alright.
Science
We're gonna
another
stay on
thing.
track.
Cyclone, can you please mute your boy Lockie? He is
No, I'm gonna mute
Stop
you
crying.
for
I
stop
can't. Stop
interrupting.
crying. To
Why?
calculate
the other
something, you
guy.
need like
Cyclone.
numbers for it, right?
Randy,
Why?
you need to
Why?
interrupt
Why
him.
why should
Guys.
not you be muted? For example,
Why cannot
Guys.
you be muted? Cyclone, do it. Come on.
why
Can you hear
can't
me?
be muted?
Can you hear me?
I hear you, Cyclone.
Yes.
All right, we're speaking to 7. I don't know where it went because I got cut off for a bit.
I'm here.
Right, so we're pretty much at saying we're not claiming a distance or size of the sun. If you are claiming that, we'll ask how you know that.
I haven't made any claims yet.
Yeah, that's fine. So the point generally was just we observe the sun doing what it does. We don't assume anything to the contrary of that. That's not to say that we can give you specific details about it. So I don't know if you thought of anything else do you think proves a globe?
Yeah, can I just comment while you're thinking there, Seven? I only commented about the sun and the orientation of the sun because it seemed like you had said, well, the Earth must be a globe because we know when the seasons are coming and we know, when day and night is coming, and that's how we make our predictions. But that's not obviously how we make our predictions. We observe the sun's movement. We measure the angles from a flat baseline elevation angles to the sun, and we take these observations, write them down on a piece of paper with latitude and longitude, and it has nothing to do with the globe. I just wanted to point that out. But go ahead with your next proof.
To calculate, you need numbers to calculate with, right? But if the numbers are assumed, the solution of the calculation is assumed, right?
Yeah, you need the initial measurement. Like he's saying, what's a calculation, not an assumption? You need the size. Then what's the size of it? Then you can measure the distance. Well, we don't know the size. You got to know the distance then to be able to of two reference objects to calculate the transit. Well, we don't know the distances either, so you just got to make one of them up and then start calculating. So it's all made up.
Why is the moon round? And what is it?
Why does it appear
that makes
round?
it
You mean,
round?
right?
Yeah. Why does it appear round? And what is
Yeah,
it?
that's the difference. Right.
Seven. What's your other proof?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't come into this channel prepared with anything, so I'm thinking.
That's all right. Take your time.
You have to be prepared always, man.
So why? just quick question. Why is the moon round or appear round?
That's right.
And
Nobody-
what is it?
Nobody cares.
Well, to ask
We're
the
just
question,
going to
what
gloss
is it?
over that.
How would you?
It
How
has
would you
nothing to do with
verify?
the surface of. Has nothing to do with the surface.
Hold on. But even
Sorry.
before we say that, if you're going to ask me what is it, I would ask you how would we verify that?
Why does it appear round?
That's how it appears. It's the moon. That's what it looks like. As in round, as in we see a circle of light in the sky. Yeah. But if you're asking me
That's
what it is, how would you figure out what it is? You can't go to it. You can't touch it, test it, manipulate it. You can only observe the same thing we observe. It doesn't tell you what it is. It just tells you what you observed. Which is a
Where does it
strange
go? Where does it
circle of
go
light.
when we can't see it?
Where does it go?
Over another part of the earth.
Well, what about?
Presumably.
I would next ask, I guess. What about the night skies in different places in the world? Don't people see different constellations and things like that?
Yeah.
Why would that be?
It's the dome roof.
Imagine you're in a giant warehouse. Say it's like 20 miles squared. And
That's
it's got
pretty big.
random fairy lights strewn across the ceiling in totally random patterns. If you're at one side of this warehouse and look up, you're going to see a certain number of patterns. You move to the other side, you're going to see a different number of patterns. Right? You're under a different part of the sky or the ceiling. You're going to see a different part of it.
But what about how they spin differently?
Hang on, Hoopy. But if this
My bad.
was because I mean, if your model is that the entire Earth is it like a single flat plane or what?
Well, we don't really have a model, depending on how you're thinking about a model. But what we have evidence for, I would say, is only that, yeah, we're living on a single stationary motionless plane.
Okay, because then my next question in response to what you just said would be about the warehouse example. If I look above myself in what you just said, I might see different stars, but can't I see the stars that the other person says if I look somewhere off to my right or my left or whatever, wherever that person's patch is
To a
above?
degree, to an extent, yeah, but then there's always a limitation to what we observe based on the light, the medium that we're looking through, the optic that we're using and its limits. So you're not going to see forever. You're going to see
What I
forever.
see while sitting
but
in
you
your
can see,
warehouse
a
is
certain
the
amount.
stars aren't moving, like the little fairy lights aren't moving. Though when I look in the night sky, those fairy lights are moving. Why are the sky's fairy lights moving? And
Let's imagine then that we've got a revolving ceiling that does move.
well, how does a
Then you'll see
building
them
have a
move.
revolving ceiling?
Well, that's a different. I mean,
It
can,
almost
well, I mean, it's
like
like
you're working
you can.
backwards from an assumption that
Think
you've
about it.
made.
You ever
You're
been
working
to a
backwards
planetarium?
with logic to try and
You ever?
answer it.
Hey, relax, buddy.
Yeah, relax.
Think about it. You ever been to a planetarium?
But can I just ask something?
Yeah,
What about?
Well, hold on.
Okay, my bad.
Hold on. A planetarium, right? In a planetarium, they have one single flat floor with a ceiling, and they project the night skies pretty accurately. So, in
And that
principle,
machine moves
it can work
to
in whatever
simulate
way.
the movement of the sky. And I'm just saying, like, why does
Yeah.
the stars move? And we have to simulate it with a machine to
Because
put
the
it into
stars
a
move.
warehouse, like you
Bro,
suggested.
like what would your point be? That if we had a warehouse with a floor move, that we wouldn't have to simulate it with a machine, so therefore there was a globe. Like, stop talking.
Yeah, I mean, the point is, you can simulate what we experience on Earth in a planetarium, which is a flat floor with a ceiling, which through its operation makes the stars move. So,
But to
it's
the
just to
eyes,
say
you can
that,
put on VR and simulate flying. It doesn't mean that you're flying. Like, I guess what I'm saying is that the night skies moves.
Can I bring up a point about this?
Okay, the stars move. We agree.
Okay.
Right. Hold on. Who's this other guy who's trying to jump in?
Poopy. I just want to add one thing.
All right.
I was just gonna say, in regards to what you guys were talking about, like the sky moving, like how like on the northern hemisphere it goes like clockwise, southern hemisphere goes counterclockwise, and then the equator, it just I forget, I don't know what the word for it, doesn't go either way. Like how do you account for that?
Yeah. So
the water
the
spinning.
star trail. So the star trail motions. Well, again, yeah. I mean, on the globe side, you have to beg the question and say, well, it's because I'm on the opposite side of a ball that's spinning, without having any evidence for any of that. And
then that solar
again,
system,
like I've said,
the sun,
to an
the
extent,
ball is
if you're
attached
talking
to, is
about
also
the
spinning.
stars and their motions, it's going to be. I mean, there's a limit to what we can actually know about these things and infer based on our observations. So there's a certain amount of speculation involved, but I mean, those things can be explained by just simple things like perspective, in terms of
astronomy.
In terms of, it's kind of maybe like imagine like a clock, and you're
Where do
standing
you
in the
put
center of the
astronomy,
clock.
like as a subject?
Van, let him finish, bro.
So imagine you're in imagine
He's
a
more an
clock.
astrology kind of guy.
You're standing in the center and you're looking out to the hands, and the hands are going clockwise. But then imagine you went to the edge of the hands and looked back inwards. You'd see them appearing to go. So when you're looking at it, they're going left to right, and then when you go outside and look back in, they're coming right to left. Like if you're standing on one side of the road and the cars are going in one direction, and then you move to the other side of the road, they appear to be going in the other direction. So things like perspective could answer as to why we potentially see the stars moving in what appear to be those different directions, even though they're always east to west. Yeah.
I have a expansion on that. I mean, I think more clearly, because the sun is much easier to see. I think most people would agree than stars. Why, if the Earth was flat, then why would there be sometimes day in one area or one side or whatever you want to call it of the world, and in other places there's absolutely no sunlight at all?
Well, again, because the sun would be moving over the surface of Earth, lighting a portion of the Earth as it goes. And as it comes over you, it lights that and you get day. And then when it moves away to another part of the Earth, it's dark where you are once it's left its range of influence.
How could something that bright not be viewable at all from somewhere else?
This is the thing.
If the Earth is flat, then it can't be hidden from one part of the Earth and viewable by another, right?
Well, yes, it can. This is the thing, because you're kind of carrying over what you think about the sun based on the heliocentric globe paradigm that you're told, rather than acknowledging that in reality, you don't know how big or how strong the sun is and how far it would move or travel through the air, which isn't transparent, right? So, like, think about when you're.
Sorry, I'll let you finish and then I'll respond.
I was just going to say, in terms of the air and light having an extinction point, right? Light doesn't travel forever through the air. The same way, if you're underwater, you can only see so far through that water because you're looking through the medium. Air is similar, but just, a much thinner medium, but still over a distance, it will occlude light.
We can calculate that, though, right? For example, if someone shines a flashlight, we know the strength of the flashlight. Therefore, we can calculate at normal pressure and temperature how far away that flashlight should be visible, right?
If you have the known parameters of the light and what medium and distance that you're looking through, potentially.
Yeah, I don't know those numbers off the top of my head, but...
Yeah, and you wouldn't have that for the sun.
Well, that's what I would challenge. So, for example, would you agree that we can predict the movements of other celestial objects, such as the other planets in our solar system?
Well, yeah, but not in that it's a prediction. They're just noted observations. And because they always do the same thing, because they're moving in repeated patterns, we know what these patterns are. Not because we're predicting them based on a globe model, but because the observations were already recorded and known well before the globe model was even proposed.
It doesn't have to be the globe. It's just them in relation to each other. So, for example, if we follow the conclusions in the mathematics of relativity, and we know the current position of, let's say, Mars and Jupiter and the Sun, then we can tell with stunning accuracy where those celestial objects will be a year from now, or 2 years from now, or
right. But that's not based on predictions using a heliocentric model, though. That's not how they're getting these predictions. These predictions were known long before. Basically, when the Catholic Church asked Copernicus to come up with his heliocentric model, the exercise was, right, these are the observations. This is where the sun's going to be on this day. How would these observations that we already have work if instead of the sun moving
didn't ask
around
Copernicus to do the heliocentric model? That's what he got in trouble for, that's all.
No. Yeah, you don't know the history.
Well, I'm not talking about that. I was going back to
it's a mathematical point. It's a mathematical model based on existing observations, and it was just what would the numbers need to be for, instead of the sun to be moving for us to see these observations, if it was us moving, what would that look like?
Well, that's not, but that would be backwards, right? That would be
that's the point. That's what was done.
Can you give us something that matches that? That's not what we want to do in science, though. I don't want to do that. Like,
that is what was done. That's the point. That is what was done.
I don't know what that is exactly, but the reason
that's
I brought
the heliocentric model, based on existing observations, and then a model created around those observations, like reverse engineering. They didn't come up with the model and then say, look, now we're predicting things that we couldn't predict before, and it's all matching up. The predictions were there.
But that's not what you do, though. You need to have observations and then develop a model.
Yes, and this is the point. This is the point. The globe was not developed that way. The globe was developed around existing observations.
Well, I wasn't even talking about the globe yet. Well, remember that we talked about the flashlight, how far you can see it, and then you were proposing that we don't know the strength and intensity of the sun's light, for example. So the reason I was bringing up the next thing there was, based on Newtonian mechanics, if the sun is a certain mass, right, and therefore has a certain strength of gravity, and therefore a certain size, it would have X effect on the objects that would be close enough to it to be influenced by its gravity, right? So that is what we, like, for example, I can use, and we know that Newtonian mechanics works unless you want to pose that, because I can use it
Well,
to,
no, because this is the issue
do all
again.
kinds
This
of
is
things
the
in the
issue
Earth.
again. Because you can reverse engineer that and say, well, I see the observation that it's acting in this way. How could I describe that using a Newtonian philosophy, right? And say, this is how much mass this would need to have to make this happen. That's more like what happened. I mean, it's not like they are figuring
No,
out
what
the
I'm
mass
saying
of the
is,
sun.
It's the mathematics. If something is has X mass, then it will have Y effect on the path of an object that crosses near it, for example. And then we would wait.
Yeah.
Like so if we saw a comet moving towards the sun and we observed its path and we saw what happened to its path after it passed relatively close to the sun, we could then inference from that what is the actual mass of the sun given the distance between the sun and that comet and what happened to its
that would be assuming that the cause of the observation is what you're assuming, i.e. a relationship between the masses. That would be assumed. Also, you could never get the mass of those objects or those lights in the sky. So no, that doesn't work.
Why not?
Like what I'm saying is, because you can't get the masses of the objects, you can't verify that the cause of the observed motions of those lights is because of a relationship of mass, of the mass of the object. You don't even know that. That's just
hold on.
a postulation.
The question, the observation is, in the absence of such an object. So if I have an object moving through space and it never passes near anything, its trajectory, unless it's struck by something, it's never going to change, right?
No. That's not the observation. The observation is you have this light in the sky moving in this motion, in this pattern. If it's a repeated pattern,
appearance.
That's the observation.
Of this light
moving. I don't know what he's going to say yet. I don't know. Can you finish the point?
Yeah, I'm just saying your observation isn't relating to mass attractions, and if one light was here, then the other must be here. Your observation is simply, we observe these lights, these patterns of lights, these different lights moving in this way. You don't observe a cause, a mechanism, a size, a distance, a mass. None of that is known by the observation.
We do.
But if I'm able to make predictions with the model and those predictions come true,
well, that's what I'm saying.
Doesn't that have some relationship with reality?
They're not doing that with a globe heliocentric model. That's what I'm saying.
I'm talking specifically about relativity or Newtonian mechanics right now, things like that.
No, that's gravity. That's a separate thing than what we're talking about. And those claims of gravity would be assuming a globe to begin with.
Because of the light thing, again, because you wanted to.
Well, the distance that light moves, the distance that light's traveling, it's not really. I mean, talking about Newtonian and Einsteinian theories of gravity isn't really going to tell you much about how far you should see the sun.
Was because you in response to my question about if the Earth is flat, why can some people see the sun at the same time of day and others can't? It's night for them, and went to, well, we don't know the strength of the sun, and similar to a flashlight, it's going to have a maximum distance from which it can be seen. But I was trying to show a way that we can start to inference the size and therefore strength of the sun and therefore its intensity of light. There's other ways that it can be done, I guess, but I'm not privy to them at this time.
Well, I mean, if you think you have a way to figure out the size, distance, or strength of the sun, have at it. Let us know. We can go through it. But I'm gonna assume that at the moment that's just a thought that you've had. I mean, people have tried to use various methods to try and estimate a distance or size of the sun. So people have tried it. I mean, I don't really put much stock in it in terms of being able to know anything very useful. I mean, there's one example.
It's currently claimed to be 864,000 miles in diameter.
Yes, claimed to be. Who measured that? Can we verify that?
That's coming from NASA.gov.
Yeah. So, I mean, NASA will tell us a bunch of things that we, as the rest of people on Earth, can't possibly verify. So we don't take unverifiable claims as any kind of proof. We're interested in what we can verify as members of the public. But on the sun's position or location, I don't know if someone has the paper handy, but they did like an attempt at triangulation from, say, 3 different spots on Earth where they would all draw a line to where they see the sun at a certain time, and expecting that those 3 lines from different parts of the world will all converge at the same spot where they're observing that sun, but they find that they don't meet at the same spot. So there's a certain element of someone's individual perspective that's affecting what direction even or position that they're actually seeing the sun. So it's not really even necessarily something like one tangible physical point that we're all looking at the same time. So in terms of trying to triangulate, calculate, or estimate a distance or size of it is very difficult. But either way, yeah, back to the point of the day and night, basically, in principle, it's a more local light than what we've been told in the globe heliocentric model, which is why when it travels over the surface, it corresponds with day and night over those locations, essentially. If you're interested, you should join our server 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and there's a bunch of channels in the additional information. There's a sun channel with a bunch of links and things in there, so check that out if you're interested.
I was just going by the measurement taken by Soho. The solar
measurement?
heliospheric observatory that sits in geosynchronous orbit around the sun and constantly monitors it.
Yeah, cool.
Because
no, we've got our own satellite that's up there orbiting as well over the flat Earth, and it's told us that it's the measurements there say that it's definitely not 93 million miles away.
Well, it says it's how far away? 93?
No, you can't measure a distance to the sun. I mean, if you want to believe people who are telling you they've measured the sun, go ahead. But we're going to look for some measurements on Earth to verify the globe model.
I'm half trusting some people with some scientific background that have got some measuring equipment and
like what kind of
space.
What kind of a measuring equipment are you imagining? Like can I just take a Nintendo and throw it in the sky and it's just going to measure things because it's like, how would you?
If the Super Nintendo, maybe.
A terrible question.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter what you think they're doing. The fact is, you cannot verify any of that. That's just a story, as far as you or I is concerned, in terms of what we can verify of it.
Hello, guys.
It's not.
Just like the Bible?
What's up?
Sure, if you don't believe the stories from the Bible because you can't verify them, then yeah, you can think about this the same way. If you're not going to believe those because you can't verify it, why would you believe these guys that you can't verify?
Exactly. That's my only contention really with flat earthers, is that a lot of them are theists, but the atheist flat earthers I have respect for.
I think personally atheism's a bit retarded, but it's a separate discussion.
Yeah, true. That's not the
right
channel.
Let's feel something, Cycle.
Can
I ask you something?
Sure.
How can you explain me the midnight sun in Antarctica, the flat Earth model?
Well, I wouldn't really try to explain the sun in any way, really, or what the moon and stars appear to be doing. Explanations are basically just stories. If you want to give us an example of what you're talking about, post it in the chat.
The midnight sun.
Okay. So post it in the chat, whatever you're observing. Whatever the observation is.
Chat. Which chat are you guys using right now?
Just the chat that's linked to the VC.
The
If I was to link you a article from the University of Hawaii where it says scientists measured the diameter of the sun with unprecedented accuracy using a Michelson Doppler imager, and then send you a NASA article describing what that imager is, would that mean anything to you? And how it works and so on and so forth?
Well, I mean, it would tell me what they're telling me. Would it tell me that this is the case? Something I can go and do? No.
Well, I guess you could probably study astronomy at the university and be part of the research that's connected with NASA.
Astronomy isn't science, though.
No, astrology is not science. Astronomy is science.
No. Science requires scientific experimentation, which follows the scientific method. Astronomy doesn't have any scientific method experimentation. It's observation of the sun, moon, and stars, maybe, the lights in the sky, and then it's their interpretation of what these observations mean.
And there's lots of different ways to observe.
But you're just observing. Science requires experimentation, which means the manipulation of an independent variable, which is assumed to be the cause of the effect that you're observing in the natural world. And since you can't manipulate anything that you assume to be the cause of the motion of the sun, moon, and stars, consequently, you can't do science. So technically, it would be classed as pseudoscience, which is defined as that which is thought to align and comport with the scientific method, but which doesn't. Which that would fall under.
Pseudoscience, you say?
Pseudoscience, yeah, when it doesn't conform to the scientific method.
No, I just find that
you think it does.
Funny, that's all.
What, the definition of pseudoscience?
No, it's just that you're using the word pseudoscience to
which means
brush
what?
away the links that I'm linking.
Well, I've just told you. The pseudoscience is that which doesn't actually
you
conform
told me
to
your
the scientific
reasoning.
method. Yeah.
I mean, from what I've
so does
noticed,
it follow the
you've
scientific method?
You make a determined opinion on something, and then you work backwards to try and
No. We're talking about scientific
logic.
Yeah, it seems like you just disagree with definitions. I mean, maybe you should go to the definitions, Van. Maybe that's where
I'm just saying, I see a recurring pattern here.
Hold on. Do you know what the scientific method is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is it?
Oh my god, dude, come on.
No, it's not. Oh my god, we had an issue right now with definitions.
That I don't know, and just tell me what it is.
Okay, well, I did already explain what it is, but it involves the observation of your natural phenomena, whatever it is you're looking at, and then you're coming up with a hypothesis, what you think causes that, and then you need to perform an experiment, which means you're manipulating the variable.
To be repeated.
Yeah, and it has to be able to be repeated, but your experiment has to involve the manipulation of what your assumed cause is, right?
Not necessarily.
So you can elucidate a cause and effect relationship.
Not
okay,
always.
Well, could you provide me the citation that says in the scientific method you don't need to?
Right? Has to
your
be able
experiment has to have
to
a manipulated independent variable.
has to
your
be able
experiment has to have a
to
manipulated independent variable.
has to be able to give you a better perspective
No,
view of
no.
what you're looking
See,
at, and
bro,
that's
this is
why
you just
you've
making
developed
it
an
up.
experiment
No. This
to
is you just making up your own definition. So either provide us with an actual like university study saying that's what the scientific method is, or a
so a
definition that says
radio
you don't actually need
telescope
to do.
is the same
No, not radio
as an
telescope.
optical
Scientific
telescope,
method. Vandman.
and
Scientific
an
method,
infrared
yes?
telescope is the same as a telescope.
Vandman. Scientific method. Scientific method is
These are
what is
three
in
different
contention here.
tests, experiments
So you don't know what the scientific method is. So obviously you don't
that all
when
view
somebody
the same thing,
pseudoscience.
He's
No.
Yeah, that just has to stop.
and neither of them.
Oh God, right. If you can't do any of that, you're out.
That does not need to be tolerated. Yeah, talking through the other person is going to refute them. So knock it off, people.
Are you serious?
Am I serious?
Right.
Redclaw, you think Van was being like cordial?
Yeah, I do. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking.
There was a little over talk, but
There's not a little over talk. Every time he tried to talk, Van tried to talk to him. You're being dishonest.
Right. Well, he's unmuted. So Vandman, you still there?
I am.
Right. We were talking about the scientific method, yeah, not telescopes.
And you mentioned
So your contention. Yeah, we're talking about experiments in a scientific method. They're very clearly defined. They're very clearly defined.
That can be
Yeah, you're doing it again. Like after you just got unmuted.
Okay, tell us what an
me.
experiment is in the scientific method.
This is painful to begin with.
Okay, well, you were disputing that it wasn't pseudoscience, so this was your chance to prove that, but you're not managing to because you don't know what the scientific method is for pseudoscience to be something that isn't. So
yeah, he doesn't have what you're asking.
Yeah, I mean, of course. We gave him a chance. I mean, Vanman, if you want to jump in and explain how it isn't pseudoscience and it does follow the scientific method, astronomy, feel free. But you saying, well, you look through radio telescopes and you do observations and you can repeat them, that's not a scientific method.
So next person, anyone else?
All right, Hoopy, you still here?
Oh, hey, how's it going, brother?
All good. You got anything? You got any questions, proofs of the globe, something for us?
I wish. I'm actually working from home right now. I'm just in here to just have some something in my ear.
All right, no worries. Well, if you do have any questions,
look at you working from home, dude. I drive for work, dude. I drive.
Dude, I was actually on a time restriction recently because I was messing up and got that taken away. But I just got it back though. Like I was working from home half the time, but now it's just 20% of the time.
Is the time restriction bad?
Well, it was for 2 months, and I couldn't work from home at all.
That's cool. Very cool.
We'll move on.
We'll move on.
I'm curious. I'm a curious cat.
I said everything. I said all of it.
Well, that's fine. Okay, that's cool. You can jump in whenever, Hoopy. Who else was in here? Who was just talking there? Esoteric?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up? How's it going? You think the Earth's a ball?
Sorry?
Do you think the Earth is a ball that spins?
Oh, yeah. I do. Okay. I know. Oh, no. He said there's a globe.
Sweet. Okay, why do you think that?
Just to let you know, y'all took an L from Van Man, by the way. Bye.
Okay, whatever. Pretty much. When a lot of people bring up like flat Earth, like evidence or whatever the fuck, like contrary to like trying to disprove the globe, a lot of the times I find it to be very insufficient. And what I mean by this is a lot of the times, some I'm not sure if it's your guys' group or like you guys get this information from like the ether, right? From like the nexus of like flat earthism, like a lot of information.
No, we get our information from observations and measurements of the Earth.
No, I understand that. I'm not saying you don't. What I'm saying is like a lot of these tidbits infographics are not very convincing because.
Okay, well, why don't you tell us?
Sorry.
So, well, why don't you just tell us what the evidence that you found to be convincing for the globe, and then we can decide and see if that's convincing evidence.
Because okay, and this is, let me preface by saying this: whenever we try to find the curvature of the Earth
is his mic bad,
land,
or is it me?
I think you know what? I might as well not talk because I'm on Galaxy Buds. I'm on Galaxy Buds. It's pretty shit.
It's all right.
I
can hear it. I can hear it, but up to you.
I'd rather not ruin the DC. You guys,
no, maybe,
my mic.
both in. Maybe just put one in. Maybe just put one in.
You were sounding better earlier, though.
It's worse. It's worse.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. Don't distract him, guys. You can hear him.
Okay, so pretty much. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so let me preface by saying that it is kind of hard to understand the Earth's curvature on land. So that's why the conversation a lot of time leads to like water, right? Like the oceans of the Earth, correct? Because when you try to find the curvature on the Earth on land, it's very hard because of the terrain. And so when you have the Earth, it's perfect. When you have the oceans,
we can't seem to find it over water either.
Well, look.
Like, have you seen it over water? Is that what you're saying?
Kind of, yeah. With using triangles.
Using triangles? What do you mean?
Yeah. So when you have, and I wish there was a better way to show this. I wish actual globe earthers would present a good experiment to where you have degrees of angularity, I guess, to where you can map out a curvature of the Earth, because again, you would have to do this over long distances, really long distance, like 300 miles, 400 miles, and you would have to ping.
Would you? Would you?
So where does the curved line come in with involving these triangles?
I believe it has to do, so when you present a right angle, right, and then if you impose that along the distance, you're going to get this this change of angularity, I believe. At least I think.
Okay, so where does the curved line come in, though?
It comes in as you change the points of degree. You know what I mean?
That's not a curved line.
A right angle wouldn't have a curved line, would it?
No, I understand that, but use that as a reference.
Okay, so that's not what I asked you. Where does the curved line come in?
Oh shit! Hold on, this guy's fucking trying to take me over. Sorry?
That'd be a flat reference using an angle.
Like the example you're appealing to has nothing involving curved lines. So where does the curved line come in?
I'm pretty sure you can measure curvature with right angles. I'm pretty sure that's a thing that you can do.
I'm pretty sure right angles don't have curves in them, though. Just two.
What does that mean? Measure curvature with right angles. What does that mean?
You have one angle, and then as you put it over a shape, like for example, basketball, the curvature of said object. No.
Are you saying that if we take the water, right, like on the lake or whatever, we take a water level to establish a horizontal plane of reference, and we drop plumb bobs to make right angles to that? Are you saying that the horizontal line established by the water level will drop over distance?
That's entirely too complicated for him.
Oh.
I understand what he's saying, but I'm not into these sciences, right? But I imagine so.
Yeah, you're saying a horizontal line will drop over. It'll be lower.
Well, we should be making this way simpler, because you've overcomplicated it. You've overcomplicated it, right? So if you go, you're saying you have to do this over 300-400 miles, but that's just not the case, right? The amount of curvature predicted by the globe model is over 10 miles over 60 feet of drop. Did you know that?
I did not know that. That sounds very weird.
That sounds ridiculous, right? So that would mean that if I was on one side of a lake that's 10 miles wide and you were at the other side of it, we could never see each other because we're supposed to be below this hump of water, right?
Well, who would be below it? Like on which side?
On both, I guess. You're going to have an obstruction in between you because point A to point B is 60 foot lower, 66 foot lower from that horizontal.
Right now, I'm on the road right now, heading towards work. When I get home or during my lunch break, I'll try and do the math and see what I come up with.
Yeah. So if you go on a Google and just type in curve calculator, you can bring up the calculator and you can type in the distance and your observer height, and it will tell you, according to the globe model, how much curvature there should be, where your horizon should be, all this kind of stuff. So you can go and just figure it out. I mean, you don't need 300 miles to see if the horizon's in the right place or to see if there's a predicted obstruction. You can kind of do that over like 10 miles.
Yeah, they say the
Even
horizon is 3 miles away if you're 6 foot tall. That's the 3 miles away is the horizon.
Well, part of the reason why I said that is because in my scenario, I'm trying to cover as much ground as possible to where the point where you just impose that same kind of result over and over again, and eventually you'll be back to the point where you started. You know what I mean?
I guess if you're talking about traveling, like circumnavigating a globe, like you'll end up back where you started. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, well, that's a different thing. That's a different argument. We're just talking about the geometric curvature.
Trying to measure the Earth, not like navigation. Sorry, not navigation, but to try and measure the Earth to its globe.
But to do that, you need the drop over distance. You need the curvature, not just the distance along the surface, which appears flat and you assume it's curved. You actually need the physical measurement of that drop due to curvature. That's what we're interested in, right?
Okay.
Because the observation doesn't show us curvature, right? The observation is just flat bodies of water, a horizontal horizon. So we need the evidence that it's dropping over a distance, really, at a specific rate that's agreed on by the globe model based on its claimed size. That's what we're looking for.
When we mentioned the horizontal horizon, right? There's this guy that I watched a video on. Like, I don't really like this guy. He seems kind of like a prick. His name is Professor Dave, I guess. But he imposes that if you take a sheet of paper and if you impose it along the horizon, that there is a curve there. It's not straight.
So the appeal to angular measurement is self-defeating because the idea is that you're getting the angle of elevation or an angle of altitude from a curved baseline surface relative to vertical, but it's perpendicular to vertical. The horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. So the appeal to angular measurements necessarily presupposes a horizontal level baseline, not a curving baseline.
Yeah, I don't think you should get into the angular measurements at this point because it sounds like you're pretty new to it. I would focus on distance to horizon, geometric horizon, according to the globe, and drop over distance as trying to be what you focus on.
And the fact that, the fact that these angular measurements are possible is patently indicative that when we do the elevation angle measurements or altitude angle measurements up from the surface of the seas or the earth, is patently indicative that the surface of the seas and the earth is horizontal, flat.
The horizon, I would just say, is horizontal, and that's why it's called the horizon.
That's why it's called the horizon. I mean, it's so obvious prima facie. The only reason the debate is not settled with silence at that point is because persons just persevere to continue presuming that they're going to lecture us after such a patently obvious point is made in refutation to their position.
Yeah, it is.
You will see a bunch of people like Professor Dave coming up with very weak anti-flat Earth arguments, but there's not really any substance to anything he said. And he's not presenting any measurements of curvature. tell you that.
Nope. Hey, you got, and listen, it's no big deal. You believe what you believe at this moment, right? But you know how maybe you came in, you laugh, like, or you think somebody's like being a little bit crazy or for thinking a different way. You got to remember who's claim like you or somebody who believes in a globe. You're claiming that you're spinning right now, that water's bending, that that on a 10-mile lake, you're both lower than each other, and there's a big hump in the middle of it. But you operate your daily life as if you're on a flat, stationary Earth, right? Not like you're spinning, not like you're curving down, like you're walking in a straight line, and you know what a straight line is. And so it's almost like the flat Earth guys are looking at the globe Earth guys like, dude, you're losing it. Like, come back to reality. You're not spinning. So it's a little bit hard to deal with.
We can add this also. We can add this also to make sense out of the psychology of the so-called flat earther. Someone somewhere along the way, back in the early second decade of the 21st century, their curiosity was still intact for some reason. And so they just asked themselves a question, and they chose to inquire. And some things were not adding up, mathematically, logically, psychologically, etc., etc. And other persons began to realize this, and the word spread, and here we are. And especially when we saw the manifested psychology of the globe earther, which is now obviously an anti-flat earther, it only further was strongly indicative that there's something more going on here than just a altruistic, neutral-minded, just concerned with the facts. No. That is scientist propaganda about themselves, but it's obviously false.
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty obvious. I mean, it seems like the Earth is flat. It seems like we're not spinning, but it could all be an illusion. That it just seems like it is exactly as the flat earthers describe it and measure it.
Yeah, it seems as if you've been tricked by a fake professor.
I mean, this cosmological paradigm that we've been taught just is not that precious to every single human in human society, including myself. Like, I'm not so attached to the paradigm that I will persevere no matter what to defend it and continue to believe it. I'm just not. But some persons are. Sunken cost fallacy. I went to school. I work in this area. This is a fundamental pillar in the worldview in regards to the curriculum that I passed and the profession that I now practice and earn my income to live decently, right? Of course, someone's not going to give that up. Their whole life, this cosmological paradigm is not just a precious belief, but it's a pillar of credibility to their entire life's work. So of course I'm not going to give it up.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I'm at that same kind of place as you. Like, what I mean is, it's something much deeper. Of course, if it was just about the facts, like you said, it would be so easy to show everybody, prove it. We can prove it. Of course, we can use the axioms of geometry to prove that the Earth it measures a specific way. Yeah, you show them the facts, it doesn't work. So it's something deeper. Yeah, and that's where I'm at now too. It's this, like I hear you talk about the. The search for knowledge and the the arguments of the presuppositional arguments, and it seems like that's all it's all intertwined into this big time. Yeah.
And then I have to add this because it's so often shown in the phone calls here in this app called Discord. I mean, the pride, right? Just incessantly presuming that they are going to lecture us. Now, of course, they're false. Of course. I'm just going to tell them. I'm not going to really engage their critiques and their refutations. I'm just going to continue to persevere to lecture them. Right? The pride. Now, of course, if our position is true and we do refute them, that's a very stinging puncture against their pride. This is what humans do.
All right. Well, let's. Esoteric, if you're still there, if you've got questions or something, feel free.
I gotta head into work right now. I just got here. I have an hour-long drive. I'll be here, but I'll have to stay muted.
Okay, well, we'll catch you later, bro. Enjoy.
And once again, just to make sure that the point isn't lost, to relate it to what just happened, to what we just discussed. Again, what is behind the thinking of both positions in the controversy? Right? It's not just a hobby. We're not just discussing for the sake of discussing. Right? There is a rationale, a worthy and worthwhile rationale behind the flat earther position, at best. At best. I just wanted to make that clear. Because it's so often what's behind the argumentation, what's in the back of the head of the globe earther when they're engaging us is this presumption that we're just idiots, that we just have no good reason, just no good rationale whatsoever to think the way we do and argue the way we do. That's false.
Yeah, Cyclone's been doing a great job with some of these fresh guys today. Just really gently kind of talking to them and making sense to them. It's pretty great.
Indeed. So the floor is open. Anyone else wants to prove that they know the Earth is a ball?
Could I just ask like an innocent question?
Preferably.
What do you guys think is like below us, like in the Earth? Because we know it's hot, right? Just people's like personal opinions, like what they theorize like might be like beneath us, like with like underground.
All sorts of mysteries and enigmas. It's really difficult to say that phrase, and enigmas. Mysteries and enigmas.
Enigmas. That's a weird word.
The floor is open. Arguments for the ball. Anyone?
Yeah, so just quickly on Hoopy's question about what's beneath us. I mean, the deepest hole to public knowledge that they've drilled is about 8 miles, the Kola super deep borehole. That was the Russians. The Chinese might be going slightly deeper. But yeah, I mean, high pressure, high temperature. Eventually the substance that they were drilling into turned very viscous and the tools couldn't operate. And that was about as deep as they could go. But beneath us, obviously, we have rock, earth, lava, magma, high pressure. Also, some hollow spaces to some degree. So it's a mixture. But if you're going to ask, like, what's below that point, how would we know?
Yeah, I mean, not. I wasn't really asking like, because obviously we can't know. I was just asking like what, like ideas you guys might think, like personally have.
I wouldn't say we can't know. We just don't know.
Oh yeah, we could maybe eventually know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's many different theories. You look back through the cultures in ancient history and they've all got a million different ideas about, well, to be fair, a lot of them. But again, you almost get into philosophical, religious ideas at a certain point.
Wolfgang, can I must also not commit the error of empiricism. Things are not only known by empirical detection.
Can I ask you some question? Does anybody from Flat Earthers speaking about 24-hour sun, Antarctica, and or whatever sun in Antarctica that has to do something with the surface of the Earth? Does any flat earther claiming anything about Antarctica?
Is that Get Big? Who's that?
No, it's Sasha.
Oh, Sasha. Hey, Sasha. You know, y'all sound similar. I'm sorry.
I'm asking, does any flat earther? Maybe I'm maybe somebody's claiming something, I don't know. Does anybody claiming something about Antarctica and it's connected with the flat Earth?
You're asking the whole room or him?
Yeah, whole room.
Okay.
A flat Earthers in this case.
I just asked about the midnight sun in Antarctica. Are you guys explanation on a flat Earth?
But there is no explanation on the flat Earth.
Show it.
Show it. Okay. If I show you the flat surface, does that will change? Is it night, day, midnight sun, sun during in the morning, sun afternoon?
Are you still asking the room? Yeah, I don't. The things in the sky, however they move, it doesn't tell you the shape of the ground. No, if you're asking the whole room.
That's not true. That's not
And
true.
then why would I ask if nobody from flat Earth is claiming nothing about Antarctica and nothing about it? Why would I ask questions about that? How that's work on flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm not going to measure like the water like to be horizontal and then like check it along that line with a plumb, like I said earlier, showing it to be vertical along that, confirming that it's horizontal, and then suddenly the sun does something. So then I'm going to say, well, then that can't be horizontal. Why would I do that? That doesn't make any sense.
But you don't know to answer the question. For example, why is there 24-hour sun in Antarctica? How you explain that if Earth is flat?
You want to see the sun in 24 hours in Antarctica first. That's just a baseless claim at the moment until we see it.
Just send 3 videos, a link to live webcams in Antarctica. Just my guess.
Live webcams. Ooh. How do you know it's live?
Yes.
How do you know it? How do you know it's live?
It can't be live. It's the same video I've seen 1,000 times that people post.
This one again.
That video when it's clouds repeating after 24 hours. The same clouds coming. That video.
Yes, because the loop ends in 24 hours.
Yeah, and that video also where it's missing 4 flags here, 4 hours. That video.
Is it the one where the mountain is got snow on it in the beginning of the video, and then at the end of the video there's no snow, it's like spring?
Yeah, that one also.
Yeah.
So
for those 24 hours spring.
That's your incidence. The video is fake.
Well, I mean, what does that tell you? Like, was it? How long does it take? I mean, we'd have to do. I guess we have to do the physics on it. Like, how long does it take for the snow to melt? Like, how much snow was it? Did they measure how much snow it was? How did the sun melt it that quickly on that mountain? I'd have to.
The video is fake. Thanks. That's what I'm asking. It's fake. The video is fake.
Do you see the mountain that he's talking about?
Yes, I've seen.
Cool. So, does this type of phenomena happen within 24 hours?
The time the time lapse of 24 hours is a different time that he just recorded himself talking about. It's not a big deal. That's it.
I don't see how you don't see this, but okay.
Okay, but my question is, the video is fake they brought?
I don't know. But like was said earlier, whatever the sun does doesn't change the measurement of the surface.
I don't agree with that, Jedi.
You don't agree with that. Why? Okay.
Yes, I don't agree.
Have you got a cold or something, or are you like whispering into your microphone?
No, he is using voice more than an AI voice. Probably someone we're already aware of that pretends to be a different person.
Fuck off.
Yeah, that's the reason why he sounds so weird. He's using voice mode and AI voice. I can literally demonstrate it if you want to listen to the same thing. But yeah, that's not the real voice that you're listening to right now. Like it is his voice, but it is going through an AI filter, so to say.
I'm not interested in talking to dishonest people. You can't come into the server as yourself, then fuck off.
Oh, he got real quiet when that dropped.
Yeah, so I would say that this doesn't show anything about the shape of the Earth. That's true. But if it is a legitimate video, then it debunks the idea that the sun is going around the North Pole counterclockwise, or clockwise.
Do we have a mix of flat and globers in here, or is it just all one side?
Yes.
Yeah. You guys want to settle this while we debate in the good old-fashioned game of poker? Flat gang versus globe gang.
We could flip a coin.
You say poker?
What we doing, having a dance off?
I would much rather prefer a dance off. Globers versus flats. Let's see who's got the moves.
Matthew, you're up.
A 24-hour day in Antarctica debunks the idea that the sun is going around the North Pole. How's that?
It's interesting.
Quick question, Matthew. How many faked Antarctica 24-hour videos does it take to disqualify any further 24-hour Antarctica video?
No matter how many fake ones there are, no fake ones would ever disqualify a real one.
Oh, that's interesting.
Right, just like if you say, what is the answer to 7 plus 3? You can give me 25 wrong answers, but that doesn't disqualify the fact that 10 is the right answer.
How about the fact that the one we posted isn't shot in where it says it is?
Okay, I mean, if that's true, then it's incorrect. So don't use that.
So if I would now show you that almost every Superman movie uses special effects to make Superman fly, but one video shows him fly, but I can't point out where it's faked or how it has been faked, then Superman is really flying?
No, you'd have to have you'd have to have other evidence. A video by itself.
That's why I ask, how many fake videos do we need to expose until we can admit that every other video is probably also being tampered with or faked?
Yeah, so that's appeal to the populace. Like, no, it's the wrong. I don't know what it is, but just saying that a bunch of things are fake doesn't prove that everything is fake. It's evidence that everything is fake, but it doesn't prove it, is what I'm saying.
Isn't that an all or nothing fallacy?
No.
Okay.
The other evidence is that people go there. Hundreds of people would go there every year, and also there are lots of people who live in the south of South America that see a 17-hour sun.
What's the lowest latitude for South America? What is that? It's like 55 degrees or something, isn't it?
Yeah, Ushuaia, Tierra del Fuego, and there on December 21st they see a 17-hour sun.
September 21st, yeah.
December 21st.
Oh, December, sorry. That makes more sense than September, for sure.
And where is UK, Jedi?
Where's the UK?
North. Yeah.
That is 58.
Okay, 58. And what we have we have 16 hours of dark.
Yeah. So in the winter time, we go through 16 hours of darkness. In the summertime, we have 16 hours of sun above the horizon.
Sasha, can you tell me about Bolivia, please?
Bolivia. I can tell you about Croatia something. Croatia has 1,000 islands, more than 1,000 islands.
That's all right. Britnet's just trying to derail you guys and have you talk about other shit.
So I didn't know that Croatia had over 1,000 islands. That's pretty cool.
Yep.
This era has to also stop. Like it keeps happening, and folks just persevere to keep committing it. Stop with the fallacious distinction between proof and evidence. If you have sufficient, logically sufficient evidence, then you've proved that the premise is true.
True, but those are different words on purpose because they mean different things.
Which is no refutation to what I just said.
Right.
All right.
Australia also had flat lake. You can see it's not only Bolivia. You have many flat lakes, salt lakes in the world. It's not only Bolivia. But Bolivia is a beautiful example because it's the best beautiful mirror in the world. That's why. Natural mirror. If you don't like South America, there is Florida. It's also beautiful. Holland is beautiful. It's under the sea level.
Yeah, Holland's flat. Super flat.
In UK, that beautiful places like Dover, Ramsgate, Margate, they are beautiful. You can see the Belgium and the French.
Dover's a fucking shithole.
No, I'm saying
Ramsgate's full of heroin. It's like these seaside towns. Margate's come a long way in the last 10, 15 years because it's got a bit of a bohemian artist vibe about it. There's been some investment into that side of things. But apart from that, Kentish seaside towns are shitholes. Same with Folkestone. But you can see a long way. That's good.
But if you go a little bit left, there is a Kent. It's beautiful. Like, come on, Jedi.
Oh no, I'm just talking shit about the trashy towns, man. Used to live in Canterbury. Canterbury's beautiful. Not gonna lie.
Best thing the story of my wife, and we were studying there in Margate, and she said, we saw the Belgium, and I asked, with what? Oh, well, with ice. Oh, really? Thank you. Without discussing anything about flat Earth.
Yeah.
Only that experience from the life, you know.
Well, I was watching. This is going back maybe 5-6 years ago now. I was watching some travel vlogger on YouTube, and he was American, and he was in England, and he was going around to all like the famous sites in England, and he spent some time in Dover, and he was talking about how on a clear day you can see France from Dover, and how everybody in Kent can like kind of knows this type of fact that you can see France from the south coast of England, and then just went on his merry little way. The very fact that you shouldn't be fucking able to is by the by, but hey ho. If the Earth was curved, maybe we wouldn't have got invaded in 1066. It'd been fine. Maybe the Romans would have never got here. They wouldn't have seen us beyond the curve.
Who cares about that? Can you tell me about 24 hours on Antarctica? Can you explain me that?
Who, me?
Whoever. If you cannot explain that means Earth cannot be flat.
I have no idea.
It's just a question, guys. You don't need to be solved.
Voice is weird.
You can be like this. You
Sorry,
come to the place
my English
where
is
people.
not the best, but that's it.
Not your English, the quality of your output.
Could be also.
How do you flat earthers explain aliens? Come on, explain aliens to me.
They are strange things. There's nothing more to it. Thank you.
How sea level works on flat Earth?
Very silent. The floor is open. Arguments for the ball?
GPS works. That's an argument that suggests that the ball is real.
GPS, therefore the Earth is a ball. How does that follow?
GPS is designed by human beings, and the human beings who designed it say that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, they designed the device, they used the device, they predicated that the Earth is a ball, therefore the Earth is a ball. That's proof by assertion fallacy. and a non sequitur.
No, I mean the fact that it works is a.
What about dentists?
You're right.
Like dentists say that the Earth is a ball too. So I mean, it's a ball.
But Matthew, Earth was spherical before the GPS.
Right.
I mean, dude, you have to let go of fallacies eventually. Like, just let them go.
It's not a fallacy. I'm not proving anything. Fallacies are.
It is a fallacy. They say so, therefore it's true. That's proof by assertion fallacy.
No, it's not. I'm saying it's evidence.
It absolutely is by definition, dude. Come on.
I'm saying the fact that the engineers who created the GPS system provides evidence towards the idea that the Earth is a globe because they.
Okay, so we conductive argument. Appeal to authority fallacy.
They're not fallacies. Fallacies are in proofs. We're not.
They are.
Proof here.
Like, it doesn't follow to your conclusion. Your premises don't strongly indicate nor necessitate your conclusion to be true. It doesn't follow.
Right. I'm not doing an argument. I'm just presenting evidence.
Okay, so then you failed to prove that you know the Earth is a ball then.
Exactly. I'm not proving the Earth is a ball. I'm saying that.
Okay, so thank you for your concession. Stop talking like you're proving something.
I concede I'm not proving anything. I'm providing evidence for people.
Evidence is a proof.
Okay, so then you just said you didn't argue. And now you're saying you're giving evidence. That's self-contradictory. Right. If you're giving evidence, you're giving an argument. If you're not giving an argument, you're not giving evidence.
Evidence is part of an argument, but not the entire argument.
Right. So exactly what I said. So then you are giving an argument in spite of you saying that you're not giving an argument. Be consistent, dude.
I'm giving an argument towards that, but not trying to prove it.
Okay, so your arguments so far have not been sufficient. It was approved by assertion fallacy. Right. It was an appeal to authority fallacy.
Right. These are not sufficient. These are just things to consider.
Okay, so stop repeating that. Like, there's no refutation of what I just said. Stop concluding on a red herring.
Concluding on a red herring? Oh, dude. Your fancy language generator messed up there.
It is a red herring. You're trying to conclude on some irrelevant point. Like, you're replying to the refutation with some irrelevant point, as though that's a refutation to it.
Like you guys did it at the Midnight Sun, right, Weather? Exactly the same thing.
Wait, what was your point? What did he say?
Exactly like you guys did it in the Midnight Sun in Antarctica, right?
Is that intelligible to anyone else?
Sounds like he's using a voice changer there.
Try again, man. Slowly.
Yeah, turn off your voice changer there, pal.
I'm not using a voice changer. My English is really bad.
So why are you bothering to talk if obviously no one is finding your words intelligible? Even though I found that intelligible.
Before you, Whaler, I was talking to three guys, like, let me check the names. Jedi, No Thanks, Lucky, and everybody understand me. But you don't.
Do you intelligible premise you want to argue for now or no?
So your fallacy that you are talking about, Greg, you guys just use it to talk about the Midnight Sun when I asked it.
What do you mean, my fallacy?
That you are talking about right now.
Which one? I mentioned multiple.
Everyone. Every one of them.
So you're talking about multiple different fallacies at once with one line of argumentation?
Oh, I'm talking about flat earth in general.
So now you're not talking about the fallacies you just said you were talking about?
So that's it. You're just talk. Two words, philosophy and there's science. That's it.
Whatever that means. Even though even though science is literally just natural philosophy, recently renamed in the late 19th century. Look it up.
That's it, Greg. You know the words. Just keep talking.
whatever that means. Anyways, next person.
You're poeting.
So the floor is open. Anyone? Arguments for the ball? The Earth ball.
Here's an argument. Satellite TV systems point straight up into the sky, the receivers, and the globe has an explanation of how the transmitters can stay there for years at a time, but Flat Earth does not.
But they don't point straight up into the sky, do they?
At the equator, they point straight up. At the northern latitudes, they point slightly south. Yeah, so the point is they're pointing to a spot in the sky. And if there were balloons up there, remember this started in the mid 80s, so I don't think they had the capability to do that with balloons staying in the same spot for years at a time back in the 80s. They don't now either, I don't think. Some balloons can stay up there for days or months at a time, but not back then.
So if I go on Google Maps now and look at Street View around the equator, will all the satellite dishes be pointing up in the sky? Is that what you say?
They'll be at a higher angle, yes. Like look at Quito,
higher
Ecuador.
angle? You said
Nairobi and Quito, you can find satellite TV stations there.
But you said they were pointing straight up on the equator.
Yeah, on the equator, they're not pointing north or south. They might point a little bit east or west.
So have you verified this, or it's just a claim? Because if I go to Google Maps right now and look at the Street View,
yeah,
somewhere around the equator, most of the satellite. Excuse me.
I posted a Google Maps link.
Excuse me. Most of the satellite dishes won't be pointing straight up. They will be pointing to the nearest tower, usually.
Oh yeah, so those I'm talking about satellite dishes.
Yes, me too. I used to install them actually.
Yeah, so you know how carefully they have to be aimed, right? If they're aimed off
we don't tune the the equipment to get a reception from satellites, because that's not where they get their reception from. Just saying. You said they were pointing straight up, and that's a lie.
So some satellite dishes are pointing straight up, is what I'm saying.
Certain.
But I'm still winning. I'm still winning though.
Just the ones that always work are pointed at the towers.
Good morning.
Good morning. How's it going?
I'm good. Yourself?
Morning.
I was just Crit usually sends me some. He has his own little newsletter he sends me every morning in Discord. Catch up on the world affairs and science. So that's pretty good.
Such as?
Well, this morning he sent me the CNN article titled "One of Saturn's Smallest Moons Has a Secret Ocean." And he posted a GIF below it saying it's not a moon with Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Very nice.
Yeah. Goodness.
We just signed the lease on our third shop. Yeah, I don't know if you guys heard, but I'm going to personally be going to the moon in 2024, 2025. So I'm going to be going with my personal space agency to the moon next year.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I know, right? But as the time approaches, I'm just going to push it back a couple of years.
Oh, with respect to time, I got it. Yeah.
So, as we get into 2025, I'll be like, technical difficulties, 2027.
And then you can go back to all your investors and say, oh, we just need to fix this up and give us some more money and promise you it'll be 2027. And then you'll delay it again and be like, oh, actually, I just need a little bit more money.
You know what you should do instead of private investors, what you should do is get a government funded program where it's taxpayer money, and then you have nobody to answer to.
Fuck over the taxpayer. Better.
That's a really good idea.
Yeah.
I would just get people who have no choice but to pay. Great idea.
Well, it depends the administration. I would say right now your best moneymaker is, say you want to build a big wind farm, bunch of bird killers, and then you'll get a big fat check.
Oh, no. It's actually a good idea. Well, it's a win-win because you get all of this energy, right? Apparently. And also you get to rent out your spare land for free. As we know, poor people have spare land. But on top of that, you get all this meat from the birds, so you can cook up, a nice steak from all the meat that you get. So it's win-win-win. Who doesn't like a nice, seagull steak?
I think you're onto something. You should build some couple bird killers and some sun panels and all that shit. It'd be great.
Yeah. Well,
and then when Trump gets elected, then just start drill baby drill.
Hell yeah. I've got a good idea, right? So what we do is we actually start up thorium mines, and then we have bird killers above the thorium mines, and then we use the bird carcasses to plug the thorium. So you bury the thorium excess, and then you just use the bird carcasses to kind of plug the gap. Win-win.
Or you could also fill the gaps with a nuclear plant and take the excess uranium and just kind of pour it over the hole. There you go.
Yeah, that works as well.
You get the best of both worlds. So that way your administration, both parties love you.
Yeah.
It's great.
Would that make you carbon neutral?
Fuck no, but that's okay. Well, you know what? No. Hold on. It wouldn't by 2050, but you can still say, hey, at least I tried. You know?
Yeah, good point.
You make all the lip cards. Oh, I gave it my best shot.
Well, I'm actually aiming to have the world's first carbon neutral rocket launch.
Oh, then you're definitely going to get taxpayer funds. Oh, man. Government's going to love you. You know what they're going to do? Uncle Sam's just going to pull out his pocketbook and be like, listen, Here's the check. Here's the pen. You just write as many zeros as you want. Next to that 5, just write as many zeros as it takes.
So is this yen or is this what currency is it?
Oh no, this is U.S. dollar. No, we want to dilute the dollar. We're trying to do a inflation speed run. So
fair enough. Yeah, got it. So I'll just have all of the money then.
Yep. Great idea.
So how much would you like? Yes.
And Elon will probably go on X and be like, "Yeah, the Fed should give you more money. This is bullshit. $2 trillion is not enough. Bunch of fucking communists."
Yeah, people will unironically say that the space program needs more money because the military has a large budget. But I'm not sure that's how it works, but cool, I guess.
See, this is why it is the American dream. The American dream. This is the only country in the world where you can royally fuck over the tax base without their permission too. Pretty cool.
Wow. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm calling from Europe, so it's not the only country in the world.
Oh, that's true. You got the European Union. You got those pigs. That's true.
Yeah.
But they're even more eco whatever. So if you say that, dude, the EU is just going to give you a fucking stake in the whole thing. They'll love you.
Yeah, I can't wait to go to the British government.
But you got to but here's the thing, man. Listen, you got to be really scientific though.
Carbon neutral.
You got to kind of lie, because if they ask you if the Earth is flat, they're going to be like, you got to say no, it's an oblate spheroid. It's a spheroid, and they'll love you. Okay, good.
Yeah. Oh, I can do a globe, but I've been arguing with globers for so long now.
You got to tell them something, everything they want to hear. Be like, my middle name is Little G. And they'll be okay, cool. You're in.
So they're like, aren't you meant to capitalize that? And you're like, nope.
Yep. Just got to lie your way to the top.
Yeah.
Oh, and you also have to say global warming exists. It's like actually caused by cow farts.
100%. It must be because the TV said so, right?
Yeah, CNN said so, and so did BBC. So you know.
And why would CNN lie to me? It's not like, I mean, there's no way you have biased journalists funded by vested interests.
Not at all.
That would. No.
Well, see, and libtards will watch BBC too, and they'll be like, "Oh, they have British accents. Surely they must be smart." I trust them. Okay.
Yeah, our leftists are probably. They might be even worse than yours, because I think your leftards kind of realise that they're radical, whereas our leftards think that everything they say is completely normal, and how could you have any other opinion?
Right.
They're almost amazed that you don't believe that that a man can become a woman. They're like, how could you have that opinion? Let me think. Biology. Yeah, that's the thing.
You know what's interesting, man? I mean, not to get swayed away from the intent of this VC, but since we are talking about liberalism, I actually used to be a hardcore Democrat before I could vote. Like, when 2016 happened, I was like a Hillary lover. It was really cringe. And then...
Oh, wow.
And people made fun of me for it, like at school. They would say, like, oh, typical liberal. And I was actually triggered by that. But then after the election, I was like, oh, no, they were right.
So,
snapped out
I mean,
of psychosis.
I guess I have to ask you, like, what cured you? Like, how did you leave the cult?
What's that?
How did you leave the cult? What happened?
I think it was actually like, well, when Trump was elected, I was like one of those people that was like spurring out about it, saying like, oh my God, the world's coming to an end, the sky is falling. And, because the whole I remember like the whole narrative when he first ran here. It was like, oh, he's going to start World War III and just start hitting the nuke button like it's the fucking hammer at Chuck E. Cheese. And he never did that. And so it was kind of like, oh, okay, he's really not that bad. But then when World War III didn't start, then the media was like, well, he says mean things. And I was like, oh, okay, well, this is just bullshit. So then I did. And then became, I was like, well, this is kind of great.
That's an interesting pivot from,
pretty big drop off from World War III to he says mean things. Okay. Yeah.
Exactly. Then you start to realize, oh, hold on. So, I mean, obviously, Trump's a puppet as well, right? But you start to look at the people that you start to look at the people they're not talking.
2016 to like 2019, in my opinion, was like the global golden age of politics. You had Trump, who was based. Boris Johnson was based. Fucking walking up there, would you like a cup of tea? And people were like pressing him on shit. Fucking, dude, Boris Johnson was so based. He was so... I'll never forget seeing that video of him fucking stiff-arming a 12-year-old in rugby. That was so fucking awesome.
Great. To be honest, man, that's actually quite impressive. I'm amazed that there's Americans who know about that.
Oh, hell yeah. Dude, Boris Johnson has some cringe compilations, trust me.
Yeah. Fair enough, that's good.
But, like, his cringe... But honestly, like, his cringe was, like, funny as fuck. Like the video of him when people were asking him about shit about Brexit, he fucking walks out and he's handing out tea to people. Like, and then, but like, he actually was funny as fuck. Like, Trump, when he did shit, it was base. Like, it was funny as shit. And then, like, but the chick before, what was that fucking old hag's name? That conservative in the UK. What was her name? Fuck. You know what I'm talking about? White hair.
Theresa May.
Theresa May. Dude, yeah, she was just cringe. Like, she wasn't even funny cringe. She was, like, cringe as fuck.
Yeah. But the thing is, right, is that we have a very different way of... Like, our political parties, even though they're all puppets, they're very different in the UK. Like, all of our political parties are all leftist. But they're all just different branches. Like, you basically have the capital C Conservative Party, they are left-wing socially and right-wing in terms of like economic policy as much as you can be. And then all of the other parties are left-wing socially and left-wing economically. So we don't actually have... There's no party that's going to turn up and say, oh yeah, we actually don't think gay marriage is a great idea. Like, no one's going to say that. You know?
You don't have like a pro-life party?
Yeah, but I mean, like, they tend to be very confined to religion only, kind of in the corner of the party. Oh yeah, we're very embarrassed about this kind of thing. It's like, why? Why are you embarrassed about this? It's a legitimate worldview. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, they're all puppets anyway, so who gives a shit? Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Not like it's not like you can vote in or vote out any of these people who are doing damage anyway, so yeah, who cares?
But see, the same shit's gonna happen again. Like, it's the same shit. Like with Trump, they're already doing the same thing. Like, except this time it's, well, if he loses, then democracy's dead. It's like, okay, sure, right?
Yeah.
And like the whole thing too. Even in the first time he ran, they were like, oh well, he's gonna pull out of the fucking NATO. He renegotiated the deals with NATO, but ultimately he didn't leave because his advisors and even he knew that, like, that's literally the basis of our economy, is like the fucking military complex. And if you get rid of the military complex, then what good are you in the U.S.? Like, what good are you?
The thing is, as well, I mean, like, let's just pretend that was all legit for a second. The best bargaining power that you can have to get yourself a better deal is the power to walk away. So, if you go to a deal meeting saying, I have no choice but to make a deal, you have already significantly weakened your position. So, of course, that would be retarded If you do, it's like you go to an insurance broker or whatever, you want to get car insurance, and you give out, straight away, you say, I'm not going to go to anyone else. I love this company. I'm going to do a deal today. Instantly, your premium goes up 20%.
Right. Well, and here's the other idea too that I disagreed with is when I think there was this American, like, everybody in America thinks, not everybody, okay, most people think if we left NATO, then Europe is fucked. I actually disagree. I think you would still hold the fort down, so long as NATO doesn't crumble just because the U.S. left. And the only way NATO crumbles is if all the other countries say, or Germany says, yeah, you know what, actually, yeah, I'm gonna fuck off too. Like that wouldn't happen. Like, we would just be isolationist. We would lose a tremendous amount of value as a global power and respect, and NATO would just carry on normal duties. Like, it wouldn't, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like NATO would fucking go to zero.
Well, the thing is that I think what a lot of people don't understand, all of this stuff is fake anyway. The economy's kind of made up and fake, and NATO's made up and fake, and the EU's made up and fake. It's legitimate in the sense that it has real world effects because people act on the assumption of it being real. But what actually is NATO in physical reality? Nothing. There's nothing there. So it's not like you couldn't just have those agreements, do those deals anyway. Do you know what I mean? Without calling it NATO. Did he die?
Rest in peace.
Hello. Did he leave? Oh, he left. Okay, that's good. Would anyone like to discuss the flat Earth? there's a room full of people and no one talking. What's going on?
Imagine thinking everything is a sphere, your world is a sphere, all the objects of the skies are spheres, but then the galaxy is flat.
Yeah, the universe is flat.
Yeah, flat universe composed of spheres.
I mean, the TV said so it must be right.
It's gotta be. Even if it's a contradiction, it's true.
Cool.
Well, in between phone calls here, let me just say good morning to everyone.
Top of the morning to ya.
You having a lovely day on this flat, motionless Earth?
Well, here in Los Angeles, we've got blue skies for the first time in weeks. I can actually see some natural-looking clouds, and there's no lines of smoke trails coming from any planes. So it's a beautiful day here in Southern California. I should say a beautiful day here in flat Southern California. But then again, the whole world is flat. The whole earth is flat. So I shouldn't have to say just Los Angeles is flat because it's not the only flat place here. We're all on a flat plane.
Morning, Wave Mixer.
Howdy, howdy.
Flat here in Kentucky as well, just saying. Well, the water is anyway. Usually goes on.
Well, here in Los Angeles, all the women aren't flat. A lot of them have those fake water hills.
Do they get a refraction job?
Well, I don't know if refraction has much to do with it. I think a lot of it has to do with plastic surgeons.
Yeah, that's what I meant. So you've got like the curves there, but it's fake.
Exactly. There's a lot of fake curves here. Fake curves seem to be very popular in the Los Angeles, Hollywood area.
And also off the coast of California as well. Have you ever tried measuring the curvature of an LA woman?
Only with my wife. I'd get in trouble if I did any others than that.
No, fair enough. How did you go about doing it?
The tried and true hand method. Never trust anything but Braille when it comes to measuring those.
Did your wife have
Well, you're breaking up pretty bad, so I heard something did wife. That was about it. And it's time for me to get back on the phones because my break is now over.
for sure? Don't know who that was. No one wants to talk about flat Earth today for some reason. What a shame.
Semi-related news. This Tucker Carlson Vladimir Putin interview is coming out tonight, and if the leaked script is to be believed, Vladimir Putin kept referring to this place as a planet. So, for anybody who wants to know, that means he's totally in the game. He's part of the whole game we're playing.
Well, I mean, he's a president, so of course he is. But they all know the truth.
Does that go for all those rooting for Putin?
But really, how could he say different, right?
citizens of Flatardia.
Your mom?
So I suppose it's still flat then, is it?
And it might.
Oh, I suppose it's still flat, is it? Or
Are you talking about the universe?
or the Earth mainly? So the universe is flat, but the Earth's a globe. How does that work?
Is that the claim now? Flat universe? What's going on, Chiz?
Yeah, a lot of people talking in the flat Earth, not a lot of discussion in the flat Earth debate. Thing.
Well, you're here now. We can have a discussion.
I'm
glad you're
I was
here.
really keen to listen in. You know, I guess it's obvious. I'm on the round side. What are you on the flat side or something?
Well, it's not really about sides. It's just kind of what the Earth presents itself as. What we measure, what we see, what we feel, what we can test, what we can prove. So far, all we can prove is that it's a flat plane and it's motionless, and it seems to have some kind of containment. That's
Okay,
the
so what
only
about that?
conclusion anybody can come to.
There was like this TV show. It they interviewed these like two flat earthers, and like to prove that the Earth was flat, they went out on on boats, and he took out these two cardboard cutouts. I don't know if you know, it was like these hole cutouts with like cardboard, and they shined a light through them to like varying distances across the lake or river or ocean wherever they were at. And they measured the distance to where long enough to where like theoretically of our curve, the light would actually shine not through the hole but on top of the board if the Earth was correctly or round instead of flat. But the flat earthers are trying to prove that obviously the light is going to shine through both holes of the board regardless of distance. And when they tried to test, it showed the light went above. Do you have any explanation?
No, I mean, a couple of guys put together some kind of retarded test to do something, and it fails. That doesn't really determine anything. We just go ahead and measure the surface objectively, right? So, like, if any globers would accidentally prove the Earth was flat, which result would you take?
Which result?
Yeah, if some idiot flat earthers, like apparently showed curvature, but then some idiot globe earthers showed it was flat, which one would you take? Is this a preferential thing for you? Is this like a biased religion, or would you just take what's true?
If I had presentable evidence to to show that without other factors enabling another reaction to happen, I would believe it if the Earth was flat. Truly believe it. I have a hard time believing the Earth is flat. It's because everyone in science would have to just be on this one fallacious lie. Weather reporters would just have to lie. Scientists would have to lie in varying degrees of outlets.
All right.
It wouldn't just be just
Right. So you're appealing to a group of strangers that don't know you the truth about anything, but you believe they have evidence. So could you go ahead and give us the evidence that they have given you so we can test it?
What do you...
Guys, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Yeah, I can
address
hear
what
you.
you said about the Setsu. I don't know if you're familiar with this test. So this is like a Netflix hit piece.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Oh, you know about it. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So you know that all of the parties that were actually involved in that test said that it was inconclusive because the light that they originally intended to use malfunctioned, and they weren't able to use that.
Oh, I did not know that. When did they say that in the test?
Yeah. So, maybe people are saying in the chat as well, right? But the point is, because I'm familiar with this argument because I've heard it 100 times, Netflix didn't present that honestly at all. They wanted a narrative, they told you the narrative, but they didn't actually tell you what happened.
Okay, all right. So, all right, I'm fine with denouncing that research study then. I'm fine with that. But it's just I somehow just find it hard to believe that everyone's just on this one big lie. Every scientist, everyone.
Right. But I mean, you haven't presented anything. Every scientist, what science is being done to prove whatever it is that you think has been proved?
Okay, all right. So so let's just simply talk about not even a scientist, like a pilot, for example. If the Earth was flat and truly stretched out, you would have to the certain distances pilots would have to take wouldn't make sense on a flat Earth. I'll find one. Hold on.
Now, distance doesn't have anything to do with curvature.
No, I know that, but some flat Earth models of the globe, or not globe, the Earth, appear to be massively stretched out and stuff like that, or just disproportionate to what the pilots are saying.
Right. Well, I'm not aware of one flat Earth model. Every model that has been presented is a globe, like the AE map. That existed way before this flat Earth thing kind of kicked off. That's been around forever. That's just a globe projection. So if they're saying the distances are wrong, then I suppose the globe is wrong.
I'm gonna find. Give me a second here.
So if you're going to present an AE map, then you would be saying that the globe is incorrect.
I'm sorry. What did you say? Sorry, I was looking something up.
Yeah, no, that AE map has been around forever. That's not even a globe model, or excuse me, a flat Earth model. That's a globe projection flattened out. So if you're saying that the distances are incorrect on the AE map, then that would make the globe incorrect. You would be debunking the globe using that.
I'm not debunking the globe of. I'm not debunking that map of globe. You know the flat Earth model where the entire like.
Yeah, that's an AE map. That's a flattened out projection of a globe. No, so you don't understand. There isn't any flat Earth models.
There isn't like an official.
No,
I'm pretty sure.
No, not at all. The AE map is a globe map, flattened out.
Okay.
That's all it is.
Yeah, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the
right.
circular map. I'm talking about the flattened out map. Hold on. There's
Yeah,
there's
no,
two
that's
differences. I
the
found the
globe.
image.
That's the
Yeah.
globe. So the globe is wrong. You're telling me.
No, I'm not telling you the globe is wrong. I'm telling you the flat Earth is wrong. Like the distances between. Hold on. All right. Okay. Okay, I couldn't find what I was trying to find, but I found this other experiment that was carried out during the 19th century and early 20th centuries to measure the curvature of the Earth. It's called the Bedford Level Experiment. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, I know a little bit about it. What do you want to know?
Is there anything wrong with that? I mean, it clearly proves that the globe is not flat. Is it wrong or something? Is there a fallacy in it?
No, it doesn't. The result was contested.
It was contested.
Yeah, do you know the
I'm
history
reading.
of them? Are you talking about like a modern one, or are you talking about the ancient one?
Oh, I'm talking about the one. Okay. Well, these are just. This is the Wikipedia article. It's talking about just in general all the experiments.
Yes, you're talking about the original Bedford level, right? So
Yeah.
that there was a globe and a flat Earth that basically said, "Well, let's go to the Bedford level." Now, I haven't discussed this in a while, so apologies if I get these slight details wrong. I think one of them was called Alfred Russel Wallace, and another one was called. Was that Robotham? Was he involved?
Yeah, Robotham, Russell Wallace,
Yeah.
and
So it was Robotham, Wallace, and another guy was involved as well, but I can't remember exactly how. But basically, they said, well, let's go and check out the Bedford level because it's a 6 mile stretch of water. And they did a number of tests and they disagreed on the result. That was the end of it, really.
oh yeah, seeing it here, they disagreed.
They didn't
Results
prove
in
the
details face above when viewed. A regular feature. Okay.
So the Bedford level is a pretty good example of someone trying to use the horizon or the water level, right, to be Earth curve, blocking out boats, buildings, little red flags on boats in that particular level or channel. And so in that case, if we're going to use the horizon as what is supposed to be Earth curve, then that's been soundly debunked. The horizon is very often well beyond the geometric limits of the supposed size of the Earth. So either we can use the horizon as Earth curve, and then we have observations where it's hundreds of thousands of miles in radius, or maybe it's just something that we can't use because people are telling us now that what once was Earth curve is now refracted, and so you can never know or use the horizon as a way of determining whether or not you're on a ball.
Exactly. And on top of that, we've got Skunkbay footage, which shows that the horizon changes hour to hour based on atmospheric conditions. So why would you ever think that the horizon is Earth curve? It doesn't make any sense.
So far, there's no flat Earth model, only globe projections that apparently debunk something. I guess the globe, because the distances don't work. Bedford level, not usable for evidence, or the horizon. So I don't know where this globe is at, and I don't know what scientists or anybody, for that matter, is giving this consensus view that the Earth is a globe, other than just a biased religious position.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard that there was a song that David Guetta did with Flow Rider called "Where's That Globe At?" And no one ever answered. So
To what song?
yeah, it's called "Where's That Globe At?"
Where's that globe? I'll look it up.
So what? So with this flat Earth, does the sun go under the Earth? Then it goes like under it, and it, like where does it go? It
Yeah,
goes
says
around.
here,
Well,
I'm joking.
I have no idea what the sun is, but it obviously moves, right? It's not the Earth moving unless you have some way to determine whether or not the Earth is moving. But as far as we can tell, all of the stars, except for Polaris, stars, heavenly bodies, moon, sun, all that move from east to west everywhere on the Earth. So,
Okay.
but I don't
And
know
so
what they
the-
are, and I don't know where they go out of sight. It seems like.
I'm guessing the theory about like the gravity being in the center of the Earth is wrong then, because like with a flat Earth, and there would be inconsistencies with the gravity, like depending.
Well, I mean,
on how
here's a
further away
shocker.
the-
This might be surprising for you to know, but as far as we can tell, there is no gravity. We haven't found this thing called gravity yet. I mean, it would have to be a ball first for even to propose the idea that some sort of mass is attracting another mass, but there's no ball, so that's kind of out
So
the window.
gravity's just a theory, then you say?
Yeah, it's more of it's kind of like a hijacking of relative density effects that we see all the time and use all the time. Not everything goes exclusively down; things go in randomly in all directions, like gas molecules. And also, you can let a balloon go and it goes up. Clouds hover in the air; they're neutrally buoyant. So there is no exclusive downward vector for all matter. That's just kind of a good magic trick.
What were you saying? Sorry, my friend called me as soon as you last thing I heard was I think Vex or something. He called me.
There is no exclusive downward vector for all matter. Things move gas moves in all directions, right? Clouds hover.
Yeah.
Balloons go up. If you hold something, like if you were to take a block of wood in the air and let go of it, it would fall to the ground. If you were to take a block of wood to the bottom of a swimming pool, it would float up. So everything is medium dependent. That's all we've ever observed and all we can test. We can test relative density. There is no scientific experiment to prove even this idea of gravity.
Sorry, my Discord crashed randomly. Okay, last thing I heard is you took a piece of wood and then it falls to the ground and then something else?
Bro, the last 2 times I've talked about this, you've either had a phone call or your Discord crashed. So
I know how it looks. It's so
See,
bad.
the problem is if this was a 24/7 globe Earth call and all the flat earthers joined and tried to argue with the globe earthers, I don't think a single globe earther would mute a flat earther. But all I see in here is flat earthers constantly.
Shut the fuck up.
Like that, yeah, like that.
I mean, people will certainly mute people no matter where they are.
You know what's really funny is that the Globers will come in and just complain constantly, and then be surprised when we say, actually, we want to get the topic of conversation back on as the topic of conversation. It's also ironic because every time I've been into a Global server, I've been muted or fundy muted, essentially. Just shouted over and told I'm a retard and all the rest. So, functionally, what's the difference?
So, Chiz, I tell you what, I'm not going to repeat myself again. I'll just ask you, do you think that there's an exclusive downward vector for all matter?
No, I feel like we aren't knowledgeable enough, both in like how small things can get and how large things can get to confidently defined, how gravity reacts or how gravity, functions. I don't think it's the only, factor. I don't
Well,
think it's just
you're
like
using
our
a name,
factor.
right? You're using a name for something that you don't have any evidence for. So if I ask you what's gravity, what are you going to tell me it is?
I was just like like the mass that has like like a directional pull to it. Like the larger a mass is, the more of a pull it has of other objects.
But that you don't ever observe that in any situation ever.
I mean, because like we don't really have any man-made large enough, experiments out there in order to see it has to be, astronomically large, and the only thing where you can see that is going out into space.
You're going to presuppose or appeal to size, right? You're going to say, oh, well, since we can't test it on the small scale, I'm going to automatically beg the question that now, once again, the Earth is a giant ball, which you don't have any evidence for, and that it only works on this particular scale. So you don't have any evidence for your claim. You only beg the question. You only assume.
I have a question also. Do you know that there hasn't been experiments like that, or do you just not also do your own research?
I mean, go ahead and tell me about the experiment.
Well, I mean, is all your information only what other people tell you, or you're not allowed to research?
Well, I've searched it, so you can go ahead and give me the experiment that you're referring to, please.
Okay, I'll look for something and I'll send it to you. I was just asking.
Oh, you don't even know. You don't even know. So you came in here saying, oh, yeah, there's something, but I don't know what it is. And now I will go look for it on Google, right? That's what you decided to do today?
There's literally live streams on NASA showing the people on the
Yeah, NASA, people on the space station appeal to YouTube. Is that what's going on right now? Appeal to YouTube?
YouTube, is that a classical, is that a traditional fallacy category? I never heard of it.
It is now. I'm going to call it the appeal to NASA on YouTube fallacy.
Wait, I'm confused. Okay, so what about the stuff with NASA before YouTube even came out?
What about it?
What is it?
No,
What about
Steve,
it?
he was joking. He was joking. He was making a joke.
I hope.
What about NASA?
I'm saying, what do you think
Satan.
those live streams are just fake, or what do you think is going on? What do they gain by? What do they gain?
Okay, so you're saying that you well, I don't know. You made the claim. Why don't you tell me what they're doing?
I literally just told you they're live streaming the entire thing, and I'm saying if you're over here trying to claim it's fake, what are they gaining out of just showing us? That the fucking thing is spinning
What are they
around?
showing?
You heard me say live streaming. They're live streaming.
They're live streaming or live streaming? Which one is it?
Live streaming. You know what I mean?
Okay. So what are they streaming? How can we test the things that they're streaming? I'm not going to say it's fake, but we could probably figure out if it was or not. Don't you think?
Okay, so they're just live streaming. It's just footage from the International Space Station, and they're
What's that?
they're just giving you
What's that?
the big satellite that's in the sky, the space station.
Satellite in the sky? How high up is
How
it?
about you search it up? The International Space Station.
So you don't know what you're talking about then?
So just because I don't want to do the research for you, that means I don't know what I'm talking about, buddy?
Well, I'm not going to accept your claim if you don't provide any proof. Right?
For yourself. Is that the issue here?
You haven't done the research at all. That's how we know you don't know what you're talking about.
Look, this guy, despite me disagreeing with him, he is really good at arguing.
All you have to do is Google it and know what the fuck it is. Why are you asking other people, what is it? What is it? Well, you can't tell me, it must not exist. Like, what the fuck are you talking
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just, you made a claim, but you don't know much about the claim. I want to know the mechanics of this thing that you claim. Or you just, is it?
International Space Station. You're asking me what is it? Like, it's not.
I understand. So you believe it is a thing, but you don't know what it is, right? Like,
No, what are you talking about? Never mind.
okay. So
I just wanted to address what the other Glober said. He said something about says who is really good at arguing, which I agree. He's a good debater. I just wanted to pick up on that point because I think it's something that Globe Earthers actually completely fundamentally underestimate when they come in here, right? In order to have the worldview that we do, we have been told many, many times that we're idiots and that we're stupid and all of these other kind of insults and gaslighting tactics. But on top of that, in order to even hold down a fringe worldview in the face of such let's just say, such a large echo chamber that is the globe. You know, every single time you go on the news, the TV, you know, YouTube, everything props up this idea of a globe. We have to be able to argue for our position extremely well. So I think if you're coming in here thinking, oh, we're retarded, oh, I'll just say ISS and that'll win the argument, you're going to get absolutely destroyed, and you should probably rethink your approach.
Yeah, honestly, I came in here and got and then I
Dude, my
realized
thing is, how am I getting destroyed just by somebody questioning what I'm saying? If you can't actually come up with a rebuttal,
He's demonstrating a greater knowledge of what you're talking about than you have.
I was addressing the other dude, and now you're still complaining, right?
No,
but I
I'm
can't
not talking about you.
No, he's good.
But I can answer the question because I didn't actually say you were being destroyed. I said you're going to be destroyed, right? So that's such a difference that I wouldn't expect you to understand. However, if we are to say you are being destroyed,
Bro, you're sitting here talking like you know any and everything. Please give me any type of evidence of this being saying.
Hold the fuck on.
Calm down, bro. What the fuck?
Hey, don't talk over me, bro. I'm
Chill
calm
out.
when
It's because your mic
I'm
is
calm
trash.
when I'm allowed to finish. Shut up. I'm calm
Calm
when I'm allowed
down, bro. You're yelling in your fucking car.
I'm calm when you shut up. So, just stop talking. Wait for me to finish.
Chill out, bro. It's not that
I'm waiting for
serious.
you, bro. Shut up. So,
Chill, bro.
the thing is, right, is when you come in here and you make claims without evidence, you're going to be called out on that. And for you to then feign some kind of irritation because you don't have evidence for the claims that you brought is going to lead to you being destroyed in a debate. It's the only thing that's going to happen.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So if the Earth is flat, how is the moon position? Is it above the Earth?
Well, obviously, we look up usually when we see the moon. Now, what the moon is, and you know the properties thereof, I have no idea. Because if it is a ball, which it really doesn't present itself as a ball. Now, does it look like it has dimension? I would say yes. Does it look like a sphere? No. Mostly because we only see one face. And if it has another side, there's no way for us to determine that. And it doesn't really have specular highlights or sphericity as far as we can tell from our viewing position anywhere on Earth. So I don't know what the moon is, man.
I guess a lot of these arguments just summed up that we just don't have enough knowledge to go into in order to fully, back up our claims. Is that what you're saying?
Well, look, if I'm just going to be honest with you, right? I'll take the flat earther hat off for just a moment. I would be happy with the Earth being a ball. Like everybody here has already been a baller at one time. We've all believed in the globe. We were all taught the same thing. So if you're going to make arguments and say all the scientists and all the research, I would agree with you and say at one time I thought there was all this science and research for this thing, right? Yeah. But it turns out that every claim, once we start to poke at it, all of it is wanting. Most of it is just assumption or just wishful thinking, essentially. Like it would boggle your mind to actually start to think about it. Like, do you ever experience the Earth moving ever, or do you see the heavenly bodies move? Right?
I mean, you don't really experience moving; you experience acceleration. That's why in a car, when you remain the same speed, you don't ever experience.
Well, let's break it down for just a moment. This Earth is supposed to be having an angular velocity, which is an acceleration, a constant acceleration. So we would be experiencing that. It would be like being in a car and going around a big curve all the time. Like anytime you go around the corner in a car, you feel that, right? It's not linear. Yeah. It's angular.
Well, it's because your direction of gravity is changing with the way space works.
See, you're invoking gravity again, and you don't have it. You've been told that, but you don't have any gravity anywhere.
And regardless,
these are band-aids.
Gravity wouldn't be a solution to that problem anyway, so I don't know why you're invoking it.
Let's see. I'm looking up the angular velocity right now to see how much you actually experience.
So there's several different vectors. You're going to have to get the calculations and the feelings of angular velocity of the rotation, the axial rotation supposed of the Earth. Then you're going to have to do the orbit, elliptical by the way, of the sun. Then you're going to have to do the sun in its orbit in the galaxy, and then of course the velocity of the galaxy through the vacuous space of the universe. So you've got a lot of vectors to deal with and calculate and see how much of that we would feel. All of them astronomical numbers, and yet, you know, you don't feel anything.
Okay, this guy says orbital velocity depends on the orbit's radius. No orbit is exactly circular, so the speed always varies. But Earth's orbit shape is very close to circle. Its eccentricity is 0.0167, so we could say the speed is almost constant.
Yeah, no, because of the path, what he was saying to you, maybe you haven't understood. A linear path isn't necessarily an acceleration if it's the same speed, but a circular or elliptical path is always necessarily an acceleration.
So you can get out an accelerometer on your phone, set it on your counter, and tell me how much Earth rotation acceleration you feel or can detect.
I don't think the accelerometer on our phone is that precise.
Well, let me just ask you this. Who's measuring it and where's it at? Because it is undetectable. Even Einstein said there's no optical experiment that we could conduct to determine whether or not the Earth is moving at all. So as far as even the scientists, like, you know, or the mathematicians, which Einstein really was, can tell the Earth isn't moving at all.
You know what else is with the rotation? You're basically rotating faster than the direction of Earth's orbit at nighttime, and then in daytime it's slower by 1,000 miles an hour if you're at the equator.
People are saying you can measure the Earth's rotation speed without reference points because rotation is obsolete. There are different ways to do this, the most prominent being the Foucault's pendulum and the Sagnac experiment. But even with the
Dude, just post, okay? You'll need to read a website, okay? Everyone here is illiterate, okay? Come on already.
Yeah, dude, I mean, I'll be honest with you, right? If I wanted to debate Google, I would just shout at my television screen, or sorry, my laptop screen. We're asking you to actually engage your own brain. So when someone
I'm not really knowledgeable in these scientific experiments. I'm still going through college, and it's not in my degree, so why would I ever be in these areas besides just looking it up on Google already?
Yes,
you know?
and if you're not knowledgeable, why would you make arguments on the topic?
I mean, it's a pretty just general topic. It's not just like some serious. It's not rocket science. We're not like debating, you know, the ins and outs of a fucking aircraft. We're debating the simple, like, just math and science. Like it would be if the Earth was flat. Majority of our math, majority of our science, simply just would not work.
No, that's not true. But the thing is, right? Let's just go back to the original thing that you said. I'm not knowledgeable. Right, I agree that you're not knowledgeable because, I mean, we can talk about Foucault's pendulum, but the issue I have is that I don't think you're actually going to understand the critiques that you're given, right? Because you're just going to Google another answer and another answer and another answer, and it's just going to be debating Google. Why be here?
I get that. I get that it can you can see where it can be never ending in a sense, but it's just like, is Google wrong though?
Right. Think about it this way, right? If we are correct, just entertain that for a second. If we are correct, and there's a bunch of people lying about it, I'm not saying that everyone's lying about it. There's a bunch of people lying about it. Do you not think they would have already set up websites and they would have already edited Wikipedia and done all of this really basic stuff in order to prop up that worldview?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And it would just
why do you? So therefore, let's just say again, in that situation where this is true, I'm not claiming that it is for the case of the argument. I'm just saying, just entertain it for a second, right? Why do you think that Googling that stuff that is set up there in order to prop up the deceitful worldview in the first place would therefore debunk our position? Like, you'd be better off actually engaging with what you're being told on a logical, philosophical level instead of just Googling answers.
Yeah, that's what you go to college for, and you make your essays essentially just off of Googling. You're actually get good at Googling and, like, you know, getting articles that are actually trustworthy, that are peer reviewed. And you go the whole college, whole spiel and shabaco on how to pick your right article and write evidence and write essays to just know for a fact that it's not propaganda.
Do you want to know how I know that you're scattergunning and you don't really understand anything you just said?
How do you know?
Well, because you said the word peer review, and then you said the word article, and then you used the word Google, right? Now, I know for a fact that you're not going through peer-reviewed journals looking for globe evidence to present to us. You're not doing that. I also know that you don't understand the peer review process and the issues with it. So, again, it's very, very difficult to engage with you on this subject because, I mean, all of these individual things, like the peer review process, is something I know quite a bit about. And I had someone yesterday tell me that a part of the peer review process is retesting the original tests in the empirical studies, which is nonsense. He then decided to tell me that he knows this is true because he's submitted papers to journals, right? Which is a lie. And I know it's a lie because he doesn't understand the process. So here's the thing, bro. The people in here are very knowledgeable. And if you're throwing out stuff like a peer-reviewed article, I already know you're scattergunning and you don't really know what you're talking about. And that's not a problem. But I just wish you would come at it from a logical, philosophical perspective. Right now, you're defending your ego and your worldview. And I wish you would just drop that.
My ego and my worldview, do you ever like thought that I could use the comma in that sentence? A peer review, an article, and a Google passage paper?
Do you know what peer review is?
Yes, I know what peer review is.
What is it?
Okay, peer review is when another scientist in the same field as you, they do the same exact study as you, or they review your study. They go over your evidence. Like, it's essentially just like it's a, you're redoing the essential scientific what's the hypothesis. You're just redoing the entire thing. Another peer is doing.
No. You're kind of close. Like, effectively, they review the methodology and give their opinions on it. That's effectively what happens. They don't redo the study or the test.
And what was that about? Like, peer reviews they don't really work, or they're not trusted because you said something about the empirical evidence or something like that. You said.
Oh no, yeah. Another guy yesterday tried to argue to me that as part of the peer review process, they retest, which is nonsense. They don't do that.
Yeah. So you're just saying they use the exact same method as the other guy, and you're just copying the answer and putting it down on a different paper?
Basically, like just handing in an essay or an assignment to your teacher, and they just mark it.
Yeah. An analogy I like to use for this, bro. An analogy I like to use for this is, let's say that your job is to review new music, right? So, I don't know, is that Timbo? Timbo Slice comes to you and says, bro, I've got this fantastic new tune. Will you review it for me? Right? So he submits it to your review process. You then accept that song and go, I will review this song for you. Is it your job to re-record that song? Or is it your job just to listen to it and give your opinion on it?
It's depending on what it's being submitted for, I feel like. Because, like...
No,
you're breaking up.
You're
breaking up, and how you feel doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, fix your connection. It seems like the tactic
One
in
of
here
the
is
two, and am I back? Am I back?
Uh-oh.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. I think.
Cool. Okay, so we've got two options here. So Timbo Slice has submitted his lovely
You're not back,
song
bro.
to your review process. Okay. Now, fucks. Hello.
Yeah.
Am I back?
Need an antenna.
For a second. It's very, very slim.
Lovely. Okay. So Timbo Slice has submitted his music for review. Okay. Now you've got two options. Is the peer review process essentially you have to re-record the song, or so that's option A. Option B, you have to listen to the song and give your opinions on that. Which of those two is it?
I think the better option would be option 2, the latter.
Absolutely. 100% that is correct. If anyone tells you it's option A, they are wrong and they don't know what the process is.
Because I thought you said record and review it. No. I didn't know. I didn't hear just record. And you're not even reviewing it. You're just copying, essentially.
So when someone says to you, "Oh, the peer review process is like retesting all of the," it's not. That's not what it's. So then the peer review process is
not
effective.
Okay.
It's. I mean, they're looking over the methodology, but then there's issues with that as well because, well, if you're all in the same field and you all have to make the same assumptions in your field, then there's going to be obvious blind spots philosophically in that field. And if you are all making an assumption that none of you can see because you've had to make that assumption in order to be in that field, right? There's an issue there. And so it would be like, I don't know.
NIH.gov is saying peer review a flawed process at the heart of science. Just in journals.
It's pretty good. No, I mean, I wouldn't say it's bad.
Yeah, but it's like, what do we have left? You know, it used to be, I mean, I thought originally, you know, like having other scientists like back up your article was like truthful until that one guy, I forgot. I just like researched this other guy. He like actually faked cloning and stuff like that. And faked where his eggs were coming from. And like all the other scientists, it's just one big lie, you know, and it's just like it's just one big rat race essentially of just who's the most exciting article. And it doesn't even matter about evidence or proof anymore. It's just about, you know, Googling and getting eyes on it.
But so. I think most, like in my elementary school science class, you know, you had a hypothesis, but you also had to have a null hypothesis. And if we look at a paper and it's not truthful, there should be a way of disproving that. And I think oftentimes, I always come in here and ask, you know, like, what is an achievable hypothesis, null hypothesis scenario that, you know, I can run an experiment in my backyard? You know, you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because of course, like also, I've seen all the, you know, what is it, Discovery Channel or whatever clips on Reddit where they're, you know, taking lasers, looking across the lake. And I'm like, I could do that. I could go test that theory myself. But nonetheless, like that's something I could go and experiment in my backyard and like be like, okay, here's some chunk of evidence that supports my hypothesis. Do you have something, you know, that I can run that supports yours?
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's been a while since I was in higher level education, but I was under the impression that the standards were that like your bibliography had to contain at least like 2 or 3 sources that were outside of the internet. Is that not the case anymore?
It depends on the paper, but sure.
Yeah, I don't think that really matters as much anymore.
Yeah, I think
I don't think I've ever seen that. You know, I don't think I've ever seen it. I've seen obviously see sources with outside sources that are, you know, are not on the internet, but I've never seen like a mandatory non-internet source that has to be required on a paper.
No, it doesn't matter if it's on the internet or not. It's just that they want you to have collected that information without using the internet. That was my point. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if that's the case anymore.
In grade school, mine was just don't use Wikipedia. use, source text or something to that effect.
Well, Wikipedia used to be good until atheists started vandalizing it.
Okay. Well, we have alternatives out there. Think the heavens. And in that same sense, what we don't have an alternative for is the space agency that believes in the flat Earth.
The alternative, dude, you're not listening. The alternative was they started gatekeeping Wikipedia, so you had to log. So they, on their side, they know who you are. Like you have a registered email address. You attach some other way of knowing. Like you photograph your ID, so they know where you live and who you are and what you're about. So they found a fix for it, okay? So that is what you would use when somebody starts to vandalize something. And the space agencies, you don't have an alternative, which kind of tells you something. You've got 7 space agencies: North Korea, China, India, Russia, Iran, France, and America. And you see
Belgium,
these countries,
and Bangladesh, and Azerbaijan,
incorrect,
and Austria,
incorrect,
and Australia.
Incorrect.
No? They don't have satellites in space right now?
Unless you just change the definition of what space is, what a space agency is.
List of space agencies. How many space agencies on,
7.
There's 74, 60.
No, dude, at this point, you're a space agency. Everything is this a space agency? Is that a space agency? Someone with a telescope, they're a space agency? No, we talk about space agencies launching people into space. Okay, not a meth field symposium by a third world country that threw a balloon up in the air and now they're a space agency.
Yeah,
I mean, get real.
If I were to launch my GoPro,
so you've got people that claim that they have space agencies. They don't even claim to have launch capabilities, right? So it's like, okay, cool. So like you say, Crip, I can be a space agency, but I don't have launch capability. What do those space agencies even claim to do? Do they collect data? Or what do they fucking do that I couldn't, right? So to the guy who you were talking to, do you think a space agency should have launch capabilities, or at least claim to?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
You did them because he was interrupting you. Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Chaz, there you go.
Oh, no, you could go if you had something.
No, go ahead. I just thought you were still muted.
Oh.
So basically define a space agency and see how close your definition matches Crypto's definition.
Okay.
Don't Google it. Think. Use your noodle. Think it. Okay. Don't put down. How about this? Will you put down the smartphone? I want to see. Are you a smart person or are you a smartphone?
No, I'm a dumbass. A dumbass. Can't think for myself at all.
Okay, well, just try. Just give it the old college try. Okay.
Man,
Don't type anything into a search bar. Just think it out. What is a space agency?
Well, be very specific on whether it needs launch capabilities as well.
So what are the requirements? You said the space agency that meets my requirements that meets more of my requirements than meets his.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude! If 2 people are going to talk about space agencies as your proof of the globe, wouldn't you have a solid definition of what space agency is, and you'd be able to articulate that to someone else who would then be able to say what they agree and what they disagree with? Because right now, your definition of space agency is literally anything.
I didn't say any definition of space agency. I haven't said anything about space agency.
Yeah, you listed off Australia. You listed off Australia.
I think you're talking to the wrong person. I wasn't talking at all.
That was a different guy?
Yeah, bro. I'm so confused right now. I'm like, my bad. I just got tuned back in, and I was.
Who was it? Who was the other guy then?
A quick analogy, right, would be like if I was to say to you that I've got a car but it doesn't drive, or a van, it doesn't drive, whatever.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you be like, it's not a very good van, bro? It's not a very good car, right? So then you've got space agencies, okay, but they can't launch anything into space. So what the fuck do they do, right?
Yeah.
This is why we're looking for. And then once you start to say, okay, cool, so there's not 74 of these entities claiming to launch into space. There's only about 10 or whatever it is.
That's crazy. I didn't know that only 10 space agencies can actually launch it in space. Are they in development?
There's not really 10, because if you explore that claim, you'll see that a lot of there's repeats, like Japan. Okay, Japan is not this independent space agency. It's completely funded and staffed by NASA. Or if you look at other European countries, they're piggybacking on France. Okay, there's no European space program outside of France. And what they do is they just slap a EU sticker over the French flag and just call it, "Hey, you guys helped us. Here's your booby prize."
Okay, but don't you see yourself being disingenuous by saying that? Because it's really not just a sticker. These agencies are collecting data, and my definition would have been more in line with an organization of a space agency is an organization that has been in space. It's not that complicated. And if your critique of my issue with this global conspiracy, when we can't get
Oh my god. Oh, this guy's giving me a headache. Dude, but okay, what global conspiracy are you talking about? Can you stay on one topic? Like seriously? Like what the fuck? What global are you talking about? Like which global conspiracy are you on now? Communism versus capitalism or like what? What are you on about? What is a conspiracy theory? See, now this is what I'm saying. You keep using words that people that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
What word did I use that I don't know what I'm talking about?
What is a conspiracy theory to you?
A conspiracy is just a group of people that get together to
Also, literally anytime two people or more get together and do something. For fuck's sake,
Plan
man.
harm or something unlawful.
I think it's just
definition.
I think a conspiracy is anything that goes against the current agenda. Like a group of people that are going against the status quo and are trying to say something that clearly
that's bad shit too.
The definition of conspiracy is to do in harmful, something harmful or unlawful. Yeah, harmful. Yeah,
but basically,
look up the definition.
Then that definition has been used it's been blown out of the water. Then everything has been used to call a conspiracy because
it has.
Yeah, so just getting back to the original topic, right? So we've got this space agency thing because I feel like we didn't really get to the meat and bones stuff, right? So we've got this claim of 74 space agencies, and then it turns out that actually 64 of them are just offices with badges and people collecting data. So whatever the fuck that is, it's just an office, really. And then you've got 10 that claim to have launch capabilities. And then when you realise most of them are just rebrandings of NASA, right? You then start to realise, this is all just NASA. This is all NASA, and it's just some of them are rebrandings and others are just offices collecting data.
Yeah. So how about we look at the definition of agency then? What do you describe agency? Because
haven't finished. So then what we have really here is a hierarchical structure by which if you want to be part of, let's call it the space industry, then you just have to fit in, and just invoking this 74 number doesn't prove anything. Did he stop talking? What's going on?
Are you getting muted?
Oh yeah, well that's probably because you're talking over people. Don't do that, you won't get muted.
So I'm just imagining a scenario here. If I worked at a steel mill or a aluminum mill, more likely, and a local space agency came up to me and asked me to create some shell for this new rocket. Well, if our critique here is that we can't have more unique startup companies getting the materials readily, legally to build a rocket that can achieve escape velocity, I'd be on the same page with you. But I don't think that that's what the issue is here. Anyone, give me some examples, give me some alternative.
Just
I started with an experiment I can run in my backyard, or some error in my logic
guy's been saying this
when I
exact same
defined a
thing.
space agency as all these 77 countries. If I'm sending sensors up into space to monitor the temperature of my steel and maybe a gyroscope to measure the pressures, and I see that we actually did do a rocket launch and the math checks out that we actually
there's a
went to
problem.
space, I can
There's a
independently
problem.
verify just by virtue of
There's a
being
problem.
on board rather than building the rocket myself. Go on.
Yeah, there's a problem. It all started with the word if, so you're just operating out of your imagination right now.
Well, I'm trying to do it. I'm trying to think this through with you and help
You're
me.
just in your imagination.
Did you ever see entering to the space rocket?
Help who?
Yes, I've watched
You're trying
one.
to help who, kid?
You watch it how the rocket entered into space.
I watched the first private company launch people into space. That's the rocket launch I went to go see.
And you saw with your eyes how it's rocket entering to the space.
I saw it lift up into the sky beyond my.
That's all what you saw. Is that correct? You saw the rockets going to the sky. That's all of what you saw. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Did you see how he's entering into the space?
Oh yeah, I did because it landed again.
No, you didn't.
Except I didn't see that spot. It was.
You didn't see that. Only that thing, huh?
You saw it, except you didn't see it.
My understanding is that that SpaceX has done like a return geographically close to where it took off, and just my point was yes, I saw a rocket launch, I felt it, I heard it, and it went off into space because I saw these people go and connect to the ISS afterwards. But okay, regardless, like I hear you that you think that some of this part is fake. Listen for a second. I understand that you think that some part of that what I saw was fake or what I saw on TV afterwards, like them connecting to the ISS. But sorry, what?
I don't think even that, because you are on some wrong page with this, but okay. Because, for example, now my question will be this. You spoke with the crypto for half an hour. Why crypto doesn't believe that Earth is a globe?
I didn't understand that. Why crypto doesn't think what?
You spoke with the person before, for a half an hour about rockets and everything. But he's flat earther. Did you realize why he's flat earther?
I'm not sure which user is crypto. I don't even see a name like that in the chat.
Let's put it like this.
I didn't speak for 30 minutes.
Why we don't believe what we are calling ourselves, let's say, flat earthers? Why we don't believe in globe? Because of rockets or because of something else?
Okay. But that's not what the question was. The question is give me an experiment that I can run in my backyard. Is that something that is, in the realm of possibilities that you can provide? And then it was, oh, hey, it's kind of unbelievable to me that there's this global conspiracy among space agencies that the Earth is a globe when reality is that it's flat. Give me.
If Earth is a globe, I will ask you a question. If Earth is a globe, how will globe look like?
Who cares? You're not answering my question.
Yeah, I got an experiment for you. You can run it in your backyard. Take a pool, fill it up with water, observe the surface when it's at rest. Is it horizontal or is it seeking a curve?
The reason why it's not seeking a curve is because this gravitational pull is downwards.
Okay, so you told me no. So you told me it's horizontal, but you gave me an excuse for why that is and said it's actually something else. So how do you know it's actually something else?
Well, I mean, it's horizontal because of the shape of the container it's in.
Being realistic, scale and my ability to measure precise.
So the surface of water is dependent on the shape of the container it's in.
No, my bad. I used the wrong thing for that. It was not only the shape, but it's the gravitational pull. I mean, if it was a large plane, a large non-flat paint that was the shape of the curvature of the Earth, which is large enough distance, then the water would bend because then gravity would be acting on it.
So it doesn't bend until the body of water gets big enough, then gravity bends it.
Yes.
Can you show us that?
I mean,
you're falling for a
show us the body of water big enough, because you're just right now, so far as I can tell, just denying your own experience of the world.
There's a reason why he's targeting you and he's not addressing me.
Yeah, well, I did address you. This was for you. This is what you can go do in your own backyard. Go check out this stuff called water.
Okay, so when I saw that Discovery Channel clip on Reddit that I first described when I entered here about them measuring, using a laser to measure across a lake instead of a pool in your backyard, and they noticed that there was like a 3-foot drop or whatever it was, I don't remember.
Did they?
Nonetheless,
Oh,
like
yeah.
that's an experiment.
I'm really clear on the details.
That's an experiment
Yeah,
that you
post
can
that.
run in your backyard, philosophically
Yeah, go ahead and
speaking.
post that. Go ahead and post that.
You know what one I'm talking about.
No, I have no clue. I think you just made it up. So go ahead and post it.
Okay.
A 3-foot drop with a laser test. I've never heard of that. I've been to
Well, okay, if you guys are going to be picky on me on my language after I already stated, I'm not sure exactly how much it was. You guys are being dishonest on purpose.
You are making the claim that there's a laser test showing curvature, and we're asking you which one.
Okay, great.
So please go ahead.
I've seen plenty of laser tests over water which show the same thing that the pool example would show, that it's horizontal over the surface. Never seen what you're talking about. So why don't you stop?
This is
and
just a
back up
small
your
clip
shit?
I saw on Reddit. Like, let's be fair.
If it's that
But here it is.
PBS,
I linked it.
Is it the PBS documentary? Because
Oh yeah, what a coincidence! You guys know exactly what it is.
yeah, of course.
I knew you did.
Because we've
Better
dealt
than
with
you did.
yeah, we've dealt with this.
You guys are
hundreds of
being
times.
dishonest. That's what I'm saying.
Bro, it's not dishonest to ask someone to provide something that they've claimed.
Okay, and act ignorant only to just beat around the bush of my actual question.
No, that's how debates work. If I tell you a thing and you say provide evidence, please, that's entirely reasonable.
Yeah, you're not listening to what I'm saying.
I am. You are accusing me and others of beating around the bush. We're not. We're asking you, for
knew
evidence.
exactly what my source would be. You've seen this video.
but-
I told you that I know that you've seen the video before I provided the source as I was searching the internet for it. And I provided it, and you want to discuss about the fucking asking of the source instead of just answering my question.
You're doing that. I'm not doing that. You're doing that. If you want to talk about the source, stop complaining about being asked for the source. Jesus Christ.
Okay. I asked for an experiment that I could run in my backyard. He talks about a
Yeah, I
pool.
gave you one.
He talks about a pool. I
Well, you asked
talk
about
about I talk about how scale and the ability to measure matters in
not
this
about scale.
discussion. He decides to pick
doesn't.
on the guy that falls for his traps. I finally circle around the conversation to me again.
Okay, we got it back on you. So you posted Jaren. Now tell us what Jaren did to measure this curve that you think we won't measure if we go out and try to do what he did. Go ahead.
It seems I was wrong,
Sorry,
by
I
the way.
didn't
It's
hear
not
you. I was
dependent on
talking.
the.
Hold on, Mr. CHZ. He really wants the attention on him right now, so let's just let him go ahead and prove his Earth curve. His curve's water. All right, go ahead. So you gave us Jaren. What the fuck did Jaren do? What tools did he use? How far did he use them over? Observer height, whatever. Give us all the details. You wanted the attention on you. You wanted the spotlight. Go ahead. It's your time.
I fear that I will just repeat myself.
Okay, we'll go to the other guy because you don't know anything about this. You just made that totally clear. So we won't waste any more time on you. And you won't complain anymore now that we're going to talk to somebody who might not be a waste of time, okay? All right, CHZ, go ahead.
Okay, I mean, I was wrong about it. The water does bend. It's not due to the gravitational pull of the Earth. It's more, the moon. Gravitational pull and tides and waves and the time. That's why you see the water actually stretch, depending on where the location of the moon is at.
Observably, right, and measurably, we see that the surface of liquid at rest horizontal. Is it, and claiming that that's not true? Gets to a particular scale.
And water does bend in water in smaller areas. It's just it's with different like factors like surface tension and shit like that.
Funny how they just left together. I mean, we studied the, behavior of different states of matter, right, at a valuable and tangible and scale, right? In reality, like just we have an amount that we can actually do something with and study it, and then telling us foundational principles of that state of matter, right? We can understand it's doing, how it's going to appear to be, and it's measurable. It gives us like that foundational understanding of what it's going to do at a larger scale. Are you saying like, yeah, okay, granted that a single drop of water, like sit there like dew on a leaf, a drop, it has convexity surface. When there's a larger collection of it all together, right, in a bigger body, and that's at rest, we can see that the surface is flat and horizontal, right? And saying that once it gets to an even larger scale than that, though, then the physics, our understanding of the nature of it changes. Then does it? Like, where's the study of that? Where's the evidence of that? that at these smaller, tangible, more tangible scales, we don't observe or measure that. So, like
So if some
these studies and principles help us to be able to exploit these things, you know, and use them in practicality, right? Sorry, someone went to jump in then.
I was going to say it's always somewhere out there where this stuff happens. Never right in front of
Yeah.
your face, you know?
Right.
Somewhere beyond the horizon where the water bends.
Yeah, according to ancient Greek legend.
It's pretty funny.
We had Brenda in here. Was it? Yeah, it was Brenda. She was in here saying that it conforms to the shape of the earth underneath the ground, you know. And then I show an example where there's like undulation of the ground underneath, and the surface isn't doing that. It's not stretching out, you know, horizontal for like 8 miles, and then just suddenly there's a sheer drop. Going down, like another 7 miles. I mean, that's just crazy. No, then it was, oh no, it's the overall shape of the ground. How do you know what the overall shape of it is?
What's even funnier is in the globe model, they've got gravity vectors that are pointing in different directions. So this means you could be potentially going uphill, but it feels like you're walking straight and level. I mean, how the hell are you supposed to do any meaningful geodetic surveys like that?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
What can I do in my own backyard? Get something he can do in his own backyard and he thinks it's stupid.
Well, he can go stack rocks, really smooth round ones. That'll show him that the earth doesn't move. He can also go in his backyard and take a deep breath. And you can thank God for all that contained air.
And I guess, his house is in his yard, built on a level foundation, right?
Yeah, there you go. Backyard itself is the evidence that you seek. I mean, he just keeps saying, "Give me something I can do in my backyard." Anything you give him that he could do in his backyard, he's gonna be like, "That's ridiculous."
Yeah, you could take a camera and do RC boats in a pool and show bottom up disappearance.
That guy was here pretty much when we started this, saying exactly the same thing. Same script over and over. Give me something I can do in my backyard.
Guy in 24/7 lobby yesterday, so the picture he took basically from his backyard, I assume. There's like two mountains on either side of the image, and beyond that, further in the distance, in between those two mountains, is another mountain, which he said higher in elevation than the two right mountains, but it appears lower. Right?
Oh, okay.
And he goes, so what's the explanation for this? And I said, are you lower than those mountains? And he's like, yeah. It was just as simple as getting two objects in my house, one large, taller than the other.
Yo,
and
can I ask
having
you a question, bro?
Having the smaller, the shorter one closer to my camera, and the taller one further away, and showing and getting down lower than both of those objects, and showing that the taller one in the distance appears to be lower than the shorter one. As simple as that, And he was happy with that explanation. As he has the Glober roll, and he was happy. He says, "Hey, yeah, that's actually does explain it."
Well, I mean, shouldn't the one in the middle maybe hump up? I mean, that's what the Bedford thing is supposed to show, right?
Yeah. Yeah. To that hump or drop.
Yeah. I thought that they proved it wasn't dropping, it was humping up. Which one is it? And Jaren, too, he got a drop. What gives? It's kind of an epic fail for them to even claim that Bedford thing, because from your perspective, it would always be a drop, right?
Well, yeah. Unless you're pointing down, I don't know. And how'd you figure out that? How'd you figure out what angle you need to be at? Isn't that the thing you're supposed to be trying to find out?
I think the problem is they just don't think these things through.
They're always trying to reference this against a preconceived notion, right? The already given values. Like, so where did they fucking come from originally?
Yeah, they already seem to know it to begin with. And that's the thing with geodetic surveying, too. Like, it's always referenced to an ellipsoid, right? And they're basically just imagining that their lines of sight follow the curved surface that they're supposed to be measuring, but they already know it's there.
Yeah, it's like delusional surveying.
Yeah. Because if you look into it, I mean, like, that is what they're saying, is that they just basically pretend that those lines of sight just follow that curve, even though Globers come in here and tell us that this is how they measured that curve. But a geodetic surveyor just takes it for granted that it is a globe and it has that curve, and he just uses a reference ellipsoid to make everything work, to make the lines of sight fit, right? There's a lot of people that we talk to in these rooms who say things that the rest of the world doesn't even.
Yeah, for us, that's a big tell. When Globers come in and they say these most outrageous things in order to cling to their worldview, we know how dug in they are.
Yeah, yeah.
Geodetics.
They're saying. Sorry, go on.
Well, for geodetic surveying to be approved, for example, someone already would have had to have measured the ball to begin with, so that they would have had that reference that they're working off of. But go ahead.
And I was just going to say that they seem to know more than Nobel laureates and claimed experts.
They say a lot of things that are hardly even Googleable. Like if you go and try to look into it, you'll find like there's like nobody else saying that.
Yeah, and they do it with such certainty. You know, they think they know something so concretely that they are unable to verify even exists.
Like you've heard that gyros, like mechanical gyros detect Earth motion. Have you heard that? Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Really, beyond this, beyond these rooms, like it's hard to even find anybody saying that. Most of the time, they'll just be like, "No, it's not affected by that."
2 days in a row, we've had an appeal to peer review articles, journals, whatever. And so, okay, well, let's see it. Oh, well, I'm not going to show that. I don't have that. I just believe that it exists somewhere. Like, well, don't say it then.
That's right. I remember that other conversation we had. It might have been with somebody else who did the same thing and then buzzed off.
And then they tell you that you didn't do your research.
Yeah, or they do have this peer-reviewed article that they think supports their position. They never read it. They just throw it over the wall and expect you to pick it up.
Yeah.
And they're not going to stick around and explain anything or help you understand it. As if you can sit down and read some real high-level academic paper on something in like 5 minutes and fully comprehend everything that's going on.
Yeah, and you ask them what's in it, and they have no clue. Then they start going, "What am I supposed to do? Your research?" It's like, well, you should do yours, at least enough of it to know what the hell this paper you posted says.
Yeah, when I read a dense paper like that, I mean, depending how long it is. I mean, I like to spend a lot of time with it.
Yeah, and it could be saying things that like you don't understand, or maybe you got it wrong on the first pass or something.
Yeah, and sometimes you may want to email the people in there and ask them a question too. And it may take a few days to respond. So if at all.
Yeah. They say a lot of stupid stuff in here. Make it up as you go along.
It's like literally freakouts. They'll tell you, you're too dumb to understand the globe. Okay, well, sure. How about explain it anyway? I can't. Why can't you explain it? So I'm dumb, but you can't explain it because of me, but not you. So why can't you explain it? Because of me? Wow, dude.
I guess must be too dumb to explain the globe.
It's just an excuse. Bigotry. Yeah, he knows he can't explain shit, so he has to deflect and say your fault for what he can or cannot do, or she, the person.
Yeah, this one's on you, Crit. It's your fault I can't explain this. If you're too dumb to explain it, that I can't explain it.
It's because all these smart scientists have already explained it.
So I don't have to.
You're stupid if you don't agree.
Explain what?
They're
Anything.
bullshit.
Yeah, Globe claims.
Bullshit.
Bullshit.
It's like
I was just
curve
saying
your
that earlier.
globalists.
Yeah, I was just saying that earlier that in another chat that there's this expectation that when all they have is a very rudimentary understanding, if at best they just understand that they've just been told that this certain phenomena is due to Earth being a sphere. That's it. That's the extent of their knowledge. They don't understand how or why that's the case. That's it. And then they expect you to have an explanation. You disagree that this Earth is a sphere. I mean, that's very hypocritical.
Got this Rich Evans been freaking out in my DMs since this morning.
Did
That
anyone
guy's a
boot
loser.
him?
So I mean, this has been going on now for what, 5 hours? He's still freaking out. It's like, holy shit, dude.
Been like a week.
I DC'd him and he put a GIF like crying emoji or whatever, so I just banned him.
Nice. Guy's a clown. He was in here for hours and hours arguing that like curve and straight or flat are not a dichotomy. And then he was like, well, one side of a shape can be curved and the other one can be flat. So then the shape is both.
I
Yeah, he's
DC'd
not
him.
coming dis.
Yeah, that's basically I DC'd him because he kept asking Cut the Shit to provide proof of or evidence of his claim, or whatever, and then said he can't. He can't provide any proof. I go, why would you ask then? If you know he can't provide you anything, why would you keep asking for it? And I invite him. I go disengage and come to voice chat, and he wouldn't do that either. I go, well, something's got to give here because you're sticking up the text chat, asking Cut the Shit over and over and over again to prove something, and if Globe, you said he doesn't have any proof, so you're in a cog dis right now. That's cognitive. There's two things that are directly contradictory.
Yeah, I mean, he's really upset. That guy spiraled and spiraled and spiraled for hours the other day on the stupid curve and flat thing. And he got really mad by the end of it. And I kicked him out, and then he started crying in the text and the mod chat or whatever. Same.
Why would they think freaking out in mod chat would help them? Would change your mind?
It just look like abject losers.
They're doing
Look like
it for
they're too
attention and
immature.
sympathy.
Yeah, I think they're too immature to even have access to that chat if they do that.
Yeah, they used to be like that, where that was only commands, and if people were doing things other than commands, they deleted it. The mods went through and deleted all the crap, and they told the people, cut the crap. Okay, you don't use that for drama. This is just for mod commands.
Now you get Talon and Rich and whatever spurging in there every time you kick them out. Just put the keck emoji with the finger pointing back at them and move on. Then we had another genius saying that peer review is empirical.
Yeah, from earlier.
Yeah, sitting there and reading a paper and thinking about it. That's, yeah. Doing some empirical research there. I guess reading the words through your senses, I guess that's the empirical part.
They already peer reviewed has so many scandals the last couple of years that a guy completely almost faked his way to a Nobel Prize. This Jonathan oh crap. Here, let me look it up real quick. Oh yeah, John Schumann is a German physicist who thought he developed like a new way of spooling computer chips. Instead of using silicone, there was some other thing. And he had all like studies and experimental models and setups demonstrating that the computing power the speed would increase beyond what it currently is. Because before it used to be memory access was slowing things down, but like it was quite interesting. There's like a whole documentary about it.
Isn't there a peer-reviewed paper that says like at least half or something of peer-reviewed research is just garbage? Like most of it's conflicted and like the experiments are shoddy and there's bias.
Yeah, and
Bought
people
and
just
paid
flat out
for.
don't reproduce them, but then say they do.
And a lot of times you gotta get somebody else to sign on so they get credit too. Like you got some guy who's just he's post doctorate. It's his first peer reviewed paper. No one's even gonna look at it unless he pays off some other dude to co-author it. And then that other dude gets to like grease the skids and say, "Hey, I got this guy. I'm co-authoring the paper with him. Just run it through. No one's gonna give a shit. No one's gonna read it. It's just gonna get filed into the mass, like wherever they just put them." So just he needs to get a couple peer reviewed papers under his belt. And they're like, oh yeah, certainly we can do that for you.
So that's the standards for evidence now. If it gets past those circle jerkers, it's good.
Yeah, when I was still on Geo server, this guy, I can't remember his name right now. I took a screenshot of it. He said he only believes things or accepts things that are peer reviewed. So this guy called Dr. Stevens, you can look him up. I can't remember his first name, but you can look him up. He got like 17 papers about that are peer reviewed, plus a book, plus white papers, plus experiments demonstrating birthmarks are fatal injuries from past lives.
Nice.
Yeah, I know. And like Geo actually knew about it because a guy said, like fuck you, Crit, you're full of shit. And like and Geo's like, no, I know Dr. Stevens. I studied him in my degree. He was one of those things about how the astrological symbols line up with someone when they're gonna get reincarnated and whatnot. And it turned out that like they had some village where this guy said, yeah, I knew who that was, and I know he got shot. He got hit by a shotgun, and like the pattern of the birthmark on the new kid matched perfectly the injury. They did like a side by side. I mean, he had it all. I mean, it was like the people were like, yeah, I mean, like, hey, if he did it right, and he did it, through the scientific method, and people agree, it doesn't matter what the conclusion is. The conclusion is, yeah. So I go, now you gotta believe in reincarnation, and you gotta believe that birthmarks are some sort of indication of that. And the guy just spurred out and, like, oh, you fucking flat earther, blah, just started yelling and screaming. And, at that point, because in his worldview, peer reviewed was some sort of, hard hitting thing. There wasn't a lot of pseudoscience in the peer review process. It was like the hard mathematical formulas and, hard, brow busting, by the seat of their pants, because breaking, the scientific model, like pushing, science ever further. And you're like, well, here, how about this reincarnation, homie?
Well, you know what else he has to believe, though, is that peer review is trash, right? There's a peer-reviewed paper saying so.
Oh, yeah. A peer-reviewed paper critiquing peer review. There you go. Now what? Now what do you do? Then they go into cog dis. They're like, what?
Yep, peer review is garbage. Peer review proves it. So either that paper's telling the truth and peer review is a bunch of crap mostly, or it's wrong and that's an example of peer review being crap.
This has been one of the best kickings I've had in a long time. This is crazy. He just keeps going and going. This is when Discord is fun. This is like some of the most fun I've had in a while. Oh, he blocked. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
He's got you blocked, but he's going to keep responding.
Yeah, I know. This is in DM, so like he's. This has been my favorite. This has been oh man, I just like every so often you really get just like a dude who just triggers and stays triggered.
He's been mad ever since that first argument about curved and flat. He insisted it could be both at once.
This is what got him. Okay, person A doesn't have X. You want X. Explain why you will continue to ask for X. This is cog dis. You make no sense to me, man. Just ban me or leave me alone.
Leave me alone, man.
He's been DMing me for 5 hours and tells me to leave him alone.
I had another guy last week. He's like a mod or an admin here or something like that. And he was trying to say that the oceans are not actually physically contained all the way around. They're contained by gravity. So those oceans aren't like in a basin or anything like that. They're just being held in the air, I guess, by gravity. He's like, unless you can show me the shoreline all the way around. Pick a spot in the ocean, go out from there. Doesn't matter which direction, you'll hit a shore.
Learn to swim.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he's maybe I got him wrong. Maybe he's a water worlder and he thinks it's like infinite sea with some land just like in it. Maybe I had him wrong.
That's XO's world. He did the infinite water world thing.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Is that actually XO's thing, that it's like an infinite ocean, basically?
Yeah.
That's why he says flat Earth is a deception. Because the thing is all he really seems to do is come in and try to get under people's skin by saying flat Earth is a deception. But I never heard him elaborate beyond that on like why he's saying that. I kind of pieced it together, like Waterworld, yeah, but I never even heard him like get that far.
You know who also did that was Cleary. He was into the whole it's just a water ball with or water plane with spots of dirt or mud. I'm like, what about deserts, dude? You know, or sand. You know, like there's sand next to the ocean. Is that mud? Or what is that? Is it dirt? Is it mud? Is it sand? I mean, like, what are we looking at? Okay.
It's a Kevin Costner movie.
I have not heard EXO make that claim as well, which I think is interesting because most of the time he will say, see, you don't even have a claim. It's like, well, but you're not making a claim either, EXO. What are you saying?
Well, all he does is say that it's false and it's a lie and it's a deception, and then he doesn't really elaborate.
Is perverted, twisted, crackhead, freak, you know, fake
Yeah,
Christian.
demon possessed.
Yeah, demonically possessed fake Christian.
And they're terrified to death to let you speak. It's like, no, man, you're just being annoying for like the 50th time in a row, and like, nobody cares.
But that dude could enrage a Glober faster than anybody I've ever seen. Like, usually somewhere around the demon possessed point, they lose it.
Yeah, he.
You can't. It's hilarious. Yeah.
It's pretty good because his sister. I'm sure that everyone knows this already, so it's not like a doxing or anything. Is the Bible literist who used to be a ball buster, with QE and stuff. I think she still is kind of like part of their group. So he would log in and he was basically untouchable. Like Righteous Force left him alone. And he would just be like, just ripping on atheists until they just started screaming. It'd be like.
Yeah, he's good at triggering. Sometimes it devolves into like absolute audio chaos, though. Where like he's just gonna keep ranting over them, and they're getting really mad and spazzing, and it just becomes like a disaster.
But it's kind of what they want. They sort of are asking for a shit show, and they're not going to listen to anybody really present an argument or show evidence. Just give them XO. Fuck it. Here you go.
Yeah, there's definite time and place for it.
Like if you're just a simple time waster and you're going to come in here, act like a complete clown, here's DMOC, here's XO, right? Like,
yeah, he deserved those guys. Or the McToon debate with DMOC, man, that was funny. He just shouted him down and called him retarded and said that he wouldn't know how to measure his forehead or something like that.
Yeah, what a professional. He's supposedly, I'm a professional computer programmer. Yeah, you sure act professional, dude. Like, wow, what an amazing career field you must have if that's your like professional standard and stuff.
And why are you even showing your face on the internet getting triggered by flat Earth if like you're a professional? I would think it would be better branding to just stick to your profession. I mean, maybe I'm not one to talk.
Yeah, they always say like flat earthers, you're only flat earthers on the internet. And I'm like, really? I mean, I got like flat earth shirts and I've, like my spare tire cover says research flat earth. The trick is that you have to let them approach you. Like the idea of walking around town and approaching people and talking to flat earth to them, you don't know where that person is, where their headspace is. And there's a lot of freaky people in there. And I mean, you see how they come in here talking about round you up in cattle cars and shit. So you got to make sure that you're doing it safely.
Well, it doesn't seem like he's wrong about the demon possessed thing sometimes.
Oh yeah, for XO. Yeah, because when they start acting that way, I mean, because XO doesn't swear or call them, names like, the whole demonically possessed type stuff, but he's not out there saying like you're uneducated, you're stupid, like don't breed, drink bleach. He just kind of says like, yeah, look at this topic brings out the demon in you. Look at how you're behaving, how you're acting over a topic that you think is about logic, reason, and science. You just forego all that, throw all that out the window, and just start screaming and yelling.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it's logic, reason, and science, then why are you acting so emotional? Why don't you use one of those other three?
Because it's like an ego-driven worldview, like where they kind of see themselves as like they see this endless model of creation, and they think they're the center of it. They're so ego-driven, like they're the one. Like like this one guy said, so you think you're able, like if an alien came to Earth, and they speak through maybe sense of smell or something, or they got some completely different way of talking, and you're going to parse out what they're saying and represent humanity when you can't even recognize English as English if a single letter is missing out of a sentence. You'll say, oh, is that English? Yeah, homie. Or if it's not perfect English with perfect grammar, perfectly spelled every word correctly, you're completely dumbfounded. You can't even recognize it as English. But yet somehow you're going to interact with an alien consciousness? Get the fuck out of here. See, when they hear, this is the reason why, my take, is why they get emotional, is that it's not really based on their idea of the globe. It's not based on some sort of science or logic or reason. It's based on this idea that they're suffering eternally. They really don't like their lot in life. But they want to imagine what their life would be like if they could explore space, like if they're Captain Kirk, like go make out with green alien chick, or they think they just drew a bad lot in life and they didn't get the opportunities that they thought they deserved. So when you say the Earth is flat, what they hear is they're just an abject loser who's on the internet freaking out over some topic they don't understand. They're not hearing anything you say, which is why I have to say, don't add any words. Read words. Add no word. Change no word. Remove no words. Read the words in the correct order. Instead, they always are adding in. They're sprinkling in this very subjective, broken worldview that's deeply contradictory. I mean, because people in the heliocentric model, experts, Michio Kaku and others, have given explanations on how to disagree with the heliocentric model. It's got baked in. baked-in explanations. It's built on disagreement. So if they can't handle disagreement, it shows that they're not even using the heliocentric model for its base purpose. Give peace a try. They kept telling us, like in the the late 80s, early 90s, when we talked about nuclear disarmament as part of the peace movement. There's an Earth out there. The model is so full of glory and so full of splendor. There's a Earth out there, or something so close to Earth is undistinguishable, who got it right. They got nuclear disarmament right. But so give peace a try. Because if it worked out there, it could work here. You got possibilities. But as you see as time goes on, it is not possible for nuclear disarmament. They just, they didn't move up the doomsday clock. They kept it at 90 seconds. I'm surprised. That's not for sure. They're going to move it up. Maybe after Trump gets elected, they'll move it up. So
it's just going to be doomsday mongering till the end.
Oh yeah, until extinction level event. It's all over, but they're crying. Sooner or later, some atheist is going to get elected and pretend they're a Christian, get into office, and just push the red button. Because for them, it's what's the difference? Well,
sometimes I think with the conversations we have with some of the types who come in here, that's what it's coming to inevitably. These people are just going to have like a schizophrenic, like worldwide episode. A global, I'll say, schizophrenic episode.
Yeah, it'll spread like wildfire through the population. And how about the 100 monkey effect? They're like, why haven't people accepted the globe model? Why do they continue to act like it's flat stationary, like a bunch of tribalistic cavemen? Because not enough monkeys have been in space.
They're so angry about it, about a model. I mean, that they don't even have or can post or whatever. But I mean, that's all it takes to get them that angry with you. Like they just come in here and you can hear them, they're just seething with rage, like Sewer Jew every time he comes in here. Like, what is that dude's issue?
Well, I mean, you saw what he looks like.
My God. So maybe he's just looking for an outlet to take out his shit, vent his frustrations. And Flat Earthers seem like an easy target.
Yeah,
bad idea.
When people are kind of like at the bottom rung of society and they know they can't do anything about it, they try to find another group that they can punch down at to feel better about themselves.
Yeah, that's what it is. Because, I mean, I found out about all this, of course, years ago, like I guess all of us did, and I wasn't like, a convert or a deconvert from the globe, however you want to say it, right away. Initially I thought, okay, that's stupid. I thought all the same things that globers do, but I never had like this seething rage that some of them come here with. I just didn't care. It was like, oh well, he thinks the world's something else. Big deal.
Yeah, next. I kind of fucked up. I didn't have the seething rage, but I had a lot of stupid talking points that I used. I said a lot of dumb shit to a lot of flat earthers.
Yeah, same here. Like I wasn't angry, but I did say dumb shit for sure. I said the same script that they all do. Well, what about their planets?
Because I was built in, I mean, a lot of jingoism. I had this, even though I was part of the peace movement and I was like, really kind of like, pro, like left winger and stuff. I still was really proud of America. Like somehow, Martin Luther King said, the pathway to justice and liberty. That's not exactly what he said, but pretty close. It's a long bending arc. But it goes the right way. It's always correcting. It's self-correcting. And sooner or later, we're going to get there. And I kept thinking that, yeah, America does a lot of fucked up shit that happens. But we're ahead of every other country. No country has understand God-given human liberties like we understand here. And it's just going to take a matter of time for them to catch up. I saw that same concept inside science. America is so far ahead of everyone else. And it was really, I mean, like, my girlfriend now, I met her like 20 years ago. But when one of the first things we talked about was I had said, because she's from El Salvador. I said, so yeah, you came, we're just talking, and she's kind of like, I wouldn't say smack talking America, but I said, does your country have a flag on the moon? Like, you came here, you know? And she's like, yeah,
Right.
like that happened. And I'm like, oh, you're so disrespectful. You ingrate. You're such you're ingrateful for the opportunity. And finally, after, then she got divorced and everything, we met again. And I was like, when you told me that the moon landing was fake, like, holy shit, you were spot on. You're a smart cookie, you know? Like,
you're denying our greatest achievement.
yeah, like somehow I get upset. I would get upset that someone said, dude, that's bullshit.
Well, you might be hitting on something there, because a lot of them, I guess, they seem to identify with these stories, right? They come in and they say, we've gone to the moon. We've been to space. We've put satellites up there. We've done this. We've done that. So maybe they're taking it personally when you say anything against this stuff or critique it at all, you know?
That's
Because
why I always ask them. I say, who the fuck we? You know, like, who is we? Identify this collective group you're speaking of, because I know it's not going to match. Okay, because Nixon was part of that we. Did he include hippies, liberals, African Americans?
Can I? Suddenly it's we. I just steal Gemsy's script for that, basically, exactly. I mean, it works perfectly. Who's we? You and me?
Yeah, it's me and you, yeah. I don't see anyone else here. It's just you and me. Who the fuck? Where else? You got multiple personalities or some shit?
Right. Yeah, so it's not you, it's not me, but it's we?
I think it's kind of funny because I think the Spanish word for that is like a party or something like. I have to ask him again.
So, a couple of minutes ago, you said something about America being ahead of the curve. Was that past tense or present tense?
No, it's behind the curve. America's way behind the curve. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. No. I was wondering.
The propaganda. The propaganda is we're ahead. That somehow we're 50, 60 years ahead of all the other nations. But really, it's not that.
And the other mistake you made there was Australia is the greatest country on earth, unfortunately. But never mind.
Here, I got a really good.
You'll catch up eventually.
Yeah, here I got a really good meme for that.
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah. Here, check this one out right here. Look at how U.S. history is taught, what actually happened. If you're a fan of comic books and stuff, this will be funny.
This might be a little bit of a detour from flat Earth stuff, but you were mentioning something about America being number one and everything, and I think that you guys have the best constitution in the world, right?
No, incorrect. Our constitution has been amended some 26 times. That's not good. That's not a good record.
Yeah, that constitution is no longer in effect. It's corporate law right now.
But it's still best in the world.
We're not operating by it, so it's null and void, brother.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to point out. Like, I think culturally, you guys are having issues right now. Like, yes, there's like free speech, but not really.
What
You know what I mean?
Well, you know, one thing though, people talk about the Constitution a lot. It seems like they always forget about the Declaration of Independence, though. Isn't that like the founding document of the United States?
That's what we need to go. Oh, sorry, heretic. Yeah, that's what we need to go back to. That's the shit right there. That's what showed that the king, had committed some 27 felonies, or I think misdemeanors too. It was labeled in there 27 crimes that the king was guilty of. So now it's time to form a new government because the king directly violated your right to life, liberty, and property. Same thing happening now. The federal government is in direct violation of the Declaration.
Yeah.
And it basically sets out that
And
the people are the authorities and they have, like, God-given rights or whatever, and that the government's job is just to protect those, and that's it. And it's set up so that it's supposed to limit what government can do. So they're not supposed to lord over you. The people are supposed to lord over them. But anyway, I don't want to get too far off track here.
Oh yeah, it's mostly going into this concept of how far off the reservation federal government is when they tell you they're exploring space for the betterment of humanity. Show me when the Constitution where it says you're supposed to do that.
But yeah, also technologically, you guys are the best. You guys have the strongest military, and that stuff keeps you guys at number one right now. But maybe family is something you guys can work on. Divorce rates might need to go down.
Dude, military might backed by like oil is not might at all. It's a liability. That's literally a national liability, and we're sending young men and women to their graves for nothing. That's not something to be proud of.
No, dude, it's not about pride. It's literally about the fact that you have a military which saves you from evil people in the world. People cannot bully you around.
What if I told you that all human conflict could be solved by experiment? There would be no need for violence. You have a disagreement, me and you have a disagreement, we set up an experiment and then debate the results. Easy. No bombs,
only if all the world functioned like that.
Yeah, there should have been. That's what I'm saying. That's what they told you the Apollo program was going to do. Is going to put science first. Science, logic, and reason. We're going to replace the days of tribalistic worldview and battling over stupid shit. You were going to have this idea that all people are all interconnected. They called it an overview effect, an instant cognitive shift, where as soon as you see the Earth from space, you recognize you and other people are the same. You're all interconnected. It's one story. There's not a dime's bit of difference between you and the Vietnamese. But yet, as soon as Nixon got back, or yeah, he never even left the White House. He hung up his green phone, picked it up again, and said, "Drop more napalm on kids."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think America would have necessarily even if their intention was to achieve something like that. I don't think they would have been able to, because the framework the underpinning under which I guess America works is not conducive to that.
Here's another good meme you guys might get if you know what that's from.
But yeah, I'm not doubting the intention at all. It's a good intention. I just don't think America would have been able to achieve that.
So I guess America is basically as good as a protection racket gets.
Yeah, pretty much. In political science, they call it a rentier state, a state that rents out their violence. I mean, I'm playing on words there. It means a little bit. It doesn't rentier doesn't mean rent, but because what happened was they had in the days of yore, you had villages and warlords, roving warlords. So some villages built beans and some villages built bullets. So eventually they saw that, hey, if you contract with a bullet village, they'll take 30%. But if they raid you, they take 40% or 50%. And then what happens is like, well, then the village that Bill made beans would just make less and less and less each time because they know half of their shit's gonna be stolen. So then it turned out that if you rent here out to a warlord, give them 30%, they'll also protect you from other warlords. So that's the type of system we're living in. It's just guys behind, like systems of government and all that crap. But the real story is we're still in a system of alliances. The same shit that started World War One.
Yeah.
They just keep changing the people in charge. It's the same system. It's the same system that's been in place since the Greek age. The same problems. Nothing new under the sun. Nothing has changed. And that's where the big, where the crux of flat Earth is, because that's flat Earth. Nothing new under the sun. If you want to talk about a globalist worldview, it would be an ever-changing, ever-advancing cosmology and philosophy. You would be like, well, I guess kind of like to get sci-fi again. People think about what a human space, like country or world, I guess a government would be like. Is it like Vulcans or Klingons? I mean, I keep thinking like, hey, based on the way the globalists act, they want to be Borg, like lose all individuality. Hive mind, we think, we do. Resistance is futile. Like you will, be assimilated. But in their worldview, they're thinking they're like Vulcans. So I sometimes
again.
Oh, like the anti-flat Earth globalist.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, go on.
Like, holy shit, Talon, you're gonna make me screen cap that and like drop it in my trophy case? There's a really funny meme I think you'd like. I'm looking for it where this guy went to a manga rally and asked, like just people, but hey, why is Trump making a space force? An old boy just straight up said space ISIS. Like, holy shit. Imagine what that dude's like in real life. Like.
The conspiracies go wild.
I mean, just like, I know a little off topic here, but just like he said, we love the uneducated. It's easy to fool them.
Greetings, fellow Discordians.
Yo, is this live? Is this voice chat? I see
Yeah.
the YouTube channel.
Yeah, we're live on YouTube.
Who runs it?
I was disappointed yesterday. There's a 4-hour gap in the live stream. Wanted to watch what I missed out on when I had to hang up mid-conversation.
Yeah, they moved it over to the home base because there was a big debate going on in that over there. There's three bots that do it, and So they
People
kind
actually
of
watch.
okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just said, do people actually watch?
Yeah, man. We're constantly being watched. What's interesting is some of the other anti-flat Earth Discord channels. You can see them talking in real time as we're talking. They're over there commenting, "Oh, look what Crit just said! What a fucking idiot!"
But how many viewers? I don't see a link. There's like no YouTube link on the bot, so can't exactly find the channel.
Talon, you might like the Healing Heart of Democracy. Here, just a second here. Let me get the author real quick.
What's up? What's up?
It's from Parker J. Palmer. He's like in his 90s now. He stopped writing, but he used to update them after every election. And he gave up he stopped writing right before Trump, 2016. And it's interesting because he had all these plans on how to fix the political discord. And I was just wondering, like, what he would say in light of January 6th. What does Healing Heart of Democracy look like after a violent insurrection?
Well, he's born from Chicago. He was born in Chicago.
Oh, Parker Palmer, you know of him already?
I'm just I'm on his wiki.
Oh, okay.
Where did you say? Let's see.
The Healing Heart of Democracy. There's like 8 editions. You probably find it for like a nickel.
Yeah. It's hard to say because fundamentalist Christians want Trump to get their policies goals accomplished, but they're just ignoring all the contradictions on their principles.
It's like the Reagan conservative is kind of the silent majority. They think it's their turn again. But you're like, dude, this guy's had like 4 marriages. Like, what are you talking about? He's not a moral majority. He's a degenerate.
So I think Parker would probably. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say.
Oh yeah, maybe he would say like, let it go, right? Like, pardon, give everyone a freebie or something like that. Because he talks about at the very beginning, because he's kind of Republican, a right winger. He had talked about the way.
Do you think he would have been a never Trump, or was he?
Well, because in the book he talked about how Lincoln did the right thing not to prosecute people after the Civil War.
Says Parker Palmer warns Trump's antics eerily similar to pre-Nazi Germany.
Okay, there we go. He did make a stand.
Anti-Trump.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not. He was right.
I looked him up. I got the book because I saw a quote where he was making fun of Jason Lewis. Because I'm in Minnesota, and this Jason Lewis was like a radio right-wing shock jock. and he was like just roasting them. And I'm like, I'm gonna check out this guy's book.
And more shipping.
What a nice day it is to live on the globe Earth, right?
What globe Earth?
Yeah, we'll invoke Trump here. Wrong.
Nah. We all know it's flat. Therefore, it's just a joke. It is flat, right? Oh, is it?
Observably, yeah, observably, measurably, and practically used.
It looks flat, but it isn't. Well, it's not
That's
necessarily flat.
observably
Are you
flat.
saying it? Are you saying it looks flat, but it could be a sphere?
No, it's observably flat, measurably flat, and practically used as flat. The only logical conclusion is flat. And you can do the same thing for stationary. It's observably stationary, measurably stationary, and practically used as stationary.
Okay, what you're saying, it looks flat, therefore it is flat, right?
No, it's observably flat, and then it's measurably flat, and then it's practically used as flat.
Yes.
Then the only logical conclusion is flat.
Okay, so measurements are based on observations, right?
Measure, not measurements. You crossed verb. You went from like verb to noun there for no reason.
Okay, all right. But you're not saying it's necessarily flat because it looks flat and it's measured to be flat and whatever, right?
Well, try observation. Say observably instead of looks.
Observably. All right. Let's go with that, right? So it's not necessarily, what I'm saying, it's not necessarily flat. It could be something else.
Yeah, because that's why you go into measure. You take a verb,
yeah,
and then you look, you measure it. So you look, you observe a verb. You use
so
a verb.
what is your measurement?
Measure, not measurement. It's two different words, homie.
Right, but the product.
A measurement is a noun.
That's right. Okay. So how do you get to the measurement?
You don't. You measure.
You measure, right? And what is like the outcome of a measure?
Then you determine what the baseline is.
Okay, so the baseline is flat.
So like, yeah, me and you stand back to back, and we can say we're just the same height. Okay, just theoretically, right? We're both like, I guess I'm taking your like metric system, right? So we're both like 1.9 meters or some shit. And we're exactly.
Well, I'm agnostic. I don't even believe that, but let's assume it. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're standing back to back. We're exactly the same height. We take one step away from each other. Still the same height. 2 steps. Still the same height. 3 steps. 4 steps. 5 steps. 100 steps. 1,000 steps. Still the
but
same
if you
height.
take enough steps,
you did not. You didn't. Neither of us dropped.
Yeah.
You didn't drop, and I didn't drop. We stayed exactly at the same eye level all the way through.
You think so? But that's not true in reality.
Yeah, you could put like a long stick and just put it on top of our heads, and it would stay. It would stay on top of our head the whole time.
Are you saying we can always look each other in our eyes? It doesn't matter how far we are away from each other? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they're exactly the same. Minus topography, mind you. I mean, if there's like a hill or a building in the way or something.
So I'm in Germany right now. Are you saying I could look someone who's like in Australia directly into their eyes?
Well, what elevation are they at? They might be, what's your sea level height?
Let's say I'm somewhere in Europe. I don't know. Right? Are you saying like there is a place in Europe where I could stand and look someone in the eyes when they're like
conceptually you can conceptually.
I mean,
in
there's going to be
reality,
stuff in
you
the
have
way.
Air,
This
weather.
sounds like an experiment we should try, right? We should try it.
Here, let
we
me show
have
you something.
air.
Can you look into my eyes right now? Can we do that?
Yeah, you're starting to spurg out, dude.
I'm not spurging. I mean, this is the experiment you're proposing.
Light gets absorbed in the medium it travels, and it scatters. So, no, we really don't expect to really see all the way to Australia from Europe.
Yeah, but
Okay,
say if you had like a string.
Wikipedia says that you could see about 298 kilometers max. Optimal conditions at sea level.
Okay, that's all I got for today. Thanks for your engagement.
Okay.
But it was a good point, though, right? The measurement statement. So none of those things discussed were a measurement. They were just
measure.
Or a measure. There was no
Measure.
measurement made. Yeah.
No, here I'll show you what I'm talking about. Give me a second here. I got I can't remember what I saved it as. We hardly ever get past the observation part, so I hardly ever go into my measurement stuff. But the first thing, you do understand the difference between measures and measurement, right? Or is that a little bit goofy?
Wow. I know there is a difference. I'm sorry, guys, but I'm not sure what the difference is.
One is a verb, an action. The other one is a noun, a person, place, or thing.
Yeah. And wait, measures, isn't that a collection of measurements, or I'm not sure.
No, here, let me show you. Okay, here's a boat going all the way through this Suez Canal. The whole way. Water measures flat. That's how they're able to go.
That's not actually a measurement of the shape of the water. That's a measurement of.
That's a measure.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean by measure now.
It's measuring
actually
it's measuring the Red Sea in comparison to
the ship.
The Mediterranean.
No. All you can see there is the ship, the water around it, and the sky. You can't measure anything other than
measures all the way. You basically, by taking that path, you're measuring the height of the Red Sea to the height of the Mediterranean, flat and stationary the whole way across.
You're measuring the height of the ship above the water, and
the ship is just like going through the path. You could swim it if you wanted, or you could like walk along the side. Same result.
You need to actually measure the path, Crit, because otherwise you're basing your measurements or your outcome on an assumption that because it's traveling along the water, that you're assuming that the water is flat, right? You actually need to measure the shape of the water, make some measurements.
No, you measure the Mediterranean to the Red Sea, and they're exactly level.
Yes, correct. They are level. And that's the thing that's in dispute here, right? What is level? And it all comes down to just about everything you look at. The little g appears, right? So globers, when they talk about level and hydrostatics, little g makes an appearance.
So
okay, here's the one.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So here's the one I really want to do. This is the one I did myself.
You did an experiment?
Yeah, this is near where I live, northern Minnesota. Okay, and this is looking east.
Wait, what's east on a flat Earth? What does that even mean? East on a flat Earth?
It's based off north, and you take a right face.
What is north on a flat Earth? And what is that based on? Because there is no pole, I think. No, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, you're starting to panic again.
Sorry, I'm derailing you with my stupid question.
Okay, so here we go. This is the profile. Here's a profile, of the Great Lakes. I was right there in the top, in the left-hand corner there. I was on the Gunfin Trail, and I guess the trees broke, and I snapped a photo just straight due east.
Okay. So your elevation's quite high, or relatively high, 400 meters, something above sea level. Is that?
Yeah. No.
Yeah. No. You're
400.
at the other end.
I'm at the other end. Yeah, right here.
Okay. Yeah. A couple hundred meters, which
northern
is about how it
Minnesota.
looks.
Yeah. Yeah.
So-
So it's a little bit higher there too. I was like 770 feet. So the water, the Lake Superior was like 100 feet down from where I was.
Yep.
It's actually pretty cool because there's got these like step down cliffs, so you can make these really funny photos like you're hanging from the edge of the cliff, but it's only just a little drop.
So one thing that would be interesting to do there to turn that photo into a measurement would be to work out where a horizontal line, from taking
Right
a local
there.
vertical.
Sea level.
Yeah.
It's
But
right there at the
if you were
bottom.
to take an instrument that measured local horizontals that knew about verticals and look out at their sea there, you would find that line would be significantly above the horizon at 200 meters.
And what they do is they have a system of channels that bring you down to sea level so they can bring all the iron ore out to the ocean. These locks drop you down all the way to sea level. See, no curvature, all flat, measurably flat, observably flat, practical use. That's what I'm saying. These best part, these man-made superstructures demonstrate there is no curve of the Earth. Because look at this is how many. Look at 2,000 miles, no curvature, not 1 inch of curvature over 2,000 miles.
I mean, there's a slope. There is a slope. If you look at from the left to right, it's sloping downward. That's
Well, that's
pretty
the
clear.
topography. Yeah,
Right.
That's
That's what
a
I'm talking
hill.
about, though.
yeah.
But
That's a
when
hill.
I'm not talking about individual hills. I'm talking about from left to right. When you see how like the actual angle of the land is sloped, it's not. The sea level is just an arbitrary, imaginary line. But when you actually look at when you draw a line from you can see the elevation is sloping downward.
Yeah, because that's
So
a
it's
hill.
It's not flat.
It's a cliff there.
No. You see, again, I'm talking about the entire profile from left to right. The
Oh,
entire
okay, I gotcha. I thought you were
1,200
talking about
miles.
just a part of
Yeah,
Minnesota.
that's why the water is running down a slope.
No
So
channels. These are channels.
No. But the water is running. The channels aren't making the water go down the slope. Gravity is.
No, the channels would lower you down to the next lake.
No, the channels just connect the two lakes with boats, with locks.
Yeah. So they can go to the next lake that's lower in elevation.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's not flat. It's slopes downward.
No, it's completely flat.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
No, it's not completely. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Not flat at all.
You sail
locks.
into the channel and the lock lowers you down.
Right, because it's not flat. Because the one lake is higher than the other one.
Yeah,
So
it's flat.
Slope. That's a slope.
No, it's not a slope.
When one is higher than another one, that's a slope going downward.
Yeah,
And
maybe
then
you're not
downward
sure
slope.
how the water works. It drops you down to that level. There's no
I know
slope
how.
there.
I mean, I'm from Michigan. I know how the Sioux locks work.
Yeah, it's not. It's not
I've
a
swam
slope.
in all of these, except for I haven't swam in Lake Superior, but all these other ones I have. Here, I sailed across Lake Huron. So I'm just acknowledging the profile is clearly so everybody can see the slope. It's not flat.
Okay, let's try. Let's start back over then, Talon. Fuck, dude.
Yeah, no, it's fine. The water's running downhill.
Yeah,
because we got a nice
Because the
curve
biggest-
over 2,000 miles.
So, Talon, are you going
And
to
the
descend this into 2D semantic type stuff?
No, right here.
Is that where we're
Here.
going?
I'm posting the image
Well,
again.
it's a profile of the
We're
Great
starting
Lakes.
right here. Here's the observation. Where's the curve?
Okay. Let's see. The Daza diagram? Oh, hold on, let me see. This one right here.
Yeah, this is me
Well,
looking
that's just the horizon. So that's right. So you see how you can't see, like, there's supposed to be land over that. There's land over that horizon, but
there's a huge island in that direction, mind you, too.
Where? What angle is? Where is this? Like,
Well,
Lake Michigan? Is that Lake Michigan?
No,
or
Superior.
which lake is that?
Superior.
Oh,
like right where I marked on the map. I put a big yellow X.
See how you can't see anything past the horizon? It's all just water.
Yep.
Okay.
Light attenuates. Yeah, you're correct.
So how come you can't see the land over that's over the horizon?
Because there's a limit.
Land?
There's an optical limit to how your eye works.
Really?
Yep.
Well, I mean, even like hills and stuff would be a certain size if they're only like a few hundred miles away. I mean, the Great Lakes are big, but they're not like oceans. So I mean, that's the field of view is just too minimal on that particular picture. Your profile is good because your profile's 2,000 miles, so that's a better measurement of the curve because we can see the deviation in elevation from the left to the right. Because that's just like when you cut like a when you do a bisection of a sphere like that, you're gonna see the slope. It's gonna look like just a slope when you just take a chunk of it like that. Because it would be like, because you're just looking at, think about like your position, but you're looking you're like standing on the profile, so you just see the hill going straight down. So it looks perfectly straight to you because you can't even see the slope from that angle. Because you're just looking straight down it, so it's perceived as straight.
Yeah, just like this. That'd be like your field of view or whatever, your range fan.
Like Daza's field of view is minimal, and there you can see like, so like there's an example of like an island really far away.
Yeah, so that island's about 19 kilometres away, and I'm about 15 metres of elevation there. So I'm trying to set up my shot here in a way that I can get repeatable local horizontal. I haven't measured that yet, but the thing is, Crit, that if I was to get like an auto level out where I am, or a tool that can measure the dip angle, like a sextant, I'd be able to measure the angle from my local horizontal to the horizon. It'll be significantly different to what yours is there. So mine would be like 0.1 of a degree. Yours would be about 0.4 or 0.5 of a degree. So that's a measurement we could take from an observation like that to show curvature. Now, I know the horizon's in conflict here, so I generally try to avoid it, but both of our images, we're at a reasonable elevation and there's no obvious refraction going on, right? So they're good representations of what the physical shape of the Earth under the optics is likely to be.
Okay, how about this one here? Is that flat or is that curved too?
Well, that one's very hard to tell, right? It's a very narrow field of view. It's a very narrow view of the water. You're very close to the surface. I'm not looking for curvature left to right. I'm looking for other things when I look for curvature, like the horizon dip. So my understanding of what...
Daza, you're saying that the horizon is Earth curve again, right?
It would appear to be, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, then the Black Swan, I guess, does away with that. So
no, well, that's what I was just saying, right? That at sea level, we've got a lot of optical things going on. We've got temperature gradients, we've got density gradients, we've got moisture, and anything we do at sea level is subject to those things. So the horizon's not Earth curve. At those low altitudes, the horizon can be what you perceive as the horizon. What the image your eye captures is effectively it can be severely distorted by refraction.
Okay, so the horizon's not Earth curve then.
At those low altitudes, it may not be Earth curve, the visible horizon.
Are you the arbiter at what altitude the horizon becomes Earth curve? Are you the guy that decides that?
No, I'm saying that there's a pretty well established relationship.
Yeah, so the horizon is or isn't Earth curve? I'm just trying to get a bead on that.
No, I've just explained that the horizon is a visible thing. The physical geometric horizon is probably not visible in the black swan, right? It doesn't mean it's not there.
Is it ever visible? Where is it visible?
Yeah, so I reckon in Crit's photo that he posted from Lake Superior and my photo, I'd say that that's a reasonable representation of the geometric horizon.
So the day that it sort of agrees, even though you don't have any distance demarcations, the days it sort of agrees
I
with
do have a distance
the globe?
demarcation in my photo.
Okay, great. So the days that it agrees, it's Earth curve. The days that it doesn't agree, it's not Earth curve.
Well, we can make it agree every day. We just need to get away from the surface of the water, right? Because the shape of the Earth doesn't change with altitude. Would you agree on that?
Oh, I don't claim a shape. I don't know what you're talking about.
No. Well, would the form of the Earth change with altitude?
The form of the Earth? What's the form of the Earth?
The form or the shape, whether the Earth is a plane or a sphere, would that change based on whether you are at 100 meters, 500 meters, or 1,000 meters altitude?
Are you describing a manifold? Is that where this is going?
No. I'm asking you if the shape of the Earth changes based on your altitude.
The surface? The profile of it? I mean, it changes all the time. If you're talking about water, like over water?
Does it change with altitude? Does the shape of it change? Does the physical shape of the...
It's always flat. You know that.
The Palestinians are flat because the terrorists.
It's a simple... This is actually a yes-no question. Does the shape of the physical Earth
Did you not pay attention? I just told you that it's always flat. You're aware of that.
Okay.
Right? That's why you use it as a reference point, correct?
So it's always flat. So then we should be able to go at 500 meters, measure the horizon, at 1,000 meters, measure the horizon dip, at 2,000 meters and measure the horizon dip, and get some relationship because of the flat plane that we're observing, right?
So you're saying that the horizon is now the geometric Earth curve?
Yeah, I'm saying that once you get away from the refraction that happens due to effects at sea level, that the horizon is there's still some small refraction happening probably, but it is a much closer representation of the true geometry of underneath.
But shouldn't it be the same all the time?
At those altitudes, it is.
So if it's different each day when you're down at sea level, like a lot of people like to bring in, those oil rigs when they're occulted by the water, right, or whatever appears to be the water. So it's different all the time those days. So one day it's Earth curve on that photograph, and then the other day it's not, right?
Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah, because
so
like
could you apply that to any observation?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So do you apply that logic to every observation, or just the ones that agree with your worldview?
No, you'd probably do some statistical analysis.
Statistics on what?
On the measurements you would make off those images.
Right.
Of determining where the horizon is.
You've been doing this. You have a catalog of this information that we can scrutinize.
I'm building a catalog. The photo that I posted, I'm starting to build a catalog. I haven't been doing it for very long, but I'm starting to build a catalog. And I will include all of the extremities that I see. But the thing is, right, that if you're at or near the sea level, or shoot a laser through the surface, we get refraction. Everybody knows refraction is a thing, right? We can see it. We see mirages.
What kind of refraction? What kind of refraction?
All kinds of refraction impact what we see.
All kinds? So which ones are you invoking specifically that give you the distance that people are telling us that we're getting in the Black Swan?
In the Black Swan?
Yeah.
Sorry, you mean what kind of refraction is in the Black Swan?
Yeah.
So it's extreme refraction.
Extreme refraction, is that a type of refraction? Extreme refraction?
Well,
could you provide the citation for extreme refraction for me?
I don't know whether it's got a strict definition or not.
Yeah, I tell you what, instead of you just making stuff up like you usually do, like you're doing right now, I think I'm just going to play a fun game with Daza, where if you don't go ahead and provide your citation for extreme refraction, I'm going to ban you for 2 days.
Or retract. Retract is fine too. Just say you made it up. That's a whole...
No, I didn't make it up. I said my understanding.
Okay, cite it
of
then.
refraction,
How about
right?
this? Cite
so
it.
I can't provide a citation of the specifics.
Then retract it.
But I can. I can probably find a citation about the impact of refraction at altitude. So, but anyway, yeah.
So go ahead and do that. We'll wait. Go ahead. I'll wait. It's cool. Don't worry about it. Off you go.
To be fair, it is extreme refraction. I would consider that to be like a prism turning a light into a rainbow.
So you're going to go ahead and cite that for me as well, extreme refraction. Are you invoking Snell's law?
So, I mean, like, whatever, like, because, I mean, that's just like an adjective on the word refraction. So, like, what's the most refraction that our eyes could possibly...
No, there's a specific kind of refraction we would need to invoke in this situation. Because it's not going to be Snell's law, is it?
I don't know.
You don't know? Oh, so why are you bringing up refraction if you don't know?
Well, I was, because you guys are talking about extreme refraction, so...
You're hoping generic refraction? You're hoping that's a thing, just generic refraction will solve the problem for you?
Or there's lots of different kinds of refraction, right?
Oh, yeah, no shit. So which kind?
Which one would you consider the most extreme version of...
I didn't bring it up. I didn't bring it up in this scenario, so this is all you
understand that. I'm not accusing you of bringing it up. I'm just saying in your interpretation of the word extreme, how would you define which refraction would you define as?
Talon, were you not listening to the conversation where I didn't bring up the word extreme or refraction?
Yeah, I didn't say that you did.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was. You probably would want to ask Daza in this scenario because he brought it up.
But he already said like extreme refraction, so. I want to hear what you would say.
Extreme is extreme a type of refraction? Is that a type of refraction?
That's what I want. That's what I'm. Well, I mean, that's what I'm asking with you because you're asking that question, and so I'm asking you. How would you answer?
Why would you ask me the question that I'm asking when I didn't bring it up and Daza did? That seems really retarded.
Because you asked the question. I wanted to see why you asked it.
I'm asking him if extreme refraction is a type, and he didn't know.
So which type of refraction would you consider extreme?
I didn't bring it up. Why do I have to go ahead and now talk about refraction when I'm just asking what extreme refraction is?
Oh. Well, I would call like a prism. Would you consider a prism an extreme refraction?
Are we dealing with a prism here? Is there a prism somewhere out there in the ocean that we're looking through? Is that what's going on?
Little tiny one.
Well, it's something. Yeah, yes. If something was as extreme as if something bent light in a way that a prism does and creates rainbows, then yeah, that's extreme, pretty extreme.
So there's now there's a prism that we're looking through.
Well, no, just things. When light passes through things, they get bent.
What things?
All light.
All light passes through what things?
All kinds of stuff. Anything it can pass through.
Like anything it can pass through, and then what happens? What kind of refraction are you invoking right now?
Just refraction in general, I think. But he was
just refraction in general. So any old refraction is going to be applicable to this scenario. Is that what you're saying?
So, like, the more...
refraction's a generic scientific principle.
Well, so, like, in terms of extreme...
It's just a generic scientific principle. Can you cite that for me just real quick? Can you give me the citation that you must have read that off of something, right, Daza?
Well, I mean, it's not so much a citation, says who. I think what he's talking about is things that do a lot of refraction. So, like, certain, like hazy mirrors or, like, a window that's, like, really dirty is going to... Or, like, whatever... refracts light more than something that only refracts.
And that's the scenario that we're dealing with here. Is Daza taking pictures through really dirty, dingy, hazy mirrors or windows? Is that what he's doing?
So the more the more mass an object has, the more light has to travel through it, and so the more it'll bend. So it's proportional. So extreme, you can look at extreme refraction as just the proportion that the light has to bend to get through the whatever it is that it's getting through, like gas.
And what kind of refraction is this? Give me the citation. Go ahead and liken it to the situation that we're talking about in this particular instance. Viewing the horizon. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the conversation here started right when I was saying that I can't explain refraction well, which is why we need to get above where there is no obvious refraction. There's no distortion of images. Everything's crisp and clean.
Is there air up there? And or is there no air?
There's air.
Is there humidity or no humidity?
There's humidity.
Oh, so you still have the same problem.
But much, much, much less.
Really? Did you take
reasons.
the data and then did you go ahead and reproduce the results?
No, I haven't. Have you? You haven't done this either, right? None of us
I
have
haven't. I'm not the one making the claim, bro. Don't you understand? Don't you understand? I'm not making a claim. You're the one making a claim, and you guys always want to reverse that burden, don't you? No, we're talking about you today. This is your evidence. So the horizon is Earth curve, or it's not Earth curve?
It's not a yes or no answer. What do you mean by horizon? The visible horizon, the apparent horizon?
That day, right? Aren't all horizons apparent? Why don't you cite for me the definition of horizon real quick?
Well, it depends, right, what the context is. If I'm doing celestial navigation,
just go ahead and cite the definition of the horizon for me.
Oh, whose definition do you want?
Well, you just said the apparent horizon or the geometric horizon. Did you ask that question?
Actually, I'll show you something from Practical Navigator, their definition of horizons. Hang on.
Okay. So then it is going to be Earth curve. This is a definition.
Yo, that is a horizon buffet, if I must say.
Exactly, which is why we need to be kind of specific. And, that's the, when you read something like APN, where they're discussing horizons and using them in celestial navigation, they're very explicit about the horizon and when it is not a reflection of the geometry of the object you're standing on. So, obviously you can do celestial navigation at nighttime if you want to, but you need a fully artificial horizon in that case, or something that is vertical.
Which is 90 degrees to horizontal, right?
No, well, that's the thing that American Practical Navigator talks about, is that everything is relative to the vertical, to your zenith.
Where's the azimuthal angle in that?
Yeah, and what's the relative? What's the relation of horizontal to vertical? What's the relation of horizontal to vertical?
They're perpendicular.
Oh, great. So that's the relationship. That's the relative position, horizontal, right?
Yeah. So looking at our drawing, right? The observer at A. No. So the observer at A his sensible horizon is perpendicular to the zenith. And the basis of celestial navigation is that all zeniths are diverging. So the zenith of the star, the zenith of the observer, the zenith of the pole are all divergent.
Where? That's not in this diagram.
Here's one I prepared earlier.
No, I don't want what you made up. I want to see it in the book. If you just post what you made up, Daza, I'm getting itchy.
You've trained me well.
Right.
That's why I'm
See,
sticking to the book.
Don't bullshit.
Yeah,
Okay,
azimuth angle.
So no diverging zeniths in this.
So we only have one zenith shown here, which is
Yeah.
zenith to point M, of the object at point M. We've got the zenith distance and the altitude angle.
Right.
H.
So no diverging zeniths. So why were you talking about diverging zeniths
There's
when
only
it's
one
not in this
zenith there.
diagram?
I'll show you the other one.
Right. Okay.
Yo, this is based. Where's Jerry? Tell Jerry about this one.
Right. So before I send you this one, I want to describe. Send it.
Just post
I'll
it.
talk about it.
Just.
So there is this. So this is the zenith angle of the pole, an observer, and the GP of a star. The plane that you see underneath is the sensible horizon plane, or in this case, the plane of the celestial equator. It's synthetic. It is perpendicular to some arbitrary reference, which is the celestial equator in this case, or if you're making an observation, it's your local sensible horizon, which you establish from vertical. Or something that bears relationship to vertical around you.
Right, flat.
And we know that we... Sorry, go.
Flat.
No, that's just the local reference plane it creates by using vertical. So you
using the Earth.
You create. Yeah, using your vertical measurement of the Earth. Yep. So if you take a vertical
using the
Earth. Yeah, but you'll notice that the
you can
angle
have
that
a
they measure.
vertical on the Earth if it's a ball, Daza. We're going to go over and over this. Can you have a vertical on a ball?
So can I establish a horizontal from a vertical?
Can you have a vertical on a ball? This is very simple.
Yes.
Okay, show it to me.
Okay. So we're getting away from this, but so vertical on a ball.
Well, no, even this doesn't have diverging zeniths, so, whatever.
Yeah, okay. But you also
you guys also display what you told me you were going to display, which was diverging zeniths, and you haven't done that.
I just did. Those zeniths there are all diverging.
Really?
We've got 3 zeniths there. Yep. They're coming out through a sphere. There's an angle between them. They are divergent zeniths.
What's PN?
Oh,
PN is the pole.
What pole?
GP is the. It could be either pole, but typically it'll be the pole of the hemisphere in. So this might be the North Pole.
Where's the observer?
At AP. And GP is the geographic position of the star. And they've projected it upwards to show on the celestial sphere where these things and showing how the angle across the sky matches the angle across the ground.
Is that longitude and latitude? Does that match up with longitude and latitude?
You could work out longitude and latitude from those points. So that's the aim of celestial navigation, right? So you've got PN, that's your reference point. You know GP because you look it up in the almanac for the time that you're making the observation. And your position, you can work out the distance from the pole to you and the pole to the GP and other objects. And celestial navigation then says, right, we can work out the lat long of the position based on the distance, but based on solving those three the triangle there, the spherical triangle. That's the fundamental basics of celestial navigation. It's solving that triangle, and it works on the relationship of the overhead angle from your zenith to the point you're observing being the same in the sky as it is on the ground.
Only way to get around.
Yeah. And so in American practice, I don't know, this might have been, I saw some of the chat after I had to drop yesterday, but so American Practical Navigator is, as it says, it's a practical book. You follow it, you will be able to navigate the globe.
Yep.
And they make a comment there, says who, in a section that I can also refer to if you like, about being able to do quick and dirty navigational fixes and potentially find your location.
Elijah already dumped you on your head yesterday about that, so we're not going to go back to that.
Yeah, except he
why
did
does
it
it
without
say
actually proving that it
why
works
does it
in
say
reality.
90-degree declination? Excuse me. Why does it say 90-degree declination on here? 90-degree altitude.
Whereabouts?
Right on the line where it says zenith distance and then polar distance, 90-degree declination.
Having a look.
Figure 12.7.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? So you get your vertical, establish the horizontal plane, or you establish a horizontal plane for making the measurement. Okay, so this horizontal plane makes no assumptions about the shape of the Earth. It is just something to make a measurement from. So you'll see there that the zenith
horizontal.
Yeah, because it's normally more practical to measure from horizontal, right? It's hard to measure from vertical. But if Timbo is on the call, he'll tell you that if you want to make something vertical, you can do it, right? You can build something vertical without making a horizontal reference. And
so
you
told me that the measurement is coming from AP, but AP is on the plane, right?
So this is showing two things. So it's showing the center to the. In this case, it's the plane of the celestial equator, but the same logic applies if you're on the surface of the Earth. So,
well, why don't they just show it from the surface of the Earth being a curve? Why don't they just show that instead of using a flat plane all the time?
So it's showing the measurements that you take, right? So you need, and the altitude.
Are you going to answer my question? You're not going to just blow past it? Why are they not showing us measuring from the surface of the curve to the star? Instead, they're always taking it down to a horizontal plane.
Yeah, so they're always taking it down to something we can measure from, okay? That is the nature of the game. You have to be able to make the measurement.
So the place that we're taking a measurement from is the surface, and the surface is a plane? Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, no, we're taking a measurement from a horizontal reference plane, okay, which is perpendicular to vertical.
That's the Earth.
It's from our position. No, it's from our position.
If I'm on the Earth, is my position on a horizontal plane?
No, you're standing on a plane. You're standing on the Earth. You're trying to find out where you are on
the
it.
Horizontal plane, right? So on the horizontal
the
plane,
horizontal
I'm trying to
plane
figure out where I'm at.
Imagine. No. We're talking. No, you're. I mean, are you on a horizontal plane, or are you just standing on a?
I'm imagining that I'm standing on the Earth.
I mean, are you
When I'm
imagining it,
standing
or
on the
are you
Earth?
doing it? When you're like trying to
I'm
find
standing
out
on the
where
Earth.
you are, how do you know where?
Yeah,
you are?
you're on the Earth. On the Earth.
Okay, so how do you know where you are on the Earth?
Will you go ahead and use that plane to figure out where you're at?
Which plane?
The plane that you're standing on.
Well, how do you? But okay, so if you're in the forest and all you have is a compass and the stars, where are you going?
Uh-huh. How do you hold
How do
the
you know where to
compass to know where you're going?
What? Because you have to know where your
How do you-
zenith
the compass
is relative
for it to work.
to your position.
Yeah, how do you hold the compass to know where you're at? Do you hold it flat, level?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, level.
Flat plane. There you go.
Well, I mean, those
Well,
are
you just
azimuths.
created the compass,
But
right?
Those are,
The compass.
those are just
unless you're-
points. Those are just arrows.
Does the compass work if you hold it perpendicular?
The one in my phone does.
Yeah. I mean, you can get them to do that. Like the ones that are balls can just go
Yeah.
wherever the fuck they
So here's the thing, yeah. And they find level automatically. So here's the thing, right? There's a difference between having something, holding in your hand something that is level, which is perpendicular to vertical, right? And having something, and then applying that because your compass is level, the rest of the world is. And that's the thing, Sesu, that the when you drill in through this book, which is what Elia did yesterday, that when you take all of these angles, elevation angles, azimuth angles, to work out the distances, you subtract 90 to get the zenith distance, right? So you can. The alternative is you can directly measure the zenith distance from vertical, and the book actually describes a technique saying that if you
Yes,
have a
I know, Daza. I know that. I already heard that all
bob and a
yesterday,
protractor,
right?
yeah.
Yes.
So-
And what is
so that-
vertical in relationship to? Can you have a vertical without a horizontal?
Yes.
Okay, show me how you acquire vertical without a horizontal.
A plumb bob.
And a plumb bob,
is a vertical line.
and that's going to tell you vertical. And what is vertical in relationship to?
Vertical is in relationship to, well, we don't want to go down the gravity path, but vertical is in relationship to the direction of this acceleration towards the Earth.
Acceleration towards the Earth. Down? There is no up or down on a ball.
Nope.
The down is always towards the ball, right?
Down is always towards the ball. What ball are you talking about?
The ball of the Earth.
Okay, how do you have evidence for that? We'll just go round and round in circles.
Yeah, okay. So this celestial navigation is strong evidence, right? Because you can't make the geometry work without using the sphere.
No, I want you to make the geometry work measuring off of the sphere. I want to see that. That's the only thing I'll accept from you from now on, because every time that you show me something, you are, just showing me measuring from a plane, and I want you to show me measuring from a ball. I think I'm going to accept that from you from now on, Daza. So show me measuring from a ball.
So I can do that. So I actually did this the other day, and I think I've already shown you already, but I think I ended up getting banned when we discussed it. But so I made a measurement the other day. I used my mobile phone to measure the angle to the sun at solar noon and calculated my latitude as per this section, but I'll just paste from the book. I actually did this the other day. And I did it again last night in an attempt to make a solar fix. So using my mobile phone, I measured the declination angle. Sorry, the zenith angle directly, because my phone, where I am, I do not have a horizon. I cannot see the horizon. I used my phone to measure this angle within a couple of degrees. Applied.
What did you measure from? I'm about ready to ban you. What did you measure from? So a curvature that you're begging the question of, is that right? Or a plane?
No,
how do you get the angle? How do you get the angle?
I measured directly from vertical.
Vertical.
Yeah.
And what is vertical in relationship to?
Vertical is relationship to down. Okay. So my phone, and your phone too.
Give me that citation.
So which one specifically?
Vertical is in relation to down.
Okay. Let's find the definition of down.
Conquer, if you're asking why I'm threatening to ban him, is because he only comes in here and makes shit up and doesn't provide anything. And he always begs the question, and it's just a circle jerk. That's why. So there's your answer.
I don't know. It seems to be confused with something that's self-evident, that vertical and down
You said it's in relationship to, not the same as.
Okay.
I want to see a citation that says vertical is in relationship to down.
What was the contested claim that? I mean, vertical is like is not down, or I mean, it's
Yeah,
perpendicular to
yeah.
horizontal.
I need to be able to cite that vertical is down. Vertical line
No,
goes down.
that's absolute. Now you're lying. I'm going to ban you right now, dude. You said vertical is in relation to down.
Yes.
Yep. So find that citation. Vertical is in relation to down. You can be on mute until you find it. And then you could cry about it in the chat, which I know you will. Any new Globers that continue or that don't believe that vertical is in relationship to down, that maybe have a couple of brain cells and know that vertical is in relationship to horizontal. For those in chat posting that, vertical is up and down, that's not the contention. What's it in relationship to? You're not getting it.